Chapter 353. Marriage Alliance? With whom? Elder Zhong Yi was dazed, but he suddenly understood when he saw Situ Xingqian's expression. With you. Situ Xingqian nodded lightly. Father has the same intention. Elder Zhong Yi was shocked. Country Yao Chen and country Xing Luo didn't have much interaction before, so why are they suddenly marrying each other? They even have designs on Situ Xingqian. What exactly is your father thinking? Rong Jin isn't outstanding in any way, and from what you said just now, he's narrow-minded and won't amount to anything. He's not worthy of you at all. Even if it's not Rong Xiu, it should be another young talent. How can it be Rong Jin? Situ Xingqian didn't seem to care as she smiled. He's country Yao Chen's crown prince after all, and he's not completely useless to be able to come this far. You might have underestimated him. Besides, even though this matter hasn't happened yet, father is very insistent, so he must have his reasons. What do you think? Anyway, I don't think this marriage alliance will work. Elder Zhong Yi sneered. If it really happens, won't you have to stay in country Yao Chen in the future? Since Rong Jin has done so many ridiculous things, it means that he can't take on big responsibilities. Even though he's still the crown prince, he can't stay in this position for long. Xingqian, don't worry. When that kid comes tomorrow, I'll definitely stop this marriage. With me around, your father won't dare to force you. Situ Xingqian's eyes sparkled. Elder Zhong Yi, I know that you're doing this for my own good. But I've said so much to you today because I hope that you'll agree to this marriage tomorrow. What? You really want to marry Rong Jin? Elder Zhong Yi looked at Situ Xingqian in disbelief. Why you can't purposely marry Rong Xiu because he wants to marry someone else, right? Situ Xingqian chuckled. You're thinking too much. Why would I do such a thing? I really agree to this marriage. You also know that not many people know about this before. If I suddenly say it out loud, many people will definitely object to it. But if you can express your agreement tomorrow, then the others won't say anything. Elder Zhong Yi had an extremely high status in country Xing Luo. As long as he spoke, this matter would definitely go smoothly. Xingqian, have you really thought this through? Elder Zhong Yi looked at Situ Xingqian's determined expression and couldn't help but sigh. Alright, since that's the case, I'll agree to it. Situ Xingqian's smile deepened. Many thanks, Elder Zhong Yi. Country Yao Chen, Imperial Palace. It was already late at night, but the Empress and Rong Jin were still discussing something in the room. You're going to Xing Luo tomorrow. This marriage must succeed. The Empress looked very serious. This is your best chance. If you miss it, who knows how long you'll have to wait. Rong Jin nodded. I know. Don't worry, I've already contacted Situ Xingqian. There won't be any problems with this. The Empress relaxed a little and leaned back in her chair with a satisfied smile on her face. That's good. I asked you to think of a way to improve your relationship with her. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Rong Jin also laughed and looked rather smug. Everyone says that Situ Xingqian is the brightest pearl in Xing Luo. Ever since she became of marriageable age, countless people have proposed to her, but she didn't agree. I originally thought that she would be hard to get close to, but I didn't expect her to. Perhaps she was interested in you before. The Empress sized Rong Jin up and smiled. To a woman, love is the most unpredictable thing. Everyone said that Situ Xingqian had high standards, but when she met someone like Rong Jin, it was easy for her to fall in love with him. Rong Jin originally didn't have any special feelings for Situ Xingqian, but when such an outstanding beauty liked him in all aspects, his ego was greatly satisfied. It was precisely because of this that his attitude toward this marriage changed drastically. Previously, he was a little unwilling, but now that he thought about how he could see Situ Xingqian tomorrow and settle the marriage, he had an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Anyway, you did a good job in this matter. When you arrive, try to settle this matter as soon as possible. As long as you settle the marriage, your position as the crown prince will be stable. The Empress sighed. This way, even if your father finds out about Zhenzhen, we'll have a trump card. Rong Zhen asked worriedly, Haven't you found her? Haven't you found her? There's no news at all. It's as if she completely disappeared from the face of the earth. If it weren't for the lack of movement in the palace, she would have thought that Rongzhen was dead. However, she clearly wasn't. Someone secretly hid Rongzhen somewhere, and they couldn't find her after searching for so long. The Empress didn't know how she spent the past few days in fear. The last time, Emperor Zhouwen mentioned that he wanted to visit Rongzhen, but he suddenly received a letter from Xing Luo, so he was delayed. Later on, she guessed that the contents of the letter were related to the marriage alliance. This was because Emperor Zhouwen removed Rongjin's house arrest not long after, and his attitude toward Rongjin improved significantly. "You're leaving tomorrow. Because of this, your father even specially asked Jinjin to send you off, but I stopped him. Your father is busy with you and Situ Xingqian, so he can't care about Jinjin for now. However, he already has suspicions, and this matter can't be hidden for long. As long as you can settle the marriage alliance as soon as possible, your father will weigh the pros and cons and definitely won't do anything to us." Rongji nodded. "I understand." Princely Mansion. Rong Xiu sat in the study room and was writing something. Yan Qing and Yu Mo waited at the side. The octagonal glazed lamp's light shone on Rong Xiu's jade-like face. He looked down, and his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyes. It was like a wisp of smoke floating across the bright moonlight, cold and noble. After some time, he finally stopped writing. Yan Qing and Yu Mo were both energized as they looked up. Rong Xiu picked up the thing he wrote and read it again before placing it on a clear, square jade stone in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, the square jade stone suddenly emitted a faint phosphorescent light. It turned out that the square jade stone was sunken in, and there was an extremely shallow pool of water inside. That thing melted when it touched the water, and it turned into rays of light on the water surface. After a while, the light disappeared, and the water surface returned to normal. It also gradually seeped into the jade stone and disappeared. At first glance, it seemed to be an extremely normal jade stone, and there was nothing special about it. Rong Xiu pushed that thing forward and lightly said, "Send it back." "Send this back." Yan Qing stepped forward and carefully picked that thing up. But at this point, he saw a golden light suddenly appear on Rong Xiu's long and white fingertips. He said in shock, "Master, you're in charge." Master, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 354. Rong Xiu glanced at his fingertips, his gaze cold. In the next moment, that cluster of golden light instantly dissipated. The entire process was extremely fast. If not for Yan Qing and Yu Mo standing nearby, they would have thought that what they saw just now was just an illusion. Rong Xiu leaned back in his chair, one hand supporting his forehead. There was a faint trace of fatigue between his eyebrows. "You may leave." After the initial shock, Yan Qing's expression became very serious. "Master, in your current state, I'm afraid that you have to make a trip back as soon as possible." He had only left for a few days to retrieve this item, but his master had already developed to this point. Thinking about it carefully, ever since he started interacting with Chu Luiyue, his master had never returned. Rong Xiu closed his eyes and didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. "Master," Yan Qing wanted to persuade him again, but Yu Mo couldn't help but cough, desperately signaling to Yan Qing with his eyes. Yan Qing looked back. Seeing him like this, he hesitated for a moment before respectfully retreating. "Master, don't worry. I'll do it right away." With that, he left with the strange jade. Yu Mo hurriedly said, "It's already very late. Master, you should rest. I'll also take my leave first." Rong Xiu waved his hand. Yu Mo hurriedly followed Yan Qing out. As soon as Yu Mo walked out, he saw Yan Qing waiting for him outside. The two of them exchanged glances and didn't say anything. They just left together. The two of them walked side by side for quite a distance. When they were far away from Rong Xiu's study, Yan Qing finally spoke with a cold face. "Today's situation is definitely not the first time. Did you know about it before?" Yu Mo could only nod with a bitter face. "A similar situation happened a few days ago." "Then why didn't you persuade him? Don't you know how serious this matter is? If I didn't see it today, when would you have told me?" Yan Qing was usually very calm and indifferent. She rarely had any mood swings, let alone get angry. His reaction at this moment showed how big of an impact this matter had on him. Umo shivered unconsciously, feeling inexplicably guilty. I did try to persuade him. But look at Master, do you think I can persuade him? Yanqing's face was still cold. Then you should have told me earlier. What's the use of telling you? Umo fiercely rubbed his face. Do you think that Master will listen to what you say? Yanqing fell silent. They had followed Master for many years and understood Master's character the best. Since he refused to go back now, it was useless for anyone to say anything. It seems that the forceful summoning by Master had a huge impact. Yanqing murmured. If it wasn't for that incident, Master would have been able to hold on for a long time. But now, didn't Master ask you to retrieve this item because he's determined not to go back for a while? Umo patted his shoulder. Don't worry too much. Master knows what he's doing. Yanqing kept quiet for a while before asking, did Master say when he's planning to go back? Umo looked troubled. It seems like he's planning to wait until Mu Qinghe leaves. I don't know what's wrong with this Mu Qinghe recently. He's been staying in the Imperial City, doing nothing and refusing to leave. No one knew what else he wanted to do, but no one dared to ask. Even Emperor Jiwen didn't dare to disturb him for no reason, let alone others. I think you should send this item back first. Don't delay the important matters. If anything happens to Master, I'm here. Don't worry. I'll inform you immediately if anything happens. Yanqing finally gave up after Umo repeatedly assured him and left with the jade. Umo looked at his departing back view, and a tinge of guilt appeared in his eyes. If Yanqing knew that Master's situation was worse than what he saw today, how would he feel? Now, I can only hope that Mu Qinghe leaves as soon as possible. And that person? Hurry back. In the library, Chu Luiyue looked at the empty 5th floor in front of her and knitted her brows. There's actually nothing here. Not to mention books, there's not even a bookshelf here. At a glance, the 4 white walls were empty. Chu Luiyue found it increasingly strange. That's not right. In any academy, there was no way that a place like the library pavilion would leave an entire floor devoid of content. She didn't give up as she walked forward and started to carefully check everything here. But no matter how hard she searched, she didn't find anything. She even knocked on the 4 walls, but it was still the same. After searching one round, she finally stopped. She held her chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. Previously, when she was preparing to leave on the 4th floor, she did feel 3 waves. Although each of the 3 waves was smaller than the previous one, there was no doubt that they were there. Then where did they come from? Chu Luiyue originally thought that even if there weren't as many books here as there were on the other floors, there should be something special. But she didn't expect that there was nothing here. Or perhaps she just hadn't found it yet. Chu Luiyue thought for a long time, but still couldn't find an answer. She simply sat on the ground and crossed her legs. Anyway, there was still one day left. She could wait here and see if the waves would appear again. Time slowly passed. But Chu Luiyue didn't see any signs of movement. Bored to death, she decided to silently recite the Jingshan finger again. Because when she came in, both parties had already agreed that she could borrow any book in the library, but every book had to be returned to its original position after reading it. Moreover, the books on each floor were not allowed to be taken to other floors. Therefore, Chu Luiyue could only rely on her own memory to recite the Jingshan finger. She held her breath and focused. In her mind, the Jingshan finger appeared clearly. Chu Luiyue started to recall the first move and tried to cultivate it. The force in her body surged towards her dantian. When it condensed into a ball, she controlled a strand of force and poured it into her right index finger. But before that strand of force reached her right index finger, it had already dissipated into the Yuan meridian. Chu Luiyue readjusted, mobilized an even smaller amount of force, and tried again. It was still a failure. But Chu Luiyue wasn't discouraged. She continued to try again and again. The first step now was to control the force so that it could flow along the Yuan meridian from her dantian all the way to her right index finger. Just this point alone was very difficult. Because this required the cultivator to have a sufficiently strong Yuan meridian, It also required the cultivator to have exquisite control over the force. Chu Luiyue only wanted to try it first, but the more she tried, the more she realized that it was more difficult than she had imagined. Her competitive spirit was aroused. She actually tried it over 1,000 times. When the sun shone on the next morning, Chu Luiyue's right index finger was finally covered in a layer of faint silver. Before she could exclaim in surprise, she suddenly felt that her surroundings were bright. She subconsciously squinted her eyes and looked around. Then her eyes suddenly widened. Countless silver characters appeared on the walls around her. They were shining brightly. Digression, I'm sorry, I can't stand it anymore. Tomorrow, I'll land at 6. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 355. Chu Luiyue looked at the scene in front of her in shock. The 5th floor was indeed not empty. To think that such a shocking secret was hidden in all directions. Chu Luiyue subconsciously wanted to walk forward. Suddenly, countless rays of light flew from all directions and gradually condensed in front of her. In a moment, 3 large silver words appeared in the air in front of her. Awakening God Technique. The 3 words were like flowing water, swaying gently and shining brilliantly, but with an unparalleled pressure. Chu Luiyue was shocked. This aura was very similar to Awakening God Finger, but it was several times stronger than Awakening God Finger. And this pressure was even more vast and boundless. Chu Luiyue's heart was beating wildly, as if it was being pulled by some mysterious force. She slowly stretched out her finger and gently tapped on the 3 large words. It was like a stone being thrown into a calm lake. The void in front of her suddenly rippled, with the 3 words as the center, spreading out in all directions. The ripples spread to the surrounding walls. Buzz. The subtle ripples came again. Chu Luiyue looked over. The words that appeared on the surrounding walls seemed to be affected as well. Like the stars in the dark night, they flickered and disappeared. Her heart suddenly trembled. This ripple was exactly the same as the one she felt on the 4th floor. In the next moment, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling coming from her fingertips, all the way to the bottom of her heart. In an instant, she seemed to have an indescribable sense of connection with the entire space. She seemed to have sensed something, looked up to the left and carefully identified the words on the wall. Soon, she realized that the content on the wall was exactly the same as the Awakening God Finger she saw earlier. She immediately looked at the second wall beside her. Sure enough, the content on the wall was the same as the Awakening God Finger. But as she looked at it, Chu Luiyue realized that something was not right. The thing on the second wall had actually transformed the Awakening God Finger into a palm technique. And its power had also become stronger. Chu Luiyue closed his eyes and looked at it seriously again. He could basically confirm that the level of this palm technique was at the middle stage of the Earth stage. An absurd and bold idea suddenly appeared in Chu Luiyue's mind. She couldn't wait to look at the 3rd wall. At this point, he changed from a palm technique to a fist technique. More importantly, once this fist art was mastered, it was very likely that it would reach the upper level of the Earth rank. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his wildly beating heart as he looked at the last wall. Just like the 3 walls in front of him, there was also some glowing writing on it. However, after staring at it for a while, Chu Luiyue realized that he couldn't understand what it was. None of the words could be read smoothly, and it looked very chaotic. Chu Luiyue looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. However, this only made her even more excited. It was rumored that heaven rank martial skills were different from ordinary martial skills that were recorded with pen and ink. The heaven rank martial skills in this world were all obtained by powerful people who comprehended the heavenly Tao. If one wanted to cultivate a heaven rank martial skill, they couldn't use their eyes to see it. Instead, they had to use their force to sense it. If a cultivator's realm wasn't enough, they wouldn't be able to touch it or even understand it. Just like this moment, Chu Luiyue had seen a heaven rank martial skill once in her previous life, and it was on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. It was left behind by the ancestors of the Tianling dynasty and had always been treasured by the royal family. Originally, After she ascended the throne, she could officially start trying to cultivate the heaven rank martial skill, but she couldn't wait until that day. However, even though it had been a long time, she still clearly remembered the scene when she saw the heaven rank martial skill. She remembered everything that had happened back then clearly. She could confirm that the content on the last wall was indeed a heaven rank martial skill. Chu Liyue's hands clenched into fists. The blood in her body seemed to be boiling, making her entire body seem to be burning. In fact, when she saw the content on the second wall, she guessed that the level of these things might be gradually increasing. The result was indeed so. There was even a heaven rank martial skill. After the shock, Chu Liyue calmed down and started to think. No wonder Elder Emotsong said that only the dean could enter the 5th level. There was such a shocking secret hidden here. Once people knew about it, it would attract countless powerful cultivators to fight for it. At that time, Taiyan Academy would definitely not be able to hold on. Even the entire country Xingluo would be in trouble. However, Chu Liyue couldn't figure out why such a shocking existence would appear in this small country Xingluo's Taiyan Academy. She even suspected that the dean of Taiyan Academy didn't know what this thing was. If Cheng Han knew, why didn't he choose to cultivate it? Even if he didn't understand the heaven rank martial skill now, the finger technique, fist technique, and palm technique in front of it were extremely powerful. If he didn't know, you owe me again. The legendary three-eyed eagle's voice suddenly sounded. Chu Liyue was stunned for a moment before she reacted. That's right. The heaven rank martial skills pressure was extremely strong. If it wasn't in the legendary three-eyed eagle's god territory, it would have caused a huge commotion. From this point of view, the legendary three-eyed eagle had indeed helped her a lot. Okay, I'll remember it for now. Chu Liyue didn't mind and admitted it straightforwardly. The legendary three-eyed eagle was silent for a moment before it said coldly, "You're quite lucky." Chu Liyue's lips curled up. Of course. How could it be just not bad? It was simply heaven-defying. This was a heaven rank martial skill. Some people might not even see it in their entire lives. She had only come to the library to read, and she actually had such a fortuitous opportunity. Even Chu Liyue couldn't help but sigh. This trip was really worth it. However, there was a very troublesome problem now. She didn't seem to have a way to take this god-stunning technique away. She had already memorized the god-stunning finger. The god-stunning palm and god-stunning fist were much more complicated, but she could completely memorize them as long as she read more. The most troublesome thing was the thing on the last wall. She realized that she couldn't remember the contents at all. The heaven rank martial skill contained an extremely strong pressure. According to her current realm and strength, she couldn't comprehend it at all. Every time she finished reading it, it was as if there was a hand that forcefully erased those things from her mind. Moreover, after Chu Liyue tried a few times, she felt a little tired. She knew that this was the result of her forceful actions, so she didn't continue. She turned her gaze back to the 3 big words in front of her. God-stunning technique, she muttered softly. She had to leave here today. She had to think of a way as soon as possible. She really couldn't give up on the heaven rank martial skill in front of her. She looked at her hand and suddenly had a question. How did she summon this god-stunning technique just now? Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in her dantian. Chu Liyue was slightly shocked. A water droplet appeared on her fingertip. That water droplet quickly changed, and then turned into a piece of transparent, incomplete paper. The contents on the last wall were clearly reflected on it. Digression. A wave of action was about to come. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 356. The stars on the transparent remnant page shone brightly, and it actually flickered along with the words on the wall. Then that thing flew back to Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue looked over, and when she saw what was on it, she immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The content on the transparent remnant page was exactly the same as on the last wall. Every character, even every glimmer, was exactly the same. The size of this transparent remnant page was probably not even 1% of the wall, but when Chu Liyue looked at it, for some reason, she felt that those characters were reflected on the transparent remnant page, and they were still clearly visible, and even seemed a little small and empty. It was just a transparent remnant page, but Chu Luiyue felt that it seemed to contain a huge space that could accommodate everything. Chu Luiyue stretched out her hand, and the transparent remnant page flew back into her hand. She lowered her eyes and looked at it carefully. She saw that every character was clearly written on it. She opened her mouth, but was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. This transparent remnant page was actually a complete copy of the Heaven Tier martial skill on the last wall. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Chu Luiyue wouldn't have believed what was happening. A Heaven Tier martial skill was such a powerful and sacred existence, yet it was so easily copied. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Everything in front of her had not disappeared. She couldn't help but look at the wall again, but there was no change. In the next moment, her palm turned cold, and the remnant page turned back into a water droplet and returned to her dantian. Then, Chu Luiyue clearly felt that there was something extra in her mind. It was a Heaven Tier martial skill. Even though she was still unable to comprehend it, it truly existed in her body. This can be done? Chu Luiyue couldn't help but mutter. She only knew that the water droplet in her dantian contained an extremely vast power, and every time she encountered danger, it could save her life. But who would have thought that it could actually help her copy a Heaven Tier martial skill? No, it should be said that a Heaven Tier martial skill could actually be copied. That's not a copy. That's the power of the heavenly Tao that it contains forcefully taken away. The three-eyed eagle suddenly opened its mouth. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment. What? The three-eyed eagle said slowly, "Take a look again." Chu Luiyue looked at the last wall again. There's nothing changed. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt that something was amiss. The characters on it didn't change, but the overall feeling was indeed different. It was as if it had lost the indescribable sense of holiness and vastness from before. All that was left was a bunch of messy characters. The three large silver words floating in front of her gradually dissipated and finally disappeared without a trace. The reason why it is the Heaven Tier martial skill, the Heavenly Tao. Now that this power has been taken away by you, the things left here have become completely useless. Without the guidance of the Heavenly Tao, other cultivators won't be able to comprehend it even if they continue to look at it for 100 years. Chu Luiyue was enlightened. I see. In that case, the so-called power of the Heavenly Tao is equivalent to the soul of a Heaven Tier martial skill? Without this, the Heaven Tier martial skill is equivalent to being dead? Looks like you're not that stupid. The three-eyed eagle said coldly. Chu Luiyue didn't care about the three-eyed eagle's mockery. She was very tactful that it could tell her this. After pondering for a moment, she continued to ask, "If I leave now and take the things with me, will others notice the abnormality here?" The three-eyed eagle sneered with undisguised arrogance. "Of course. In my God realm, everything is under my control. Even if you leave, no one will notice any changes here. Unless he's an expert who can comprehend a Heaven Tier martial skill." Chu Luiyue felt slightly relieved. There shouldn't be such an existence in Tai Yen Academy. She nodded. "Then let's go now." When Chu Luiyue came out of the library, it was almost noon. The two people in charge of guarding the door had lost a lot of weight after this period of torment. They looked very haggard. Therefore, when they saw Chu Luiyue walking out, their mouths were wide open in shock. "Chu, Chu, Chu." The two of them stuttered for a long time and only pointed at Chu Luiyue with trembling fingers. Chu Luiyue looked up at the blue sky and exhaled softly. Then she said to the two of them, "I came out early." The two of them were shocked and couldn't believe it. Really? Chu Luiyue could have stayed in there for a month. Now, it's only been 10 days and she's planning to end it? Chu Luiyue tilted her head and swept her gaze across the pile of books beside the two of them. "Are these the books that record the books I've read?" The two of them instinctively nodded. When they saw Chu Luiyue's seemingly smiling face, they suddenly recovered their senses and lowered their heads in embarrassment. They knew very well how many books Chu Luiyue had read. She had cleaned out the entire second floor and read quite a few books on the third and fourth floors. Even if she leaves now, she's read enough. If she really stays for a month, she'll probably destroy the entire library. Why? I'll go get Elder Emotsang now. One of them hurriedly left. Chu Luiwei didn't mind and waited at the same spot. 10 days have passed. I wonder what's the situation on Mu Qinghe's side. Country Yaochen, Imperial City, Palace. Emperor Zhouwen's face was terrifyingly dark as he stared at the Empress in front of him. I'll ask you again. Where's Rongzhen? The Empress was very anxious and anxiously explained. Your Majesty, let me explain. Hua. Emperor Zhouwen suddenly swept the things on the table beside him to the floor and angrily said, I'm asking you. Where's Rongzhen now? The Empress was so frightened that she shivered. Her legs turned to jelly, and she knelt on the floor as tears streamed down her face. Your Majesty, I don't know where Rongzhen is. Emperor Zhouwen was so angry that his face turned green. Because of country Xing Luo's matters, he didn't have the time to care about Rongzhen. After Rongjin left with the others, he then remembered that he hadn't seen Rongzhen for quite some time. Thinking that Rongzhen didn't come out on such an important day, Emperor Zhouwen felt that she was a little insensible. Hence, he personally went to her bedroom to teach her a lesson. The Empress stopped him a few times, which made him even more suspicious. He directly ordered someone to break open the bedroom door. However, when he came in, he realized that Rongzhen wasn't here. He then realized that something was amiss and started to interrogate the Empress. At this point, Eunuch Min suddenly walked in from outside the door and whispered something into Emperor Zhouwen's ear. Emperor Zhouwen was shocked and furious as he harshly kicked the Empress's heart. Si Huijing, you've got guts. How dare you raise a secret guard? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 357. The Empress's heart skipped a beat. The matter was indeed exposed. She was anxious as she endured the pain in her chest and begged, Your Majesty, I don't have any intentions. Your Majesty, I don't have any other intentions. It's just for stability. After so many years, only Si Meng, you still dare to deny it. Emperor Zhouwen was furious, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. The Empress was shocked. Emperor Zhouwen had never been so angry at her. She actually knew that this matter had crossed Emperor Zhouwen's bottom line. It didn't matter if there was 1 or 10. The important thing was that Emperor Zhouwen had been kept in the dark about Si Meng's existence. This was equivalent to giving Emperor Zhouwen and the entire palace guards a loud slap. Speak. Where that traitor and Rongzhen now? The Empress cried and shook her head. Your Majesty, I really don't know. Si Meng died a few days ago, but Zhenzhen's whereabouts are still unknown. Emperor Zhouwen stared at her with deadly eyes and sneered. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? It's true. I've been in contact with him, but we suddenly stopped a few days ago. He's indeed dead. Your Majesty, I didn't lie to you. Emperor Zhouwen finally believed the Empress a little when he saw her like this, but the anger in his heart didn't decrease at all. We'll talk about whether he's dead or alive later. I want to know where Rongzhen is now. The Empress cried even more sorrowfully. Your Majesty, I've actually been secretly searching for Rongzhen these few days, but I didn't find any clues. I'm very worried, and I've been feeling uneasy these few days. Emperor Zhouwen couldn't hold it in and kicked her again. If you're really uneasy, you should have told me long ago. If I didn't find out myself today, how long were you planning to hide it for? You're already the Empress, and your son is the Crown Prince. What are you still not satisfied with? The Empress knelt on the floor. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were dirty. She looked very disheveled. Eunuch Min stood behind Emperor Zhouwen and was terrified when he saw this scene. He had served His Majesty for so many years, but he had never seen His Majesty hit the Empress. He was clearly furious today. He didn't dare to dissuade him. It was bad enough that the Empress hid Rongzhen's disappearance, but she actually kept secret guards. Wasn't this going against His Majesty? Once this matter was exposed, she might not be able to keep her position as the Empress. Men, take the Empress away. At the same time, summon Si Yi to the palace. He wanted to ask Si Yuji if the Si family was planning to rebel. The Empress raised her head abruptly, her face full of panic. Was His Majesty going to imprison her? How could that be? Once the news got out, she would definitely lose her position as the empress. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Please take into account that this concubine has served you for so many years and let this concubine off this time. And Rongjin, no matter how you want to punish this concubine will accept it. However, if the country of Xing Luo finds out about this, it will definitely have a huge impact on our marriage. The latter part of the sentence made Emperor Jiawen's heart waver. Not bad. Now that Rongjin is in country Xing Luo, his marriage with Situ Xingchen can be confirmed if everything goes well. But if this scandal gets out at this time, he stared at the empress with a heavy gaze, which made her feel weak. Si Huijing, you sure have a good plan. She must have calculated all of this long ago. She purposely made Rongjin her last shield. He clearly knew that she purposely dug a hole for him, but he still had to jump into it. The empress's pale lips trembled as she averted her gaze. She didn't dare to look at Emperor Jiawen or speak again. After some time, Emperor Jiawen coldly said, "Pass on my orders. The empress has contracted a serious illness and is bedridden. Concubine Gu will be in charge of the harem affairs for now." The empress's heart sank. His Majesty is going to imprison me and take away all of my rights. Your Majesty, Emperor Jiawen bent down and harshly pinched the empress's chin as he said word by word, "I'll send someone to Rongjin. When Rongjin's matter is settled and Rongjin's whereabouts are revealed, I'll deal with you." Then he flung his wrist and the empress fell to the ground. He turned around and left with big strides. Eunuch Min glanced at the empress and hurriedly followed him. The empress only heaved a sigh of relief when their figures completely disappeared. She suddenly took out something from her arms. Now, all of her hopes were placed on Rongjin. The matter of the marriage alliance must go smoothly. Country Xing Luo. The palace banquet to welcome Rongjin and the rest was in progress. Many people were toasting Rongjin in the palace, and it was very lively. The reason for this was that country Xing Luo's Emperor Mingzhen, Situ Chong, had just agreed to Rongjin's marriage proposal to Situ Xingchen. Both parties were officially in-laws. Situ Chong seemed to be very satisfied with Rongjin, and he even directly set the wedding date to be a month later. This made the crowd very confused. In the past, many aristocratic families had proposed to Situ Xingchen, but neither Situ Xingchen nor Situ Chong agreed. They originally thought that Situ Chong couldn't bear to part with his precious daughter, but they didn't expect him to directly agree once Rongjin came. Of course, everyone knew that this marriage was very important, and it must have been discussed beforehand. Now, it was just a formality. However, the crowd still couldn't figure out why it had to be Rongjin. According to rumors, the crown prince of country Yaochen didn't have a good reputation recently. What surprised everyone was that Elder Zhong Yi, who had just returned from Mingyue Tianshan, actually praised Rongjin. With him speaking, nobody dared to object. Thus, the matter of the marriage was successfully completed. Rongjin was really proud of being surrounded by the crowd. Looking at those people's jealous and envious gazes, he felt that he finally had an outlet to vent everything that he had suffered previously. With a face full of smiles, he toasted Situ Xingchen, who was sitting not far away. Situ Xingchen smiled and nodded gently, looking dignified and gentle. Rongjin was elated. "What's mine will eventually belong to me." Suddenly, his expression changed, and he smiled at the surrounding people. "I'm a little dizzy. I'll go out to take a breather." The crowd thought that he wanted to avoid the wine, so they laughed and didn't stop him. Rongjin hurriedly left the palace. Situ Xingchen squinted her eyes, stood up, and walked out of the palace. Rongjin walked to a secluded corner and took out a bell from his arms. At this point, the bell was vibrating, and the sound was very soft. However, Rongjin's face turned even uglier. Before he left, he especially left this twin bell behind. If Rongjin's matter was exposed, Mother would shake it. Did something happen on Mother's side? "Your Highness." A gentle voice sounded. "Digression, I'm so sleepy. I drank some coffee and it really refreshed me. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 358. Rongjin immediately hid the twin bell and turned around to look. It was Situ Xingchen, eldest princess. Why are you here? Rong Jin forced a smile and asked. Situ Xingqian didn't seem to notice his unnatural expression as she smiled gently. I just drank some wine and felt a little dizzy, so I wanted to come out for some fresh air. I didn't expect to meet you coincidentally. Rong Jin nodded perfunctorily as he was still thinking about Rong Zhen. Situ Xingqian glanced at him and asked uncertainly, Why do you look so serious? You seem to have something on your mind. Rong Jin hid his smile and said, Eldest princess, you're overthinking. Situ Xingqian's lips curved up into a smile, and her face blushed as if she were shy. The crown prince and I are already engaged, yet you still call me that. You're treating me like an outsider. If you don't mind, you can call me by my name. Rong Jin was a little surprised, but his heart skipped a beat when he saw the faint blush on Situ Xingqian's innocent face. Xingqian. Situ Xingqian nodded, and her voice was as gentle as the wind that brushed past Rong Jin's heart. If there's anything bothering you, you can talk to Xingqian about it. It won't be good if you keep it bottled up in your heart. Situ Xingqian's words seemed to have some magical power as Rong Jin couldn't help but let down his guard. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just some small matters. He slightly relaxed. Luckily, he had already settled his engagement with Situ Xingqian. If not, he really didn't know what kind of situation he would face when he returned. Situ Xingqian quietly looked at Rong Jin and acted like a patient listener. Rong Jin had drunk some wine, and he was a little tipsy. When Situ Xingqian looked at him with such a gaze, an impulse surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but blurt out some words. Actually, my younger sister is in some trouble. Situ Xingqian blinked. Fourth princess? Rong Jin nodded with a solemn expression. Fourth princess was fine when she was with Chu Liwei previously. Why is she in trouble now? Asked Situ Xingqian confusedly. However, Rong Jin was shocked. What did you say? You saw Rong Zhen and Chu Liwei together? Situ Xingqian nodded. Yeah. 2 days before I came back. Rong Jin quickly recalled the time and shockingly realized that it was when Rong Zhen went missing. He stepped forward, grabbed Situ Xingqian's shoulders, and anxiously asked, Why are you here? Where did you see them? Do you know what they were doing at the time? Panic flashed across Situ Xingqian's face as she looked down to hide the deep hatred in her eyes. Your Highness, you're hurting me. Rong Jin hurriedly let go. Sorry, I was a little agitated just now. Is what you said true? Situ Xingqian looked at him in shock as if she did not understand why he had such a huge reaction. That's right. That day, I was planning to return to the inn to pack my things when I saw Chu Liwei and the fourth princess leaving together. There was an old man following behind them. I was quite far away, so I couldn't see who he was. As for where they went, I'm not sure either. What's wrong? Is this important? Rong Jin's body trembled slightly, and he didn't say anything for a long time. The old man following them is most likely Si Meng. This means that Rong Zhen's disappearance really has something to do with Chu Liwei. Previously, his mother had mentioned it, but he did not think much of it. He only thought that his mother did not like Chu Liwei, so she purposely dragged her into this. Thinking about it now, perhaps mother was right. Rong Zhen and Chu Liwei did have a conflict between them. Since Si Meng was also there, it could be confirmed that Rong Zhen requested to leave the palace. It was very likely that she went to look for Chu Liwei first. According to her personality, she would definitely do such a thing. However, he did not expect that Chu Liwei would be unharmed, and Rong Zhen would disappear for no reason. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning crazily in his heart. Your Highness? Your Highness? Situ Xingqian called him twice with a worried look on her face. Rong Jin suddenly had an idea. Is Chu Liwei still at Tai Yen Academy? That's right. Why are you suddenly looking for her? Rong Jin was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, Xingqian, can I ask you for a favor? Situ Xingqian smiled slowly and gently said, Your Highness. Please go ahead. Elder Mo Tsang quickly arrived at the library. When he saw Chu Liwei standing there, his heart skipped a beat. He then believed that Chu Liwei was really planning to leave. When he first heard the news, he was still in disbelief. All the geniuses who won first place in the Qingjiao competition would make full use of the 1-month time limit. After all, it was a rare opportunity. However, Chu Luiwei only took 10 days. Elder Emotsang was surprised and elated. However, when he saw the stacks of books, his good mood was instantly shrouded in a layer of darkness. Even if Chu Luiwei only stayed here for 10 days, he read more than others could finish in a few months. Now, Elder Emotsang could only hope that Chu Luiwei only opened those books and did not read them in detail. Chu Luiwei, have you really decided to leave? Asked Elder Emotsang solemnly with one hand behind his back. Chu Luiwei smiled. Didn't you wish for this to happen a long time ago? Elder Emotsang snorted. Don't be too smug. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. Chu Luiwei did not take it to heart and smiled. Don't worry, Elder Emotsang. I understand that. Elder Emotsang sized Chu Luiwei up and thought to himself, for some reason, Chu Luiwei seems to be in a good mood today. Thinking about it carefully, anyone who got the chance to borrow so many books for free and even unlocked an Earth Stage Warrior Technique book would be overjoyed. On his way here, he had already confirmed that Chu Luiwei did not find any other Earth Stage Warrior Technique books after that day. This was considered a blessing in disguise. Since you've made up your mind, then, I'll bring you to the entrance of the academy. Tai Yin Academy had a strict barrier. If Chu Luiwei wanted to leave, she needed Elder Emotsang's permission. Chu Luiwei nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Emotsang. Elder Emotsang sneered in his heart. He did not fall for it and waved his sleeves. Let's go. Chu Luiwei did not mind Elder Emotsang's attitude and followed after him. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the academy one after another. Along the way, Elder Emotsang's face was cold and he did not say a word. Chu Luiwei was tactful and did not say anything. Anyway, she had already gotten what she wanted the most. These cold faces and sarcastic remarks were nothing to her. Elder Emotsang extended his hand and was about to open the barrier. Chu Luiwei stood at the side and waited quietly. Suddenly, a deep and cold voice sounded. You're not allowed to leave. Digression. Today, Xiaoxiang seemed to have delayed the mobile phone user's browsing experience again. A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 359. Upon hearing this voice, a cold glint flashed across Chu Luiwei's eyes. She then calmed herself down and looked back calmly. The person who spoke was Cheng Han. Director? Why are you here? Elder Emotsang was shocked. Cheng Han had been busy investigating Yang Jianqing and Heng Jingchua, so he hadn't shown up for a few days. He didn't expect to suddenly appear now. You said that you're not letting her go. Are you referring to Chu Luiwei? Cheng Han strode over with a serious face. That's right. Elder Emotsang was stunned. For a moment, he was at a loss. Didn't the director want Chu Luiwei to leave as soon as possible? Now that she's finally leaving, why isn't he letting her go? Director, what are you? Cheng Han stood 3 steps away from Chu Luiwei with a cold expression. Chu Luiwei, you know why I'm stopping you, right? Chu Luiwei's heart skipped a beat. Did he find out about the God-stunning technique? That shouldn't be the case. Cheng Han shouldn't be able to find out about this given his abilities. A polite smile appeared on her calm face. Director Cheng Han, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Cheng Han sneered. No one knows better than you what you've done. Rong Jin will be here soon. You should save your excuses for him. Rong Jin? Chu Luiwei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like it's not because of the God-stunning technique. But what does this have to do with Rong Jin? She knitted her brows slightly. From Cheng Han's point of view, Chu Luiwei's expression clearly showed her guilt and fear after being exposed. Seeing Cheng Han's gloating gaze, Chu Luiwei suddenly remembered something. If I remember correctly, Rong Jin should be in country Xingluo by now to marry Situ Xingqian. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard footsteps behind her. Cheng Han looked over and a long-awaited smile appeared on his face. Chu Luiwei turned around. Who else could it be other than Rong Jin who was walking in from the door? His expression was anxious and his footsteps were hurried. It was obvious that he had rushed over from somewhere. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Rong Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Along the way, he had been thinking about how to interrogate Chu Luiwei when he saw her, but now that he saw her in person, his mind suddenly went blank. In his heart, he was actually unwilling to confront Chu Luiyue face to face, but Chu Luiyue saw the struggle that flashed across Rong Jin's eyes, and he narrowed his eyes. Then, she saw Situ Xingqian behind Rong Jin. She was one step behind Rong Jin and seemed to have accompanied him here. When she looked up and saw Chu Luiyue, she was also shocked. Obviously, she did not expect to bump into her here. However, she quickly adjusted her expression. She nonchalantly shifted her gaze away and walked to Rong Jin's side. "Your Highness, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't be angry." Chu Luiyue raised her brows high. Since when did Situ Xingqian and Rong Jin become so close? They seem to have only met a few times, right? Rong Jin glanced at Situ Xingqian and nodded. "Don't worry. I know what to do." Chu Luiyue crossed her arms and was in deep thought. "I just entered the library to read for a few days, but many things seem to have happened outside. Director Cheng Han, thank you for stopping her for me." Rong Jin cupped his fists and bowed to Cheng Han. Cheng Han waved his hands. "It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. Xingqian told me that I must help you, so I naturally won't reject it." Rong Jin looked at Situ Xingqian gratefully. "Thank you." "Don't delay His Highness's work," said Situ Xingqian gently. Chu Luiyue finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. If she hadn't personally seen the cloud pattern on Situ Xingqian's clothes and how she looked when she faced Rong Xiu, she would have really thought that Situ Xingqian had a crush on Rong Jin. Other things aside, her acting skills are really good. Upon hearing this laugh, Rong Jin instinctively felt that Chu Luiyue was mocking him, and his face couldn't help but change. "Chu Luiyue, what are you laughing at?" Chu Luiyue shrugged his shoulders. "Nothing. Your Highness, why are you looking for me? Just tell me. Why do you have to make such a big fuss?" Rong Jin paused and asked in a low voice, "Is it Rong Jin's fault? Is Rong Jin's matter related to you?" Chu Luiyue's eyes sparkled. "What?" Upon seeing her reaction, Rong Jin's heart wavered. She really doesn't seem to know. However, Situ Xingqian clearly said that she saw Chu Luiyue and Rong Jin together. "I'm asking you, did you do something to Rong Jin previously?" A thought flashed across Chu Luiyue's mind. "I did this very secretly, so logically speaking, nobody should have noticed. However, the Empress might know that it was me. After all, the Empress most likely knows what Rong Jin did previously. It seems very normal for her to tell Rong Jin this guess. But why does Rong Jin look like he's very certain about this matter?" Chu Luiyue shook his head. "Your Highness, I really don't know what you're asking. Shouldn't the fourth princess be in country Yao Chen's palace now? Why are you finding trouble with me?" Rong Jin finally couldn't hold it in as he stepped forward and suppressed his voice. "Don't pretend anymore. You must be behind Rong Jin's disappearance. Someone saw her with you before she went missing." Chu Luiyue blinked, and his clear eyes were enveloped in a faint layer of confusion. The fourth princess went missing? When did this happen? Upon seeing her expression, Rong Jin suddenly hesitated. Does Chu Luiyue really not know? Chu Luiyue's gaze turned slightly, and he looked at Situ Xingqian with interest. She thought that she knew how Rong Jin found out. "Eldest Princess, may I ask, was it you who told His Highness the Crown Prince that you saw me with the fourth princess?" Situ Xingqian bit her lips and knitted her brows, looking very pitiful. "He did see you. I'm sorry, I didn't know that the fourth princess went missing. I just said it unintentionally when His Highness asked." "You didn't do it on purpose?" Chu Luiyue's lips slowly curved up. "Very good." This one sentence easily turned his suspicions into certainty. Rong Jin's disappearance was indeed related to her. However, she didn't remember when she was with Rong Jin. Before leaving the imperial city, she didn't even show her face. Situ Xingqian was lying. "Chu Luiyue, what else do you have to say now?" Seeing that Chu Luiyue didn't say anything for a while, Rong Jin thought that she was guilty, so he spoke again. After pausing for a moment, he continued. "I know that Rong Jin isn't dead yet. As long as you hand her over, I promise that I won't kill you." Chu Luiyue coldly glanced at him. "Your Highness, are you going to convict me based on her one-sided words?" Digression, there's one more update later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveWeb. Chapter 360. Of course not. As long as you can produce evidence to prove that you didn't do it, no one will make things difficult for you, said Rongjin. Chu Liuyue's lips curved up slightly. This means that I have to find a way to prove my innocence to clear my name when others slander me and pour dirty water on me? However, I don't know how to prove something that I didn't do. Rongjin was speechless. Actually, if he wasn't worried about his and his mother's future situation, he wouldn't want to force Chu Liyue like this. After all, Rongjin's disappearance had already been exposed, and his father definitely knew about Si Meng's existence. According to his understanding of his father, the latter point might be more serious than the former. Now, he could only think of a way to find Rongjin to salvage the situation. Isn't this just your side of the story? I can't believe it completely either. If you're not guilty, follow me back to the imperial city now. Clarify things in front of father and mother personally. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue moved her feet lightly and easily avoided his actions. Rongjin was stunned. Chu Liyue's cultivation level was lower than his, but she was clearly stronger than him now. This made him feel even worse, and he felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. When he was with Situ Xingqian, he didn't feel this way. Thinking of this, he became a little impatient. But, are you guilty? Before Chu Liyue could speak, Cheng Han said coldly, "You've already left the library." "Anyway, you've already left the library. Isn't it just nice to go back with Rongjin?" Rongjin was secretly shocked. Chu Liyue actually only stayed here for such a short period of time? But if that's the case, it's even better. The few of them focused their gazes on Chu Liyue, clearly wanting her to agree to this suggestion. Chu Liyue's gaze turned cold. She hated it when people forced her to do things, especially when this person was someone she detested. What if I don't agree? Once she said that, the surrounding atmosphere instantly froze. Country Yaochen, Imperial Study. Rongqi stood outside the door, looking anxious. Eunuch Min, I'll have to trouble you to inform him again. This prince really has something important to report to Imperial Father. Eunuch Min looked troubled. Your Highness King Ping, it's not that I don't want to help you, but there's really no way to help you. His Majesty had lost his temper this time, and he was still angry. If you go in now, not only will you not be able to help the Empress, you will make things more troublesome. Listen to my advice and go back first. When His Majesty is in a better mood, it won't be too late for you to plead for leniency. Rongqi frowned. Eunuch Min, why don't you believe me? This prince really didn't come here to plead for Imperial Mother. She really had something important to tell Imperial Father. If we delay any longer, the consequences will be unimaginable. Eunuch Min still refused to agree and kept persuading him. Now that the Empress was under house arrest, the fourth princess was missing and the crown prince was far away in Xingluo country, only the fifth prince, Rongqi, was left. Under such circumstances, how could he not come here for the Empress and the rest? Seeing that Eunuch Min refused to help no matter what, Rongqi finally panicked and shouted at the study. Imperial Father, I have something important to report. I beg you to let your son in. Eunuch Min was scared out of his wits and hurriedly went forward to stop him. Oh my, Your Highness King Ping, what are you doing? If you disturb His Majesty, what do you think we should do? Please stop shouting. Rongqi refused to listen and shouted even louder. Eunuch Min complained incessantly. This prince usually looked like he was not very capable, but he could cause so much trouble when he caused a ruckus. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and persuade King Ping. Eunuch Min hurriedly urged the palace servants beside him to stop him. It was nothing to offend Rongqi, but if he angered His Majesty at this time, he would be courting death. Rongqi was quickly lifted up by the palace servants and taken away. He was anxious and finally could not help but shout. Imperial Father! Imperial Father! I know where Zhen is. Eunuch Min was shocked. The next moment, Emperor Zhouen's voice was heard from the study. Come in. The palace servants hurriedly let go of Rongqi. Rongqi tidied up his appearance and harshly glared at the crowd before entering the study. Once he entered, he saw Emperor Zhouen sitting there and looking at him sternly. He couldn't help but tremble, and the arrogance he had before instantly dissipated. Imperial Father, where is Rong Zhen? Asked Emperor Jiawen straightforwardly. Rong Qi hurriedly explained. Imperial Father, actually, I'm not sure yet. But, don't be angry. However, I already know who hid Rong Zhen. As long as we catch that person, we can definitely find Rong Zhen. He stuttered as he spoke, and his forehead was filled with sweat. Fortunately, he had already said what his mother had instructed him to do. Emperor Jiawen leaned forward and enunciated every word clearly. Who is it? Rong Qi pressed his lips against each other and said a name without hesitation. Chu Luwe. Chu Ning had just finished his work. He closed his eyes and rubbed his glabella. He looked tired, but the corners of his lips could not help but curl up. Calculating the time, today is the day that you, should be back. I have to go back earlier today. Lord Chu Ning. Lord Chu Ning. Bad news. A subordinate hurriedly ran over with a face full of panic. Chu Ning opened his eyes and knitted his brows. What's wrong? His Majesty ordered us to search your residence. They're almost at your residence now. Chu Ning suddenly stood up. What? Digression, everyone, sleep early. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 361. Get in. Search the place thoroughly inside and out. Don't miss a single corner. Yes. With Lu Yun's order, the guards immediately rushed forward, intending to knock down the door of the Chu residence. When Chu Ning arrived, he happened to see this scene. Lu Yun. He immediately yelled out. How dare you? Lu Yun looked back and saw Chu Ning hurrying over with a group of people. Not only was there not the slightest trace of panic on his face, he even revealed a gloating smile. Oh, isn't this Lord Chu Ning? You're busy with government affairs. Why are you suddenly here in broad daylight? Chu Ning quickly stepped forward with a cold expression. This is my residence. Let's see who dares to barge in. When he spoke, he contained the powerful aura of a stage 5 warrior, immediately causing Lu Yun to feel a tightness in his chest. Even the guards standing at the door were fearful. They couldn't help but stop and look at each other. Lu Yun was annoyed and the smile on his face gradually faded. Lord Chu Ning, what are you doing? I'm here today on His Majesty's orders. If you really want to stop me, you're defying the orders. Chu Ning stared at him coldly. I naturally don't dare to defy His Majesty's orders. But even if you want to search, you have to give a reason, right? After all, I'm the commander of the Imperial Guards. I'm sorry, Lord Chu Ning. We're just following orders. If you really want to know the reason, why don't you find His Majesty personally? Lu Yun snorted and waved his hand. Continue. Yes. Chu Ning was about to step forward when Zhao Ming suddenly persuaded in a low voice. Lord, you must calm down. This time, they're here on His Majesty's orders. If this matter blows up, it won't do you any good. His Majesty might even think that Chu Ning was defying the orders. Chu Ning took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. All right, since that's the case, I'll see what you can find. He had never done anything wrong, so naturally he wasn't afraid of this. But why did His Majesty suddenly act like this? Lu Yun saw Chu Ning lowering his head and felt smug. During this period of time, Lu Yao had been harmed miserably by the Chu family. The worst ones were Chu Ning and Chu Luiwe. If they hadn't deliberately stirred up trouble, Lu Yao would still be in control of the Chu clan's finances. How could they have fallen to the point where they were hated by everyone? He wasn't on good terms with Lu Yao, but Lu Yao was still a member of the Lu family. Her reputation was ruined, and the Lu family was implicated as well. More importantly, she still had to go back and ask the Lu family for money to fill those holes. He was dissatisfied with Lu Yao, and even more resentful of Chu Ning and his daughter. Now that he had a chance to deal with them, he would definitely not miss it. The door was slammed open. Numerous guards swarmed in. Lu Yun flashed a provocative smile at Chu Ning, then stepped inside. Chu Ning frowned and followed closely behind. The group of people had already spread out, quickly and violently searching the courtyard and rooms. Lu Yun stood in the middle of the courtyard, hands behind his back, issuing orders without pause. That room. Go in and look for it. And the one next to him. We've searched thoroughly. Did someone go to the backyard? If you find anything out of the ordinary, report it immediately. Chu Ning was standing not far away. She clearly saw those people throwing out many things from his bedroom. Mattresses, bookshelves, clothes. Even things like tea sets, brushes, and ink were thrown on the ground outside. Many things were broken, and the floor was in a mess. Lu Yun turned around to look at Chu Ning. When he saw the latter's ugly expression, he couldn't help but move closer and persuade him proudly. Lord Chu Ning, don't be angry. This is His Majesty's decree. Instead of being angry, why don't you think about what your precious daughter has done? Chu Ning's gaze sharpened as he stared at Lu Yun. What did you say? Lu Yun shrugged nonchalantly. Chu Ning's brows furrowed even tighter. He never thought that this matter had something to do with you. What did you do for His Majesty to issue such an order? While he was thinking, he suddenly saw those people about to rush into Chu Liyue's room. How dare you? Chu Ning shouted sternly. In a flash, he appeared in front of those people. Lu Yun raised his brows. Oh, Lord Chu Ning, are you really going against His Majesty? Chu Ning's gaze swept across the crowd as he enunciated each word clearly. You can search if you want, but if you dare to damage anything in here, don't blame me for being merciless. His aura was extremely strong, and coupled with his stern voice, it made everyone fearful. Even Lu Yun couldn't help but shudder as he forced himself to speak. Didn't you hear me? Be careful. Chu Ning finally moved aside after hearing his words. Those people no longer had the excitement from before, and they walked in carefully. Chu Ning stood at the door, his gaze like a sharp blade scraping back and forth between them. Lu Yun felt very aggrieved, but he also knew that if he angered Chu Ning, he wouldn't have a good ending. Thus, he could only swallow his anger. When they found something, he would definitely ask His Majesty to punish Chu Ning severely. Chu Ning stared at these people's movements as he kept thinking about why His Majesty suddenly did this. I went to Taiyan Academy 10 days ago and hadn't been home during this period. What were they looking for here? Just as Chu Ning was puzzled, someone suddenly shouted from outside, Master, Lord Lu. Found it. Chu Ning was shocked and immediately turned around. He saw a guard suddenly run over from the backyard and quickly rushed to Lu Yun, presenting the item in his hands. Lord Lu, please take a look. Lu Yun picked up the hairpin and took a closer look. His expression changed, and he sneered at Chu Ning. Lord Chu Ning, the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? Chu Ning quickly walked over. What are you talking about? Lord Chu Ning, why are you acting dumb? Lu Yun raised the hairpin in his hands and sneered. This hairpin is the fourth princess's accessory, but it has now appeared in your backyard. Are you still going to deny it? Chu Ning was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood. Fourth Princess Rongzhen went missing, and His Majesty even put the Empress under house arrest because of it. Not many people knew about this, but as the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief, he was well aware of it. And now, the missing fourth princess's accessory had been found in their house. Are you suspecting that you hid the fourth princess? Chu Ning blurted out. It's not a suspicion. Now that we have evidence, it's a fact. Lu Yun put away the hairpin and looked at him mockingly. Lord Chu Ning, please come with us. Prince Li's mansion. Rong Xiao was taking a nap on a rattan chair when Yu quickly ran over. Your Highness, Lord Chu Ning has been arrested. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 362. Rong Xiao opened his eyes, and there seemed to be ripples in the depths of his eyes. When did this happen? Just an hour ago. Lu Yun brought people to the Chu family to search and found fourth princess Rongzhen's hairpin. They confirmed that Ms. Lu Yu hid the fourth princess. As Ms. Lu Yu hasn't returned yet, they brought Lord Chu Ning away. They should be in the palace by now. Umo quickly explained the situation. He glanced at his master's expression and asked tentatively, What's the matter? Master, what do you think we should do now? Rong Xiao's thin red lips curved up into a perfect arc with some laziness. However, the corners of his eyes and brows were cold like the chill of spring. They sure know how to choose the time. Umo was dazed before he reacted. Now that Chu Luiwei isn't in the imperial city, they'll definitely interrogate Chu Ning. In addition, they've found the so-called evidence, so they'll be even more confident. Chu Ning might suffer a lot. Now that Mu Qinghe is still in the imperial city, even if Chu Luiwei comes back, they won't dare to do anything to him. However, they can still make Chu Luiwei suffer if they target Chu Ning. You're saying that they're planning to take this opportunity to take revenge? Rong Xiu lightly said. Rong Xiu is missing. Si Meng is exposed, and the Empress is in danger. Naturally, they won't give up this opportunity. To the Empress, it wasn't important whether she could find Rong Zhen or not. The important thing was to find out who hid Rong Zhen. It was obvious that they were planning to push all the blame to Chu Luiwei. This way, part of Emperor Jiawen's anger would definitely be transferred to Chu Luiwei. Even if Chu Luiwei had Mu Qinghe's relationship and Emperor Jiawen wouldn't dare to do anything to him, it would still be beneficial for the Empress and the rest to escape punishment. Umo worriedly asked, why? In that case, aren't they planning to bite Ms. Luiwei and Lord Chu Ning to death? Rong Xiu's smile turned cold. That's why there's that hairpin. Umo sucked in a cold breath. You're saying, A low and angry roar was suddenly heard. Umo looked up and saw a strong white lion suddenly appear in front of him. It was Xue Xue. There was a fire in its icy blue eyes. Rong Xiu glanced at it, and Xue Xue walked over and lay beside his feet. Since the Empress wants to make a fuss, let's let her. Fourth princess must be lonely and scared recently. You should go and play with her later. Rong Xiu's voice was as cold and low as usual. His last syllable was slightly raised with a hint of laziness. Xue Xue of master, Xue Xue. Xue Xue licked its claws unwillingly. That Rong Zhen was dirty, smelly, and only knew how to squeak. It really hated her. Unfortunately, it didn't dare to disobey its master's orders. Sigh, I miss someone so much. Thinking of this, Xue Xue lifted her head and looked at Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu glanced at it. No. Xue Xue's huge head shook and moved closer, as if trying to act cute. Rong Xiu's voice was slightly cold. She played with you for a long time last time, right? Seems like you think it's too much? Xue Xue's body stiffened. He had actually been discovered. Didn't it just let Chu Luiwei accompany it in the forest for a while? It had not seen her for a long time. Xue Xue stood up and left resentfully. Umo glanced at it and actually felt that its huge and muscular back revealed a trace of sadness. He coughed and retracted his gaze. Master, about Lord Chu Ning. Third brother doesn't seem to be doing anything recently, Rong Xiu suddenly said. Umo was dazed and nodded. Yes. His Majesty hasn't let the third prince leave the imperial city. Everyone thinks that he wants to take over the third prince's military power, so there aren't many people who interact with him. Rong Xiu picked up the book beside him and casually flipped it open. That's good too. Did the Northwest Army get in touch with him? According to your instructions, everything is going smoothly. Besides, the third prince doesn't know about this. Umo was confused as he spoke. Your Highness, aren't you worried that you're helping the third prince like this? Rong Jiu has military power in his hands. If things continue to develop, nobody knows what Rong Jiu will do. The Empress and the Crown Prince should be worried. Rong Xiu flipped open a page of the book and seemed to be unconcerned about this. Go and tell third brother about the fourth princess. Palace. Emperor Jiawen sat at the head of the table while the Empress sat at the side. She was holding the hairpin that Lu Yun found as tears streamed down her face. This is indeed Zhen Zhen's. I gave it to her on her 13th birthday. Her nickname is engraved on it, so there's no doubt about it. Poor Zhen. I've let her down. Emperor Jiawen stared at Chu Ning sternly. Chu Ning, what else do you have to say? Chu Ning lifted his sleeves and knelt on the floor. Your Majesty is wise. I really don't know where this hairpin came from. I also don't know where the fourth princess is now. However, I can use my life to guarantee that this has nothing to do with you. Emperor Jiawen was also very conflicted. He knew what kind of person Chu Ning was. Since he was willing to swear, it meant that he really believed that Chu Luiwei didn't do it. But How could he explain the hairpin? Lord Chuning, take it that I'm begging you. Just tell His Majesty and this consort where Zhenzhen is right now. The Empress looked at Chuning with tears all over her face as if she was heartbroken. As long as she's fine, I won't pursue the other matters. Chuning's face tensed up. Your Majesty, I won't admit to anything that I didn't do. The Empress's eyes turned, and she wiped her tears as she tried to ask. Then, is it possible that Chu Luiwei did it, but you don't know about it? Chuning looked at her coldly. Your Majesty, do you want me to identify my daughter as the culprit behind the kidnapping of the fourth princess? I didn't mean that. Zhenzhen has been missing for a few days, and His Majesty and I are very worried. I don't want to think this way, but this hairpin really can't be denied. Emperor Zhou kept quiet for a long time before he said, That's right. Why don't we wait for Chu Luiwei to come back from Taiyan Academy before we interrogate him together? The Empress quickly gave Rong Qi, who was at the side, a look. Rong Qi immediately said, Father, you mustn't. If Chu Luiwei really did it, then Lord Chuning will definitely find a way to cover it up. Why don't we lock him up first and interrogate him strictly? This way, we won't have to be afraid that Chu Luiwei won't tell the truth when he comes back. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows. The Empress immediately scolded him. How can you treat Lord Chuning like this before the verdict is out? Rong Qi said aggrievedly, I'm doing this for Zhenzhen. Emperor Jiawen thought for a long time and finally said, Guards, lock Chuning up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 363. Your Majesty, the third prince wishes to see you. The announcement was suddenly heard. Everyone in the palace was shocked. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows. Tell him that I'm busy and ask him to wait in the imperial study. Eunuch Min wiped the sweat off his forehead. Your Majesty, the third prince said that he must see you immediately. Emperor Jiawen's face turned even uglier as he slammed the table. He's getting more and more brazen. The matters in the past 2 days had already made him very frustrated, and he didn't expect Rong Jiu to join in the fun. Rong Jiu has always been well-behaved in the imperial city. Why is he suddenly like this? Eunuch Min shuddered and wanted to cry. Your Majesty, the third prince said that he came today because of the fourth princess. Oh? Emperor Jiawen was a little surprised as he knitted his brows. He doesn't have much contact with Zhenzhen. What happened today? At the side, the Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she felt uneasy. The last time Rong Jin was grounded was because Rong Jiu complained to His Majesty. I wonder what he's up to today. She worriedly persuaded him. Your Majesty, we shouldn't air our dirty linen in public. It's better not to blow up Zhenzhen's disappearance, right? It's better for the royal family and Zhenzhen to investigate. If the third prince is involved, it won't be easy. Emperor Jiawen thought for a moment and shook his head. Rong Jiu has always been calm. Since he dares to come, he must know something. As he spoke, he raised his hand at Eunuch Min, let him in. Eunuch Min hurriedly went outside the palace and invited Rong Jiu in. The Empress secretly bit her lips, and for some reason, she became even more nervous. Very quickly, Rong Jiu walked in with big strides. He had been on the battlefield for many years. Even though he was only 20 years old and younger than Rong Jin, he had a strong physique and a strong aura around him. Even though he was wearing a robe, it couldn't hide his general's murderous aura. This was the aura that one would only have after experiencing a life-and-death battle on the battlefield. Rong Jiu's gaze quickly swept across the palace, and it paused on the Empress especially for a moment. The Empress's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly looked away. Your son greets Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Rong Jiu stood still in the palace, cupped his fists, and bowed to Emperor Jiuwen and the Empress. Emperor Jiuwen didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. There's no need to be so formal. You said earlier that you knew some news about Rongzhen. Is that true? Rong Jiu nodded. This son requests an audience with Imperial Father today precisely because of this. Emperor Jiuwen sat up straight. Speak. Rong Jiu's gaze landed on Chuning. When I was outside, I heard that Imperial Father was planning to imprison Lord Chuning. Emperor Jiawen was confused, but he didn't deny it. That's right. Rongjio shook his head. Imperial Father, you mustn't do this. You've wrongly accused Lord Chuning. I can confirm that Lord Chuning has nothing to do with this matter. Once she said that, not only Emperor Jiwen and the Empress, but even Chuning was shocked. Rongjio actually came to speak up for me? Chuning quickly recalled in his mind. He didn't seem to have much interaction with the third prince. At such a critical moment, anyone who gets involved will be in trouble. Others can't wait to avoid it, so why is he? Rongjio, do you know what you're saying? Emperor Jiawen's expression instantly became stern, and his voice was filled with authority. Rongjio's expression didn't change. I know. In actual fact, not only Lord Chuning, but even Chu Luiyue also has nothing to do with this matter. The Empress finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Third Prince, do you know that Lu Yun has already found Zhen's hairpin in Chuning's house? The evidence is conclusive, and you can't deny it. Why are you speaking up for Chuning and his daughter like this? Rongjio revealed a meaningful smile as he looked at the Empress and slowly said, Her Majesty, did Rongjin really drop that hairpin in Lord Chuning's house? The Empress's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? I heard that Lord Lu Yun brought people to search back then, and Lord Chuning's family. Everyone knows that after severing ties with the Chu family, Lord Chuning and Chu Luiyue have been living in a new mansion. They didn't even hire any servants. During the search, only Lord Chuning was there. If someone purposely brought this hairpin over and lied about finding it there, who would discover it? Even if Lord Chuning had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he can't keep an eye on everyone, right? Emperor Jiawen's expression changed slightly. Rongjio's words did make sense. The Empress secretly tightened her grip on the chair's armrest. Third Prince, this hairpin was found in the backyard. Many guards at that time can testify. Could it be that they are all lying? Rongjio paused and suddenly asked, Her Majesty, may I know if the hairpin in your hand is the one you found in Lord Chuning's house? The Empress was flustered by his words, so she nodded subconsciously when she heard him ask this. Yes, this is it. That's it. Rongjio's expression became even more thought-provoking. This hairpin is exquisite and very eye-catching. Even if I'm standing here, I can still see it from such a distance. I wonder if Lord Chuning and Chu Luiyue are blind. That's why they couldn't see this hairpin and purposely left it in the yard. The Empress retorted in a panic. Perhaps Chu Luiyue was too flustered back then, so she didn't notice it. After all, the yard is very big. She can't see every corner. Her Majesty, you said that this hairpin was found in the backyard, and many guards saw it with their own eyes. Why are you talking about corners now? Rongjio's nonchalant words made the Empress stop talking. The entire palace suddenly fell into dead silence. Chuning's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, I was in the front yard back then, and the guards were in the backyard. I really didn't see them find the hairpin. Emperor Jiwen stared at the Empress, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Empress, what else do you want to say? I just made a slip of the tongue. The Empress hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, I've been in the palace all this while and never went out. I also didn't see the scene back then, so I naturally don't know what happened. I just made a slip of the tongue. Rongjio lightly glanced at her in a seemingly smiling manner. Her Majesty, it seems like this matter really has nothing to do with you. Of course not. Zhen is my daughter. Now that she's missing, I'm naturally the most anxious. Hatred flashed across the Empress's eyes. Now, she could tell that Rongjio came here today to drag her down completely. She looked up and anxiously looked at Emperor Jiwen. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Sidu Xingqian personally saw that Zhen was with Chu Luiyue before she went missing. I can testify. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 364. This sentence was no different from a sudden clap of thunder, suddenly exploding. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Even Rongjio knitted his brows slightly. Emperor Jiwen asked in a low voice, Why are you here? Are you telling the truth? Sidu Xingqian really said that? The Empress nodded repeatedly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sidu Xingqian. Chu Ning suddenly said, "Your Majesty, where did you hear this from?" "Of course, Situ Xingqian said it herself." At this point, the Empress couldn't care less and could only confess that she had been communicating with Rong Jin. Situ Xingqian told Rong Jin about this, and Rong Jin told her about it. "I know I'm in the wrong, but Rong Jin did it for Rong Zhen." "Your Majesty!" Emperor Jiawen felt his head hurt. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Everyone had their own version of the story, and what they said differed greatly. Someone must be lying, but he couldn't immediately tell. Seeing that Emperor Jiawen's expression wavered for a moment, the Empress immediately said, "Don't worry. Your Majesty, Situ Xingqian already knows about Rong Zhen's disappearance. This time, she plans to come back with Rong Jin to help find Rong Zhen. Why don't we wait for them to come back and confront each other?" Emperor Jiawen disagreed. Chu Luiwei is going to Taiyan Academy for a month, and only 1/3 of the time has passed. If we keep waiting for her, Rong Zhen, Your Majesty, will be back soon. She said earlier that she would only be gone for 10 days, Chu Ning said. These words surprised the others. Chu Luiwei only stayed for 10 days for such a rare opportunity? Emperor Jiawen kept quiet for a while and finally decided. Since that's the case, let's wait for them to return and ask them together. The Empress finally heaved a sigh of relief. Her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. With Situ Xingqian as a witness, Chu Luiwei definitely can't escape this time. At that time, even if she didn't die, she would still make her lose a layer of skin. Imperial Father is wise. This way, they would definitely be able to find Rong Zhen as soon as possible, and Lord Chu Ning wouldn't be wronged for no reason. Lord Chu Ning has always been loyal to you. It wouldn't be good if Lord Chu Ning's feelings were hurt because of some misunderstanding, said Rong Jio as he cupped his fists. The hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew that the so-called misunderstanding was caused by the Empress. Emperor Jiawen's gaze became much darker. All of you can leave first. The Empress stayed. Chu Ning walked out of the palace and thanked Rong Jio solemnly. Thank you for your help this time, Third Prince. Otherwise, he might really be locked up. Rong Jio looked nonchalant. Lord Chu Ning, there's no need to be so polite. I'm helping you because I'm helping myself. Chu Ning was taken aback. He did not expect Rong Jio to be so honest. Of course, he could guess Rong Jio's purpose for coming here today. From start to end, Rong Jio only targeted one person, the Empress. Especially the words he said just before he left the hall, it gave the Empress a push. The reason why Rong Jio did this was most likely because his birth mother, noble Lady Ying, was harmed by the Empress back then. Even though this matter wasn't conclusive and there was no evidence, Chu Ning was in the limelight back then and was highly regarded by Emperor Jiawen. Thus, he more or less knew some things. Looking at Rong Jio's appearance, he clearly came prepared. No matter what, I have to thank you, Third Prince. I'll definitely repay this favor in the future. Rong Jio did not seem to care. The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. Chu Ning hesitated for a while and decided to return to his residence first. Previously, Lu Yun brought so many people and turned the house into a mess, so he had to hurry back to clean it up. If Yu saw this, she would definitely be very worried. In the end, Chu Luiwei did not return with Rong Jin and the rest. She only used one sentence to dissuade Rong Jin from stopping her. I've already arranged a time to go back with Vice Admiral Mu. Whoever delays it will be responsible. Rong Jin had just gotten married to Situ Xingqian and was in the prime of his success. He originally wanted to show off his authority as the crown prince in front of Chu Luiwei, but it was a pity that he was not completely blinded by it. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. Thus, he could only sullenly give way to Chu Luiwei. As for Situ Xingqian, she did not say much from start to end and stayed out of the matter. It was as if she had forgotten that Rong Jin only came to find trouble with Chu Luiwei after hearing what she said. Chu Luiwei returned to the imperial city very quickly and successfully. The moment he reached home, the door was opened from the inside before Chu Luiwei could even knock on the door. The person standing at the door was Chu Ning. When Chu Luiwei saw him, he was elated and shocked. Father, why are you home? It's not a day off today. Chu Ning first sized her up and made sure that she was fine before he heaved a sigh of relief. Yeah, it's good that you're back safely. I have something to ask you. The father-daughter duo returned to the house together. Chu Ning told Chu Luiwei everything that happened previously. Does the fourth princess's disappearance have anything to do with you? Asked Chu Ning uncertainly. Chu Luiwei smiled, and his eyes curved into crescents. Didn't you say it in front of His Majesty? You said that you believed that I didn't do it. Since you said so, this naturally has nothing to do with me. Chu Ning then heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I heard from the Empress that Situ Xingqian saw you with Rongzhen, so I was a little worried. With Situ Xingqian's status, her words carried a lot of weight. He believed in his daughter, but the development of the matter seemed to be a little out of control. Chu Luiwei smiled nonchalantly. I know about this. Before I came back, Rongjin wanted me to take responsibility for Rongzhen's disappearance because he heard Situ Xingqian talk about this. Chu Ning knitted his brows. Situ Xingqian has no feud with us, so why did she say all this? Chu Luiwei's eyes sparkled. She probably saw wrongly. Chu Ning didn't quite believe it. What kind of person is Situ Xingqian? She definitely knows what kind of effect these words will have if she says them. This will most likely harm you. If she really saw wrongly, she shouldn't have made such a big fuss without confirming it. This really doesn't fit the image of Situ Xingqian in the rumors. This Situ Xingqian is a little strange, muttered Chu Ning. Chu Luiwei didn't want him to worry, so he patted his arm and smiled. Father, don't worry. I know what I'm doing and won't let anyone bully me. Chu Ning's worry didn't completely disappear because of this. But His Majesty said that he wants you to confront each other when you come back. What should we do? If Situ Xingqian insists that you did it, Chu Luiwei's lips curved up slightly. My pleasure. Digression. She felt hungry as she wrote, so she ran to wolf down another bowl of noodles. Writing is really tiring. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 365. Chu Luiwei then went to visit Mu Qinghe, but she found that he wasn't at his residence. She waited outside the barrier for a while, but there was still no movement, so she turned around and left. She felt a little strange. If Hong Yao was here, it would have rushed out long ago. Since there was no sound for so long, Hong Yao and Mu Qinghe must not be here. What place in country Yao Chen's imperial capital could attract him? Chu Luiwei was puzzled as she turned to Prince Li's mansion. Prince Li's mansion was the same as usual. It didn't seem to have changed, but Chu Luiwei keenly noticed that the security here had become stricter. Seeing that it was her, the servants of Prince Li's mansion immediately welcomed her happily. When Yu Mo heard the news, he hurriedly came out to welcome her. Miss Lu Yu, you're finally back. Chu Luiwei couldn't help but laugh when she saw his excited face. It's not my first time here. Do you have to be so excited? Of course. You don't know, but we've been looking forward to your return these past few days. Yu Mo's eyes were almost brimming with tears. If she didn't come back soon, their lives would be too difficult. Master is in the study room. I'll bring you there. As he spoke, Yu Mo led Chu Luiwei to the study room. Chu Luiwei followed behind him and quietly sized up the layout of the mansion. She realized that it was indeed a little different from before. She took in all of this, but she didn't show it on her face, nor did she say anything. Soon, the two of them arrived outside the study room. Yu Mo stopped. Master is inside. You can go in. Chu Luiwei nodded slightly. Just as she walked to the door, a white figure flashed in front of her. She was very surprised. Xue Xue. She hadn't seen Xue Xue since she left the imperial capital. She really missed it. Xue Xue looked at her with its tail wagging, its eyes filled with joy. It was obviously very happy about her return. It jumped twice on the spot and couldn't help but run 2 laps around Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei chuckled. All right, I know what you want. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, intending to pat Xue Xue's head. Xue Xue obediently moved its huge head closer. Chu Luiwei's hand was halfway out when a red shadow flashed in front of his eyes. Immediately, he felt something extra on the back of his hand. She looked over and saw that it was Dumpling. At this moment, it was hugging her wrist. Its round eyes looked at her innocently and sadly, as if it was complaining about something. Chu Luiwei glanced at his hand. Very good. He was already completely occupied by Dumpling. It was impossible for him to touch Xue Xue anymore. Xue Xue growled. Just as she was about to charge forward, she suddenly heard a cough coming from the room. Xue immediately moved to the side obediently and looked straight ahead, as if nothing had happened before. Dumpling turned around and gave it a look of disdain. Chu Luiwei was speechless. She looked at the door of the study and walked forward. Creak! The door of the study opened. Chu Luiwei saw Rong Xiu sitting behind the table. He was wearing a black cloak and his face was a little pale. There was a cup of hot tea beside him and a book in his hand. He just sat there quietly, and there seemed to be an indescribable aura lingering around him. He was gentle and calm, like a gentleman. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he raised his head. The moment he lifted his eyelids, there seemed to be countless stars flickering in his deep and clear eyes. This time, it was completely different from the previous time. Those eyes seemed to be able to contain everything in the world, but they were also high and mighty. Noble and lazy, looking down on the world. The moment their eyes met, Chu Luiwei could clearly hear her heart beating violently. The blood in her eardrums surged and seemed to be buzzing. Rong Xiu's lips curved. You're back. Chu Luiwei nodded slightly. Yes. Rong Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. The door behind Chu Luiwei was suddenly closed. The dazzling sunlight was blocked outside the door. Rong Xiu opened his mouth, and his voice was as cold as jade striking against each other. I thought you wouldn't have time to come until tomorrow. Chu Luiwei was stunned. Then an incredible idea came to her mind. Rong Xiu was jealous. Based on his means and strength, she was probably already under his control from the moment she returned to the capital. However, she first went to see her father, then went to visit Mu Qinghe, and finally came to Prince Li's mansion. Rong Xiu seemed to be unhappy because of this. Chu Luiwei couldn't help laughing. How could I? Rong Xiu's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Chu Luiwei approached him step by step. Until there was only a table between them, she bent down, put her hands on the table, and approached Rong Xiu. The two were so close that they could almost hear each other's breathing. Chu Luiwei could even smell the familiar cold fragrance on him. Her heart beat faster, but her eyes were as bright as the Milky Way. The reason why I came to see you last is because, she didn't finish her words, but suddenly leaned closer and kissed Rong Xiu's lips. It was cool and hot, slow and urgent. Rong Xiu didn't seem to expect Chu Luiwei to suddenly do this, and he was stunned for a moment. Chu Luiwei whispered softly, and her voice was broken between her lips and teeth. That's the answer. Of course, she missed him and wanted to come back to see him as soon as possible. But there were some things that needed to be dealt with first. Otherwise, the two of them would only meet for a short time, and she would have to busy herself with other things. So, she might as well settle all the messy things on hand before coming. Without any burden, she felt refreshed. The only thing she didn't expect was that she missed Rong Xiu more than she imagined. It wasn't obvious when she was in Tai Yen Academy, and it wasn't obvious on the way back. Even when she just arrived at Prince Li's mansion, she didn't think much of it. But the moment she saw Rong Xiu, an overwhelming longing suddenly surged in her heart. The longing that she had intentionally or unintentionally suppressed instantly drowned her. Her mind seemed to be blank, and there was only one thought left. Kiss him. Only when she touched his soft and cool lips did she finally feel at ease. After a while, when she saw that Rong Xiu didn't move, she bit him lightly in a fit of pique. Rong Xiu reached out to pull her, and at the same time, counterattacked. However, Chu Luiwei lightly licked his lips and quickly moved away. She leaned toward his ear and gently placed her hand on his cloak as she softly asked, Why are you here? Rong Xiu, aren't you hot? Oh, I almost forgot. Prince Li is seriously ill, and now is the time to recuperate. Rong Xiu's eyes instantly darkened. The next moment he suddenly grabbed Chu Luiwei's chin with one hand, tilted his head, and kissed her fiercely. If he could still tolerate the situation, he would really be sick. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 366. After Rong Xiu was satisfied, he finally let go of Chu Luiyue slowly. He lowered his eyes and looked at the girl's red and slightly swollen lips. He rubbed his fingers affectionately and spoke lazily in a hoarse voice. Looks like you made the right decision. Chu Luiyue snapped out of her daze and immediately glared at him. However, her watery eyes didn't have any fierceness. Instead, they looked even more breathtaking. Rong Xiu chuckled and kissed her again before finally letting go. Come here. Chu Luiyue walked around the table to his side and leaned over to look at the book he had put aside. What are you looking at? Every time she came, Rong Xiu seemed to be reading. She glanced at it and saw that it seemed to be a biography. Rong Xiu held her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. Chu Luiyue leaned against his chest just like that. Rong Xiu rubbed her waist with one hand and took the book with the other. Do you want to read it? Chu Luiyue felt that Rong Xiu's hands seemed to have magical powers. He only pressed her waist twice, and a wave of heat spread through her body. She felt as if her entire body had gone limp and relaxed. She relaxed her body and felt that the fatigue she had felt during this period of time seemed to have lessened quite a bit. She took the book and looked up in surprise when she saw the name on it. You moved out of the academy? She remembered seeing this book in Yi Feng Courtyard. Rong Xiu didn't find it strange that she remembered, so he nodded nonchalantly. Mother's things have basically been packed, so there's no need to continue living here. Of course, another important reason was that the person in his arms wouldn't be staying there for too long. Chu Luiyue recalled the things he had taken out from Joyo Tower and nodded in understanding. She unintentionally flipped open the book and took a look. Rong Xiu had been pretending to be sick ever since he returned to the imperial capital. He rarely stepped out of Prince Li's mansion and basically stayed here. Hence, she was actually quite curious about what Rong Xiu usually read. However, Chu Luiyue was suddenly stunned with just a glance. It was actually a map. And it was a map of the imperial capital. After she was reborn, she had specially investigated the situation of the imperial capital, including the overall terrain of the imperial capital. Hence, when she first saw this map, she immediately recognized that it was a map of the imperial capital. What shocked her even more was the detailed distribution of the military forces on the map. The entire imperial capital's defense situation. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. So, what Rong Xiu was not reading books every day, she instinctively looked up at Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu's expression was normal, as if he didn't think it was a big deal at all. Chu Luiyue thought that he didn't expect her to be able to understand this thing and couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Rong Xiu, read this every day? Rong Xiu glanced at her expression, and his lips curved up slightly. Not every day. I read it occasionally to relieve boredom. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Relieve boredom? What kind of person would think that reading this kind of thing was relieving boredom? With this map, Rong Xiu could easily control the entire imperial capital. If he had the military forces, it was only a matter of time before he broke into the imperial capital. Chu Luiyue's lips moved and finally couldn't help but ask, why? Are you looking at the map of the imperial capital? She originally thought that Rong Xiu would look shocked, but a smile surfaced on his face instead. He bent down and kissed Chu Luiyue's glabella. You can really understand it. Chu Luiyue instantly felt complicated. Rong Xiu already knew that she had seen through what it was, but he didn't seem to want to hide it at all. You aren't worried that I'll say this? As a prince, it wouldn't be a good thing if Emperor Jiawen found out that he had such a thing in his hands. Rong Xiu raised his brows and said matter-of-factly, You're my fiancé. You are this prince's fiancé. If something happens to this prince, you won't be able to escape. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Why does this tone sound like he's saying, You're my woman when you're alive, and you're my ghost when you're dead? Rong Xiu lifted his chin. You can continue reading. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment and flipped to the back. After looking at it for a while, she realized that they were all similar maps. Even though every map was different, they were all equally detailed. As Chu Luiyue looked at them, she became more and more shocked. These maps, They seemed to involve half of country Yaochen. Perhaps even the military might not have such a detailed map. Chu Liwei was really shocked. Rong Xiu, look at these. What exactly are you planning to do? If it weren't for the fact that Rong Xiu didn't have any military power, she would have really thought that Rong Xiu was planning to rebel. It's just a boring pastime. Rong Xiu really didn't seem to care. When he saw her shocked expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly and hug her tighter. Her worried look for me is really touching. Chu Liwei subconsciously turned her gaze and looked at the bookshelf behind him. It was filled with books. A scary thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Could these also be? She long knew that Rong Xiu was much stronger than he looked on the surface, but what she saw in front of her was still beyond her imagination. What are you thinking about? Asked Rong Xiu. Chu Liwei looked at him sympathetically. I'm thinking that Rong Jin is really unlucky to have met you. Rong Jin thought that his crown prince position and even the throne were already in his bag after he set the marriage agreement with Situ Xingchen. Little did he know, Rong Xiu raised his brows. He wasn't interested in comparing himself to Rong Jin, but since it was her compliment, he still chose to accept it. Chu Liwei placed the book back and continued to nestle in Rong Xiu's arms. Rong Xiu rubbed his chin against her soft hair. Let's not talk about this. Why don't we talk about the wedding date? Chu Liwei was dazed and knitted her brows awkwardly. We really need to discuss this matter properly. Mu Qinghe is still in the imperial city, and I don't know when he'll return to the Tianling dynasty. If he's leaving soon, we won't have time to get married. If he wants to wait for a while, we can hold our wedding. However, I don't know when I'll have to follow him back to the Tianling dynasty. The road ahead is dangerous, and I don't know what kind of situation I'll face when I return. If Rong Xiu is involved, it'll be even harder to handle. Of course, I can't bear to leave Rong Xiu, but I have to go back to the Tianling dynasty. She knitted her brows and thought for a long time. Suddenly, she stood up and left Rong Xiu's arms. She sat opposite him with a serious expression. Rong Xiu, I have something to tell you. Rong Xiu looked at her with deep eyes. I'm all ears. The next day, Rong Jin and Situ Xingchen finally returned to the imperial city. Chu Liwei was sitting cross-legged at home. She placed her hands on her knees and absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth force. Suddenly, Eunuch Min's voice came from outside the door. Lord Chu Ning, Ms. Lu Yu, His Majesty and Her Majesty are waiting in the palace. Please come in. Digression. Yesterday, I slept at 3 o'clock again. I was about to go crazy. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 367. Palace. When Chu Liwei arrived with Chu Ning, Emperor Zhuan and the Empress were already waiting in the palace. Rong Jin and Situ Xingchen were also seated below. On the other side was another person, Rong Jiu. Chu Liwei had already heard about what happened from Chu Ning, so she wasn't surprised that Rong Jiu was here. Her gaze quickly swept across the few people in the palace. Emperor Zhuan was expressionless, but his eyes were dark. Compared to the last time she saw her, the Empress looked much more haggard, as if she had aged by 10 years. It was obvious that the recent events had tortured her quite a bit. When Rong Jin saw Chu Liwei, a complicated expression flashed across his face. He was holding a hairpin in his hand. Chu Liwei guessed that it was the one that they said they found Rong Zhen in their backyard. Situ Xingchen and Rong Jiu looked calm, and one couldn't tell what was going on. Chu Ning and Chu Liwei bowed one by one. Emperor Zhuan told the two of them to sit down. Okay, since everyone is here, let's start. Emperor Zhuan had already lost his patience, so he went straight to the point as he looked at Situ Xingchen. He looked at Situ Xingchen and asked, Xingchen, you previously said that you saw Lu Yu and Zhen Zhen together. Is that true? Situ Xingchen stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, I don't dare to lie, and everything I said is true. As Juyo Tower caught fire that day, I remember it very clearly. After Juyo Tower collapsed, I quickly went back to pack my luggage because Tai Yen Academy was leaving the next day. I didn't expect to coincidentally see Rong Zhen and Chu Liwei on the way. Emperor Zhuan asked, was there anyone else then? There was an elder in a long black robe, but I didn't see his face. Then, did you hear what they said? I was quite a distance away, so I didn't hear them. However, I saw that the two of them were very close, so I thought that they were very close. I didn't expect. Emperor Jiawen's face turned even colder. The elder in a long black robe who followed them was definitely Si Meng. If Situ Xingshan was lying, how did she know about Si Meng's existence? Actually, when I saw this scene that day, I felt a little strange. Situ Xingshan looked up at Emperor Jiwen and hesitantly said, "That's because His Majesty had just married Prince Li and Chu Luiyue that day. So when I saw her with Rongzhen, I was confused for a long time." Everyone understood. The timing was too special. No matter how close Chu Luiyue and Rongzhen were, they shouldn't have been together on the day of Rongzhen's marriage. Moreover, who didn't know that there was a conflict between the two of them? It was really suspicious that they were together. Emperor Jiawen asked again. "And then? Did you see where they went?" Situ Xingshan shook her head. "At that time, I only took a glance from afar. Because I was in a hurry to go back, I left. I don't know where they're going." Emperor Jiawen nodded. "Sit down." Then he turned to look at Chu Luiyue. "Lu Yu, you heard what I said just now. What do you have to say?" Chu Luiyue lightly knocked on the chair's armrest with one hand and looked at Situ Xingshan in deep thought. What she said just now was actually very vague, but Si Meng's existence gave her words a lot more credibility. After all, even Emperor Jiawen didn't know about Si Meng's existence previously. Since Situ Xingshan could say this, it was naturally easy for people to believe her. This also meant that Situ Xingshan had long known about Si Meng's existence. Perhaps she even knew what happened that day. But for some reason, she couldn't say it completely and could only choose a middle ground. After all, even if that was the case, she could still push Rongzhen's matter to her. Chu Luiyue lightly said, "I didn't see Rongzhen at all. That day, I didn't see Rongzhen. That day, Prince Li sent someone to send me and my father home. After that, the people of the Chu family sent an invitation, and my father went there. I stayed at home the whole time and didn't come out. The Chu family can testify to this." Quite a few people knew that Chu Ning went to the Chu residence, and it was privately discussed for a long time. Everyone knew that the Chu family regretted chasing Chu Ning and his daughter out and was thinking of ways to persuade them to go back. Chu Ning said, "That's right. That's right. That day, wanted to go back with me, but I stopped her, so she stayed at home." Even if that's the case, who can prove that she didn't go out when you left, Lord Chu Ning? Rong Jin retorted. "Besides, the two of you are father and daughter, so I'm afraid your testimony can't be completely true." Chu Ning knitted his brows slightly. If the other party kept saying this, they couldn't refute him. This was because he and you really couldn't prove that you was at home during this period of time. Chu Liwei suddenly said, "That mysterious hairstyle was discovered by the Chu family. I heard that the hairpin appeared out of nowhere. Even Her Majesty the Empress couldn't tell where it came from. Then, how can everyone know that the rest of your words are true?" The Empress was furious. Chu Luiyue really touched a sore spot. His Majesty was already very unhappy with her because of this hairpin yesterday. Now that she brought it up again, isn't she trying to make His Majesty look bad? Rong Jin knitted his brows and hid the hairpin in his hands. He originally thought that this hairpin was solid evidence, but it was hard to say what exactly was going on from his mother's reaction. Both parties insisted on their own words, and the situation was at a standstill. Rong Jiao suddenly said, "Actually, the key to this matter is to find Rongzhen's whereabouts. Her Majesty, Rongzhen's pearl of essence has shattered. Based on her own abilities, she definitely can't leave the palace silently. This also means that she must have left with Si Meng's help. Even though Si Meng is already dead, didn't he leave behind any clues?" The Empress was even more frustrated. She knew that every time she mentioned Si Meng, it would make His Majesty even more unhappy and disgusted. But now, if she wanted to push all the blame to Chu Luiyue, Si Meng was a very important person. She rubbed her temples and said, "No. Si Meng died suddenly. Si Meng died very suddenly." Speaking of this, she suddenly paused and looked at Chu Luiyue suspiciously. "Right. Speaking of which, Si Meng is a stage 5 warrior, and normal people aren't his match. The person who can kill him so quickly must be very strong. There aren't many people with such standards in the entire imperial city." Chu Luwei raised his brows and smiled as he asked, "Why? Does Her Majesty suspect that I killed him? Aren't you thinking too highly of a rank 2 warrior like me?" Love Network provided a better reading experience. Chapter 368. The Empress smiled coldly. "You're indeed just a stage 2 warrior, but everyone in the Imperial City knows that you can win against a stage 4 warrior. Perhaps you didn't display your true abilities at the Qing Jiao competition? Other than you, who else would know about this? Besides, there's also that weird fiend of yours." She was talking about Dumpling. Back then, Dumpling directly swallowed Heng Jingshua's force, which left a deep impression on many people. The Empress always felt that Chu Luwei was unpredictable. Previously, Rongjin had mentioned that Chu Luwei went from a useless person to a genius that everyone envied because she met with a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps Si Meng was really killed by her or the person behind her. You also went up to the 6th floor of Juyo Tower previously. How do you explain this? The more the Empress spoke, the more certain she sounded. Emperor Juan and the rest's expressions gradually changed. The Empress's words sounded ridiculous at first, but upon closer thought, it wasn't impossible. In the past few months, too many strange things had happened to Chu Luwei. Things that seemed impossible to others seemed to be reasonable when it came to her. As for Si Meng's death, it was hard to say. Chu Luwei was caught between laughter and tears. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Your Majesty. But if it's really like what you said and I killed Si Meng, why didn't I directly kill the 4th princess as well? Wouldn't everything be over if I did that?" The Empress was stumped. Rongjin angrily said, "Of course, it's because you're afraid of exposing your identity. As a princess, Rongjin has something that can help her. Once you force her into a corner, she'll definitely expose your identity and location." Chu Luwei looked at Rongjin as if he were looking at an idiot. "Your Highness, let me remind you that Her Majesty just said that I can instantly kill a stage 5 warrior. Do you think that the 4th princess's abilities and reaction are stronger than a stage 5 warrior's?" Rongjin was speechless, and his face turned red and white. Si Meng must be by Rongjin's side. If Chu Luwei could kill Si Meng, it would be even easier to kill Rongjin. She could definitely solve everything before Rongjin sent out a distress signal. The Empress's face turned even uglier. She was the only one who knew that the item Rongjin was asking for help wasn't with her but with Si Meng. Ever since her pearl of essence shattered, Si Meng had always been by her side, never leaving her side. For the sake of safety, they had already made preparations for this. However, saying these things now would prove that the person who killed Si Meng was more powerful than expected. Instead, it would make His Majesty even more disgusted. Rongjin looked at Situ Xingchen at the side awkwardly and softly said, "Don't worry. Xingchen, what do we do now?" Situ Xingchen sneered in her heart, and her hatred for Rongjin increased. Rongjin was even more brainless than she expected. She had no idea how he had managed to sit on the crown prince's position for so long. Situ Xingchen looked down, and her eyelashes fluttered as she innocently and sincerely said, "Your Highness, I only saw what happened." "Your Highness, Xingchen only saw that much that day. I've already said what I can, but there's more that I'm powerless to do." Rongjin was a little anxious. "According to what you said, Rongjin must have been hidden by Chu Luwei, but she doesn't admit it now." "This, Your Highness, I didn't say that. It's just that you said that the 4th princess met with trouble, so I unintentionally told you about this. Is it because that elder's identity is a little troublesome?" Situ Xingchen discreetly removed herself from this matter. However, Rongjin didn't realize this at all. On the contrary, Situ Xingchen's words reminded him of something. "Chu Luwei, you've said so much, but you still haven't proven your innocence. On the other hand, Xingchen has never been to country Yaochun before, so she doesn't know about Si Meng's existence. If she's lying, how did she know about Si Meng? Besides, she has no feud with anyone involved in this matter, so why would she frame you? On the other hand, Rongjin offended you before, so you probably want to use this chance to take revenge, right?" Chu Luwei's gaze landed on Situ Xingchen, and he smiled meaningfully. "Your Highness, you're right, but I really don't understand. Eldest Princess Situ and I have never interacted before, and we don't have any feud. I really don't know why eldest Princess Situ would frame me like this. Situ Xingqian looked at Chu Liwei calmly, and her expression was as gentle and generous as usual. Ms. Chu, I didn't frame you. From the start to the end, I just said what I saw and heard. Chu Liuyue's eyes turned, and her gaze landed on Situ Xingqian's sleeves. When she saw Situ Xingqian again at Tai Yen Academy, she realized that Situ Xingqian had changed her clothes, and the cloud pattern on her sleeves was gone. When she looked at it again today, it was still the same. Chu Liwei didn't believe that Situ Xingqian didn't know that Rong Xiu had burned most of his clothes that day. If she didn't feel that she was greatly humiliated, she wouldn't be like this. It was obvious that eldest Princess Situ had shifted her anger onto Lin Mengya. The Empress took the chance to say, "Your Majesty, Xingqian's words are indeed more trustworthy." On the other hand, Chu Liwei still doesn't have any evidence to prove where she was that day. From what I see, we won't be able to get anything out of her if this continues. Why don't we lock her up and order someone to interrogate her carefully? We might be able to come up with a different conclusion. The palace fell into a temporary silence. The Empress clearly meant that she wanted to torture Chu Liwei. Chu Ning stood up first. Absolutely not. I definitely can't watch you be locked up without doing anything. What kind of place is the dungeon? How can you go to such a place? Besides, nobody knows if the Empress's men are inside. Once you goes in, I don't know what she will have to endure. Vice Admiral Mu is still in the Imperial City, and he will bring you to the Tianling dynasty at any time. If we lock you up now, may I ask your Majesty, how are you going to explain this to Vice Admiral Mu? Bringing up Mu Qinghe indeed made the Empress a lot more fearful. Then what do you think we should do? Are we just going to let it pass like this? At this point, Rong Jiu, who had been sitting at the side and keeping quiet, suddenly spoke. Actually, it's very simple. As long as we find Rongzhen, the truth will naturally be revealed. The Empress sneered. You make it sound so simple. We still have to ask Chu Liwei if he's willing to hand Zhen over. Rong Jiu's expression became strange as he stood up and bowed to Emperor Zhouwen solemnly. I'm guilty. Father, please punish me. Emperor Zhouwen knitted his brows tightly. Rong Jiu, what are you doing? Rong Jiu said word by word. I saw the fourth princess a few days ago. Mobile users, please browse the internet for a better reading experience. Chapter 369. His words were like a clap of thunder. The Empress and the rest were dazed and shocked. Even the calm Emperor Zhouwen couldn't help but stand up. What did you say? You saw Rongzhen previously. When and where is it? Rong Jiu paused and said, You should ask her this question. Perhaps it's more appropriate for you to ask Her Majesty. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. The Empress was confused. Rong Jiu, what do you mean? Rong Jiu slowly said, I know what she means. I believe the Empress is well aware of what I mean. You clearly know where Rongzhen is, so why do you have to pretend that you don't and even create such a big show? The Empress was almost confused by Rong Jiu's words. Her exquisite brows knitted together as she stared at Rong Jiu. She finally realized that Rong Jiu was here to go against her this time. Her voice instantly turned cold, and it had the usual sternness of the harem. Rong Jiu, do you know what you're saying? Ever since Rongzhen went missing, I've been worried day and night. Even now, I'm still worried about her. You have no evidence, so how can you say such things? As she spoke, she turned to look at Emperor Zhouwen, and her eyes were filled with anger and sadness. Your Majesty is wise. I really don't know where Rongzhen is now. I also don't know where the third prince's words came from. Emperor Zhouwen stared at Rong Jiu coldly. What do you mean by what you said just now? Rong Jiu's gaze swept across the Empress as he lightly said, What do you mean? From the start to the end, this is a lie that the Empress directed and acted out herself. She hid Rongzhen and wanted to take the chance to slander Lord Chu Ning and his daughter. Rong Jiu's low and powerful voice reverberated in the palace, and it was clear and audible. Chu Liuyue's heart tingled, and he couldn't help but look at Rong Jiu. He never expected Rong Jiu to say such things. How dare you? After the shock, the Empress finally recovered her senses. She had nowhere to vent her anger, so she couldn't help but curse. What nonsense are you spouting? Rongjio, where do you think this place is? Who do you think this consort is? How dare you make such irresponsible remarks? As she spoke, she quickly rushed toward Rongjio and raised her hand to harshly slap him. This consort must teach you a lesson today. Empress! Emperor Joan coldly scolded and immediately nailed the Empress to the ground. She suddenly recovered her senses and frantically turned around to see Emperor Joan glaring at her with anger. As the Empress, what are you doing? The Empress suddenly came back to her senses. She had indeed lost her bearing as an Empress. Emperor Joan was extremely disappointed in the Empress. Rongjio only said a few sentences, and the Empress was agitated to this extent. She screamed and insulted him without any grace. She even wanted to hit him in front of him. What was the difference between her and those shrews on the streets? She had completely disgraced the royal family. Sensing Emperor Joan's anger, the Empress was afraid and aggrieved. Your Majesty, I know my mistake. But Qinxie didn't do it on purpose. Did you hear what Rongjio said just now? Even though I'm not his birth mother, I'm still considered his mother. Yet he slandered me like this. As the Empress spoke, 2 rows of tears fell from her eyes. She clutched her handkerchief tightly with one hand and covered her chest as if she were in extreme pain. When Rongjio heard the words birth mother, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. It was fine if she didn't mention this, but now that she did, that the Empress actually has the cheek to say such things. He lifted his clothes and knelt on the floor with a bang. What I've said is the truth. If there's even half a lie in what I said, may I be struck by lightning. This was a vicious oath. Once this was said, even the Empress, who was busy crying, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Chu Liwei squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Ning questioningly. Chu Ning slightly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. Chu Liwei retracted his gaze and sized up Rongjio again. How strange, Rongjio has never interacted with us, so why does he keep speaking up for us this time? He's even willing to put his life on the line. As a prince, his words carry a lot of weight. As expected, Emperor Jiawen's expression changed. If Rongjio dares to make such a vicious oath, then what he said is very likely true. Empress, what exactly is going on? Emperor Jiawen had already lost his patience as he angrily asked. The Empress shivered, and her tears flowed even more profusely. I really don't know. Since Her Majesty doesn't want to admit it, then I'll remind you. Do you still remember Heptagon Alley? Asked Rongjio lightly. The Empress suddenly paused and looked at Rongjio in shock. How does he know that place? Emperor Jiawen boomed. If I didn't remember wrongly, Heptagon Alley used to be a very lively place in the imperial city. However, after a murder happened, it was gradually abandoned. Father, you're wise. The current Heptagon Alley can be said to be deserted and very quiet. But for some reason, that place is highly favored by Her Majesty. After I returned to the imperial city, I didn't have much to do, so I occasionally strolled around the imperial city. Unintentionally, I saw Her Majesty at Heptagon Alley twice. The Empress's heart suddenly sank. Emperor Jiawen glanced at the Empress. Continue. The first time was 1.5 months ago. At that time, I saw Her Majesty from afar, and I thought I saw wrongly. After all, Heptagon Alley was very deserted, and not many people would go there normally. But because I was curious, I waited nearby for a while. After an hour, Her Majesty left. I followed closely behind and wanted to see what exactly was going on. However, I shockingly discovered that there was an extremely strong barrier in Heptagon Alley. The Empress's face was already ghastly pale. Rongjin suddenly thought of something, and his eyes shrunk. As I was worried that I would be discovered, I left. After a month, which was more than 10 days ago, I was curious and couldn't hold it in, so I went to Heptagon Alley again. I didn't expect to coincidentally see Her Majesty walk out there. Upon hearing this, Chu Liwei also looked at the Empress and saw her anxious expression as if she had lost her mind. I met her twice in a row, so I couldn't help but be suspicious. However, I didn't have a clue, so I didn't say anything. Coincidentally, I met Rongzhen on the streets the day before, and I realized that the last place she went to was Heptagon Alley. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 370. Impossible. You're lying. The Empress finally couldn't hold it in and screamed. Her hands trembled as she pointed at Rongjio. Due to her anger and panic, her originally well-maintained face became distorted. Zhen is missing. She had already lost contact with Rongzhen for many days. If Rongzhen was really at Heptagon Alley, how could she not know? Previously, she had already asked the Xi family to secretly search the entire imperial city, but there was no news. After the matter was exposed, Emperor Zhuan also sent people to search everywhere, but there were still no clues. She almost suspected that Rongzhen had been brought out of the imperial city. Yet, Rongjio suddenly jumped out and said that Rongzhen was at Heptagon Alley. Rongjio looked at the Empress's finger that was almost poking his face and saw the beautiful and sharp armor on it. His lips twitched without much of a smile. Her Majesty, why are you so agitated? Whether it's true or not, we just need to send people to search, and the truth will be revealed. Anyway, Heptagon Alley is in the Imperial City. It won't waste too much time to send people to search. No! The Empress almost instinctively objected. But once she said that, she suddenly realized that something was amiss. Behind her, Emperor Zhouen's voice was cold. I think this is a good idea. Since Rongjio said that Rongzhen is there, we just need to find her there. If we find her, it proves that Rongjio is telling the truth. If we don't, Rongjio, do you know what consequences you will have to bear? Rongjio looked calm. I know. If Rongzhen isn't at Heptagon Alley, I'm willing to never leave the Imperial City again. Emperor Zhouen was stunned as he didn't expect Rongjio to make such a request. Actually, during this period, he had been thinking about how to arrange for Rongjio. Let him return to the Northwest Army? Impossible. That's no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. Let him stay in the Imperial City? That's not appropriate either. Rongjio has many military achievements, and he's at his peak. It's too obvious to abruptly remove him from his military position. In actual fact, before this, Emperor Zhouen had already received many memorials requesting for Rongjio to return to the Northwest Army. But he had many worries in his heart, so he kept putting this matter aside. But this time, Rongjio took the initiative to suggest that as long as he didn't find Rongzhen in Heptagon Alley, he would stay in the Imperial City forever. On the one hand, Emperor Zhouen wanted to find Rongzhen. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to make Rongjio stay. No matter how he looked at it, it was beneficial to him. Therefore, he agreed to this suggestion without any hesitation. We will go there personally. Get ready, Eunuch Min. The Empress' legs were weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. Your Majesty! Absolutely not. Anyone could tell how guilty the Empress was, and Emperor Zhouen was no exception. The more this was the case, the more he wanted to go. Empress, I'm just going to find Rongzhen. What are your intentions for obstructing me in every possible way? Do you not want me to find Rongzhen, or is there another reason? Emperor Zhouen's voice wasn't loud, but his aura was imposing. Every word was like a sharp knife that harshly stabbed into the Empress's heart. She wanted to stop Emperor Zhouen from going, but in this situation, she would seem very guilty no matter what she said. Rongjin finally recovered his senses and went forward to support the Empress. Imperial Mother, why do you have to do this? Wasn't it just an alley? If Imperial Father wants to go, why must you stop him? There was no benefit in going against Imperial Father like this. The Empress glanced at Rongjin weakly, and her tears fell again. What does he know? Chu Lue suddenly stood up and said in a soft voice, Your Majesty, we'll go with you. You can get a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 371. Situ Xingqian felt that Chu Liyue's words were ear-piercing. The look in her eyes changed, and the corners of her mouth curled up, but she quickly pulled it down. When Rongjin saw the bright smile on Chu Liyue's face, he felt conflicted. Getting engaged with Situ Xingqian was his best choice now. When everything went smoothly, he secretly rejoiced. With Situ Xingqian around, everything would be much easier after that. He originally thought that he didn't care much about Chu Luiyue. After all, Situ Xingqian didn't lose to Chu Luiyue in any aspect. However, he only realized that this wasn't the case at this point. As for the Empress, she couldn't hear what Chu Luiyue was saying. She looked pitiful, and her eyes were lifeless as she looked at Emperor Jiawen's cold and decisive back view. She felt hopeless. If it weren't for Rong Jin and Situ Xingqian supporting her, she would have long collapsed on the floor. Chu Luiyue looked at the Empress in deep thought before he turned around and followed Chu Ning. When they reached the palace entrance, Eunuch Min had already arranged for a normal horse carriage to wait for them. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but sigh. Eunuch Min is indeed smart to be able to serve Emperor Jiawen for so many years. Emperor Jiawen is still wearing his dragon robe. If he goes out like this, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Also, the Empress is in a terrible state, and she can't meet anyone. Using such a normal horse carriage can reduce the trouble to the greatest extent. The group of people then walked toward Heptagon Alley in a low-key manner. Emperor Jiawen sat in his own horse carriage, and only Eunuch Min followed him. The rest of the people shared a horse carriage. In the horse carriage, everyone sat facing each other, and nobody spoke. The atmosphere was tense, and the air seemed to have frozen. Finally, Rong Jin couldn't help but softly persuade her, "Mother, don't worry. Someone wants to frame us, but they might not have the ability to do so. Father has always been wise, and he'll definitely be able to distinguish right from wrong and clear your name." This someone was naturally referring to Rong Jio. In Rong Jin's opinion, if Rong Jio didn't interfere, this matter wouldn't have developed to this state. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Rong Jio, who was sitting opposite him, and hatred flashed across his eyes. Previously, because of Rong Jio, he was grounded by his father and had many of his rights taken away. This time, it was because of him. However, Rong Jio leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. His expression was calm as if he didn't care about all of this. "Rong Jio, we have no feud with you. Aren't you afraid of retribution for framing us?" Rong Jin finally couldn't hold it in and questioned her softly. Rong Jio opened his eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. "Imperial brother, why do you say that? I just wanted to help father find Rong Zhen. What I said in the main hall was the truth. What do you mean by framing?" Rong Jin almost exploded in anger when he saw that Rong Jin still refused to admit it. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a horse carriage and that there were many people around, he would have long gone forward and harshly beaten Rong Jio up. Chu Luiyue sat at the side and started chatting with Chu Ning. "Father, actually, the trip to Taiyan Academy this time was quite interesting." Chu Ning was originally a little worried, but he felt much more at ease when he saw that his daughter was very calm. Hearing her talk about Taiyan Academy, he couldn't help but be curious. "Oh, really? I heard that their library is very big. What did you read?" Chu Luiyue smiled and said, "Actually, I didn't read much. Actually, I didn't look at many, but I did find some that I liked." At the side, Situ Xingqian's eyelids harshly twitched. "Didn't read much?" Chu Luiyue really has the cheek to say this. I clearly remember that not long after Chu Luiyue went in, the records outside were already stacked up. The more hateful thing was that, according to Mentor, she even found an Earth Stage warrior technique. Even though Situ Xingqian had always been studying celestial physician and wasn't very interested in warrior techniques, she still felt very disgusted when she saw that Chu Luiyue had obtained such a treasure. Every word of hers sounded like she was purposely showing off. Situ Xingqian couldn't maintain the smile on her face as she looked down and pretended to be quiet. The Empress gradually regained her senses. When she saw Chu Luiyue and Chu Ningjing chatting happily, her heart burned with anger. All of this is clearly Chu Luiyue's fault. I must have hidden Rong Zhen and colluded with Rong Jio to frame me. Now, my heart is hanging in midair, and I'm being tortured, but Chu Luiyue can still smile so easily. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Hearing the sound of the horse carriage on the limestone floor, the Empress knew that they were getting closer to Heptagon Alley, and she became increasingly anxious. Finally, she couldn't help but curse and pounce on Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue had already seen her actions from the corner of his eyes, so he gently dodged and avoided her. Don't. A low sound was heard. The Empress's head directly hit the wall of the horse carriage. Mother! Rong Jin and Situ Xingchen didn't manage to pull the Empress back in time. When they heard the sound, it was already too late. The Empress's forehead hurt, and her vision turned black. Mother, are you okay? Rong Jin was very anxious as he hurriedly helped the Empress up. Situ Xingchen knitted her brows. Miss Chu, even if you're unhappy with the Empress, you shouldn't do this. During this period of time, the fourth princess went missing, and the Empress was worried. How could she withstand such a collision? Upon hearing this, Rong Jin looked at Chu Luiwei with more hatred and anger. Chu Luiwei blinked. Eldest Princess Situ, your words are too interesting. Everyone saw clearly what happened just now. The Empress bumped into me on her own. If I didn't dodge, should I just sit there and wait to be hit? Situ Xingchen seemed to hesitate for a while and said, but you're very strong and it's easy for you to stop the Empress. In other words, Chu Luiwei did it on purpose. Chu Luiwei laughed. Eldest Princess Situ, the Crown Prince isn't weak either. Are you saying that he's useless and can't hold his mother back? Situ Xingchen was stumped. She didn't expect Chu Luiwei to be so sharp-tongued. Knock knock knock. Masters were here. Please come down. Eunuch Min knocked on the door outside. Rong Jio walked out first. Chu Luiwei and Chu Ning followed closely behind. The horse carriage stopped in a narrow alley, and Emperor Jiawen stood at the entrance of a nearby mansion. Chu Luiwei quickly scanned his surroundings and knitted his brows. This heptagon alley looked normal, but it vaguely had a very strong suppression. If one looked closely, they could sense that it came from the mansion. Emperor Jiawen looked at Chu Ning. Open the door. Chu Ning immediately said, yes. But before he could do anything, the door was already opened from the inside. The slender Rong Zhen appeared in front of the crowd. Mother, you're here. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 372. Upon seeing that the person in front of her was actually Emperor Jiawen, Rong Zhen stopped talking and panic flashed across her eyes. Father! When Emperor Jiawen saw Rong Zhen, he first heaved a sigh of relief in his heart before endless anger overwhelmed him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, Zhen Zhen, why are you here? I. Faced with Emperor Jiawen's questioning, Rong Zhen actually stuttered and didn't say anything for a while. Chu Luiwei squinted his eyes and turned to look at Rong Jin and Situ Xingchen, who had just helped the Empress down the carriage. Her Majesty, Crown Prince, isn't the fourth princess here perfectly fine? Rong Jin looked up and saw Rong Zhen standing at the door. His words were stuck in his throat, and his face turned green and white. At the side, Situ Xingchen's expression also changed. Why is Rong Zhen here? Didn't Elder Lian Ning say that he personally saw Chu Luiwei being brought to the forest outside the imperial city by Si Meng? Since Si Meng died in Chu Luiwei's hands, Rong Zhen should have been hidden by her too. What's the situation now? Rong Jin instinctively looked at the Empress. Mother, this... impossible. When the Empress saw Rong Zhen, her reaction was more intense than anyone else's. She actually broke free from Rong Jin and staggered toward Rong Zhen. Impossible. Zhen Zhen isn't here. You must be a fake. Her voice was sharp and hoarse, which made people feel very uncomfortable when they heard it. In addition, her face was distorted from shock and fear, which made her look even uglier. Emperor Jiawen didn't hide the disgust in his eyes. Empress, not only did you lie to me, but you even don't want to acknowledge your own daughter. You've really disappointed me. No matter what, he had doted on Rong Zhen for more than 10 years, so he was very sure that the person in front of him was Rong Zhen. To prove her innocence, the Empress actually lied through her teeth. How crazy! Rong Zhen seemed to be frightened by the Empress as she nervously took a step back. Mother, what do you mean? I'm Zhen Zhen. You're not Zhen Zhen. Are you? The Empress glared at Rong Zhen. Although she was still denying it, her voice was getting softer and softer. This person was indeed Rong Zhen. A sense of despair gradually filled his heart. Tell me quickly. Was it Chu Luiwei who sent you here? It must be her, right? The Empress was on the verge of breaking down. She looked like a lunatic. Emperor Jiawen's eyes were cold. Rong Zhen, say it yourself. What the hell is going on? Rongzhen was stunned by the scene before her, and it took her a while to recover her senses. But it was Chu Luiwei who brought me here. Emperor Jiawen continued asking, when? Rongzhen quickly glanced at the Empress and lowered her eyes guiltily. Before Chu Luiwei went to Taiyan Academy, 4th Princess, you must be joking. How come I didn't know about this? Besides, if I really wanted to imprison you, why would I choose to imprison you here of all places? Chu Luiwei scanned his surroundings. To be honest, this is my first time here. On the other hand, Her Majesty, I heard from the 3rd Prince that you come here quite frequently. What's wrong with me that I have to hide the 4th Princess here? Rongzhen instantly panicked. It's you. It's you. You have a grudge against me, so it should be the 4th Princess who has a grudge against me, right? To be honest, I've never been taken advantage of by you before, so why would I have a grudge against you? Chu Luiwei spoke nonchalantly. Even though his words were unpleasant, everyone present knew that it was the truth. Rongzhen previously made things difficult for Chu Luiwei at the palace banquet, but she ended up in an embarrassing state. Later on, her pearl of essence broke, and she became a good-for-nothing. However, Chu Luiwei transformed into a genius that everyone envied. He was even picked by Mu Qinghe and had the chance to go to the Tianling dynasty. If we're talking about jealousy, Rongzhen should be the one who can't stand Chu Luiwei. Rongzhen was even more embarrassed. Rongjio lightly said, Father, now you can believe that I'm telling the truth, right? Emperor Jiawen's face was terrifyingly dark. Rongzhen, move aside. I want to see what secrets there are inside. If the Empress secretly comes here often, she can definitely find out something. Rongzhen bit her lips and hesitated for a while, but she refused to move. Father, there's nothing inside. You shouldn't come in. I said move aside. Hollered Emperor Jun. Rongzhen was so frightened that she shuddered, and her face turned pale. Eunuch Min tried his best to persuade her. 4th Princess, please let me pass. Do you really think that you can stop His Majesty with just you? Things have already reached this stage, yet Rongzhen is still like this. Isn't she just making things difficult for herself? Rongzhen's eyes reddened as she looked at the Empress timidly. Emperor Jiawen sneered. Why are you looking at her? Are my words not as important as the Empress's? Rongjin immediately went forward and anxiously said, Father, please don't misunderstand. Rongzhen didn't mean it that way. Emperor Jiawen couldn't be bothered with him as he looked at the Empress deeply. Empress, now that things have reached this stage, are you going to follow me in or continue acting dumb here? The Empress whimpered, and her tears kept falling, looking very pitiful. However, Emperor Jiawen felt even more disgusted when he saw this. He lifted his foot and walked forward. Chu Ning immediately followed and said, This formation is special. Your Majesty, this barrier is a little special. I'm afraid it's not good to barge in. Why don't you let me break this barrier first? Emperor Jiawen stood still. Force gathered in Chu Ning's palm, and a strong suppression gradually spread out. Then he raised his hand, and a strong force suddenly flew out. The transparent barrier suffered a powerful impact, and ripples began to form. The terrifying force spread in all directions. Rongzhen, who was standing inside the barrier, was caught off guard and was affected by the force. She moved back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. She finally steadied herself and anxiously turned around as if she was afraid of something. Just as Chu Ning was about to attack again, Rongzhen finally couldn't help but shout. Stop fighting! I'll just open the barrier. Rongzhen. When the Empress heard this, she seemed to be agitated as she immediately screamed. Rongzhen was shocked as she shrunk her shoulders. Mother, father is already here. He'll know sooner or later. As she spoke, her hand trembled as she touched the barrier. Chu Luiwei focused his gaze. There seemed to be something hidden in Rongzhen's palm. Buzz. With a buzz, the barrier suddenly opened from the middle. Emperor Jiawen walked forward first. Mother! Rongjin gasped. The crowd turned around and saw that the Empress had suddenly fainted. Chu Luiwei clicked his tongue. Isn't it a little too late to pretend to faint now? Emperor Jiawen didn't seem to care as he walked straight in. Chu Luiwei and Chu Ning followed closely behind. When they saw the scene in the courtyard clearly, even Chu Luiwei couldn't help but gasp. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 373. The courtyard was empty, and only a skeleton was hanging in the middle. From the tattered clothes, it seemed to be a young man, but his body was almost completely corroded, and one couldn't see his original appearance. The most serious injury on his entire body was his face. It was as if someone had harshly slashed his face with an axe. His face was a mess of flesh and blood, and one couldn't even distinguish his features, let alone recognize who he was. Below the corpse was a bronze cauldron. The edges of the bronze cauldron were stained with dried blood. The pungent smell of blood spread from within. It was disgusting. However, this wasn't the scariest thing. This was because there were a few skeletons on the ground around the corpse. With one look, one could tell that they were human skeletons. Unlike the hanging corpses, only white bones were left on the ground, and they looked like they had been dead for a long time. This scene caused the hearts and minds of the people who walked in to be shaken. The place fell into dead silence, and the space seemed to have frozen. After some time, Emperor Zhouwen recovered his senses and suddenly hollered, "Bring the Empress over!" The Emperor was enraged. Even Rong Jin, who was previously protecting the Empress, couldn't take it as he stiffly carried the Empress over. The Empress's eyes were still tightly shut as if she had completely fainted. Emperor Zhouwen stared at the skeletons, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Beat her. If the Empress still doesn't wake up, continue to beat her. The crowd was stunned. Emperor Zhouwen actually ordered people to beat the Empress? He was really mad. How could Rong Jin bear to do this? He also couldn't watch others beat up his mother. He hurriedly blocked the Empress and knelt down. "Father, the truth hasn't been found yet. If you treat Mother like this, you'll hurt her." Emperor Zhouwen hurriedly walked forward and harshly kicked Rong Jin's shoulder. "Get lost." Rong Jin didn't dare to resist and was directly kicked to the side. Emperor Zhouwen raised his hand and was about to slap the Empress. Situ Xingqian stood at the side. Even though she didn't want to be involved, she had no choice. Seeing that Emperor Zhouwen had already lifted the Empress up, Situ Xingqian finally spoke. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Crown Prince was right. Nothing was clear yet. Why not wait until everything was clear before making a decision? At that time, if the Empress is really guilty, it won't be too late for you to punish her personally." Emperor Zhouwen paused in his actions. At this moment, the Empress who had fainted suddenly woke up. She slowly opened her eyes and was dazed when she saw Emperor Zhouwen's face right in front of her. "Your Majesty." Then she seemed to have just realized that Emperor Zhouwen was grabbing her collar, and her face was filled with shock and panic. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Emperor Zhouwen sneered and directly pushed her to the ground. "Don't you know what good things you've done? You'd better tell me clearly what's going on." The Empress knelt on the ground, weeping and complaining about her ignorance. "Oh no. I really don't know." Emperor Zhouwen looked at Rong Zhen. "Rong Zhen, tell me." Rong Zhen timidly took a step back, and her lips trembled. "Your Majesty, there's something strange about this bronze cauldron." Chu Ning walked to the bronze cauldron and carefully inspected it with a solemn expression. "This thing seems to be able to swallow a person's force." Upon hearing this, Chu Luiwei couldn't help but walk over. Once she got close, she felt a sinister aura seeping out from the bronze cauldron. The next moment, that aura enveloped her. "It's dangerous." Upon seeing this, Chu Ning immediately wanted to pull Chu Luiwei away. However, Chu Luiwei shook her head and signaled for him to wait for a while. Then she felt that the force in her body started to stir under the aura's envelopment. She looked at the bronze cauldron. Black and red mixed together, and that aura suddenly became stronger. She knitted her brows. "This aura actually wants to forcefully strip my force from my body." She backed away without hesitation. After leaving the bronze cauldron, that aura quickly disappeared as if it had never appeared. However, Chu Luiwei felt a chill in his heart. Just now, she had been greatly affected just by standing at the side, let alone the person who was hanging above the bronze vat. Furthermore, That person's body was riddled with wounds and stained with blood. It was obvious that he had suffered many wounds when he was alive. When his blood dripped onto the wounds, his origin power was naturally harvested even more cleanly. Chu Liwei was almost certain that that person's origin power had been continuously devoured and finally died from exhaustion. No, it wasn't just that person. The bones around him should be the same. Chu Ning pulled Chu Liwei over and heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that she was fine. This bronze cauldron is an item of great evil and great een. You must not go near it. Emperor Jiawen frowned. Chu Ning, what did you say about the bronze cauldron? Chu Ning explained once more. Therefore, this bronze cauldron must have been deliberately placed here by someone to devour the power of other cultivators. As expected, after hearing this, Emperor Jiawen didn't look shocked at all. Instead, he seemed to have confirmed something. I've once heard of something similar in the royal family's secret history. As long as one gathers enough energy, this bronze cauldron can be upgraded to a higher grade yuan instrument. Whoever becomes its owner will be able to obtain all the energy it contains and greatly increase their cultivation level. Emperor Jiawen's words made everyone's hair stand on end. Such a method could be said to be extremely vicious and cruel. And the only person who knows about this. Other than me, only the Empress knows about this. Emperor Jiawen's sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck them. Everyone looked at the Empress. Chu Liwei suddenly understood. No wonder Emperor Jiawen's attitude toward the Empress became even worse when he came in and saw the bronze cauldron. It turns out that he had already determined that the Empress did all of this back then. See Huijing, I didn't expect you to do such a thing in secret. You're really vicious. Once Emperor Jiawen thought of how he had actually shared a bed with such a woman for so many years, he felt goosebumps all over his body, and he was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. The Empress's face was dejected, and she couldn't say a single word of rebuttal. Rong Jin also panicked and couldn't help but argue. Father, even if Mother knows about it, it can't prove that she did it. Mother is already the Empress. What benefits does she have by doing this? Yeah, Her Majesty is already the mother of the country. Why isn't she satisfied? Rong Jiao suddenly spoke up as he looked down at the mother-son duo, and his eyes were filled with obscurity. Of course, she didn't do this for herself. She did it for the Honorable Crown Prince, brother. Rong Jin was shocked. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iYuan. Chapter 374. Rong Jiao. Don't spout nonsense. Rong Jin instinctively wanted to retort. I'm the Crown Prince, and I'm considered one of the top cultivators. Why do I have to resort to such means? All these years, I've always relied on my own abilities to cultivate, and I've never taken any shortcuts. I've also never used such sinister means. I can swear on my life. Rong Jin also swore. He was very clear that in this situation he would be doomed if he didn't quickly extricate himself and his mother from this matter. However, his words seemed very weak in comparison to the Empress's reaction. See Huijing, what are your intentions for doing this? Emperor Jiawen didn't listen to Rong Jin at all. He had already confirmed that the Empress did all of this. The tears on the Empress's face had already dried, and only despair was left. Emperor Jiawen glanced at Rong Jin and Rong Zhen and sneered. You don't want to say? That's good too. Rong Jin and Rong Zhen can't escape the blame either. And Rong Qi. I must have been blind back then to choose you as the Empress. I even made Rong Jin the Crown Prince. Chu Ning. Rong Jiao. Immediately searched the entire place. Yes. The duo didn't hesitate at all as they answered in unison. Then they split up and started searching in different directions. Rong Zhen wanted to say something but didn't. It seemed like she wanted to stop them, but she just stood there anxiously in the end. Eunuch Min stood behind Emperor Jiawen, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. As it involved the Empress and the rest, this trip was very low-key, and they didn't even bring any guards. They didn't expect such a shocking secret to be exposed. Chu Liwei looked at the messy scene in front of him and raised his brows slightly as he looked up at the sky. Country Yao Chen's sky is finally going to change. When the Empress heard Emperor Jiawen's words, she finally realized something. Emperor Joan is planning to punish both her and her son. It's fine if something happens to me, but Rong Jin's position as the crown prince can't be snatched away. Seeing that Chu Ning and Rong Jiao had already started searching inside, she shivered and directly kowtowed to Emperor Joan to admit her guilt. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I know my mistake. You can punish me however you want, but please let my children off. They're all innocent. They didn't know anything about this. She smashed her head on the ground with all her might. With a dull thud, her forehead was soon bleeding profusely. Her makeup had long been ruined by her tears. Coupled with the bright red and sticky blood slowly flowing down from her forehead, she looked even more miserable. Emperor Joan was unmoved as if he had heard a joke. You don't know? Rong Zhen is right here, and you're telling me that she doesn't know anything? The queen was speechless. In actual fact, she didn't know why Rong Zhen was here either. She did this very secretly, so Rong Jin and the rest didn't know about it, including Rong Zhen. Even if she was crazy, she wouldn't send Rong Zhen here. But Rong Zhen was indeed here. There was no room for argument. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt hatred toward Rong Zhen. If it weren't for her, why would Emperor Joan find this place? Then he wouldn't have seen everything here. They also wouldn't suspect Rong Jin and the rest because of her existence. She looked at Rong Zhen and pleaded, Zhen, tell your imperial father yourself how you came to be here, okay? Take it that I'm begging you. You don't want your big brother and second brother to suffer with you, right? You can't drag them down with you. Rong Zhen's eyes trembled. Many scenes suddenly appeared in her mind. How familiar was this scene? Ever since I was young, Imperial Mother would say something like this every time I met with something, right? Her eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of fog. Then she lowered her head slightly and said clearly, word by word, You're right. Imperial Father, it was Imperial Mother who sent me here. The queen's voice suddenly stopped, and she looked at Rong Zhen in disbelief. Mother said that this was the only way to help me take revenge for Chu Luiyue. Also, she could pin Elder Si Meng's death on them. Every word Rong Zhen said made the queen's eyes widen. After hearing this, she was completely dazed. Soon after, the Empress suddenly realized something and screamed, You're wrong. Your Majesty! Everything she said is fake. It's all fake. Don't believe her. Emperor Joan glanced at her and nonchalantly said, You're saying that your biological daughter is framing you? The queen felt very aggrieved, but she didn't know what to say. She also didn't know why Rong Zhen would say this. Emperor Joan stepped forward and asked, Rong Zhen, did you just say that Si Meng died in your mother's hands? Rong Zhen shuddered and lightly pointed at the bronze vat before quickly retracting her hand as if she were afraid of something. However, this action was clear enough. She was clearly saying that Si Meng had already died in the bronze vat. I almost forgot that he's a stage 5 warrior. Taking away such a strong warrior's strength is naturally twice the result with half the effort. Chu Luiyue silently sized Rong Zhen up. I only left for 10 days, so why did so many things happen in the imperial city? If I didn't clearly remember that I killed Si Meng, I would have really believed Rong Zhen's previous words. The queen's face flushed red and white, and she was about to argue. Your Majesty! Father! Chu Ning and Rong Jiao came back one after another. The duo's expressions were strange. Emperor Joan's heart sank. What's the matter? Chu Ning and Rong Jiao looked at each other and seemed hesitant. After a moment, Chu Ning cupped his fists. Your Majesty, there are many skeletons buried in the backyard. Rong Jiao hurriedly added. There are more or less some scattered bones hidden in the various rooms in this yard. Roughly looking, there are about 100 people. Dead silence. Even Chu Luiyue couldn't help but frown. When she saw the bronze vat, she thought that there must be more than just a few skeletons here. However, she didn't expect there to be so many. Most of those people are cultivators. There haven't been any missing persons cases in the imperial city all these years, so these people should have been brought in from outside the imperial city. Said Chu Ning solemnly. Emperor Joan took a deep breath in and stared at the queen. Si Huijing, you can't do all of this by yourself. Tell me, who's helping you? The Si family? Hearing Emperor Joan mention the Si family, The queen immediately shook her head out of reflex. No. I did all of this by myself. I was blinded for a moment. I'm willing to use my death to atone for my sins. I only beg your majesty to let Rong Jin, Rong Qi, and the Xi family off. Rong Jin finally couldn't help but say, Mother, what are you doing? You didn't do this, right? Who's the one harming you? Just say it, Pak. The queen actually slapped Rong Jin harshly. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Iyuan. Chapter 375. Rong Jin was stunned by the slap. The Empress's slap was very harsh, and it directly caused half of Rong Jin's face to swell up. Her palm was slightly numb, and her heart trembled when she saw Rong Jin's dazed and hurt expression. If I wasn't forced, why would I bear to hit my most beloved son? But, you don't have the right to speak, hollered the Empress. Then she broke free from Rong Jin, knelt forward, and begged. Your Majesty, I won't complain no matter how you punish me. I'm the only one who did all this. Emperor Jiawen's eyes were filled with mockery. Didn't you deny it previously? Why are you admitting it so readily now? You just won't cry until you see the coffin and won't turn back until you hit the wall. Seeing that all the evidence was in front of her and that she couldn't argue, she finally admitted it. Moreover, he actually wanted to take full responsibility and put all the blame on himself. Your cultivation talent is average, so this bronze cauldron definitely wasn't prepared for you, right? How many people in this world can make you spend so much effort on it? As he spoke, Emperor Jiawen's gaze landed on Rong Jin. Rong Jin shuddered. He didn't know why, but he also felt guilty. He wasn't stupid. When he found out about the bronze cauldron's use, he had already noticed something. After seeing the Empress's reaction, it would be a joke if he still couldn't guess who it was prepared for. Even if he didn't know anything about it before, he still shuddered when he thought about how hundreds of cultivators' skeletons were hidden in this yard. The Empress choked and couldn't say anything. Emperor Jiawen closed his eyes. Bring the Empress and Rongzhen back to the palace. Without my permission, they're not allowed to leave the palace. As for Rongjin, go back to Crown Prince Mansion. Right? And Rongqi, tell him to stay in King Ping's residence. When this matter is completely investigated, I'll punish them one by one. Then, Emperor Jiawen angrily waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Eunuch Min hurriedly followed him and didn't dare to say anything. Chu Ning heaved a sigh of relief and patted Chu Liuyue's arm. Go back and have a good rest. Now, this matter had completely nothing to do with him and his daughter. However, as the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, he still had to follow His Majesty to continue investigating. Chu Liyue gently nodded. Father, don't worry. You can take good care of herself. Only then was Chu Ning at ease. He turned around and walked to Rongzhen. Fourth Princess, please. Rongzhen looked at the Empress hesitantly. Mother, scram. This consort doesn't have a daughter like you. The Empress suddenly cursed. Rongzhen's already pale face turned even paler. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing and turned to leave. When she passed by Chu Liyue, her head was still lowered, as if she did not notice Chu Liyue's existence. Fourth Princess. Chu Liyue suddenly called out to her. Rongzhen then stopped abruptly and looked up at her. Upon seeing Chu Liyue, Rongzhen instinctively knitted her brows and revealed a look of disgust. However, just as she was about to speak, fear flashed across her heart for some reason. Inexplicably, she swallowed back the words in her throat. Faced with her series of subtle reactions, Chu Liyue's eyes flashed, and he vaguely had a guess in his heart. She did not say anything else and gave Chu Ning a reassuring smile. However, Rongzhen was scared and quickly left. On the other side, Rongjio stood in front of the Empress and Rongjin, quietly waiting for the two of them. He seemed to be very patient and did not say much as he stood at the side and waited. From time to time, he even glanced at the two of them as if he was having fun. Nobody knew that he had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that he could finally see the Empress in such a pathetic state, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Rongjin noticed his gaze, and it was as if the fire in his heart had been ignited. Rongjio, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You just wanted to make a joke out of us. Are you satisfied now? Rongjio lightly said. Imperial brother, what are you talking about? I'm just waiting to send the two of you back. Father has already given the order, so I naturally have to follow it. Rongjin clenched his fists tightly. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Isn't it because of your lowly birth mother? You have been harboring hatred for us for more than a day or two. One day, I'll definitely make you pay back double. Rongjio's gaze turned cold, and intense murderous intent spread. Crown Prince, if you have the time, you should think about how to get out of this hopeless situation. The Empress's position can't be kept, and Rongjin isn't any better. This time, it will even implicate the C family. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to take revenge? What a joke. Rongjin almost shattered his molars before he finally suppressed the hatred in his heart. Mother, let's go. They had to think of another way. Rongjin supported the Empress and walked in front. Rongjio paused and looked at Situ Xingqian. Eldest Princess Situ, are you coming along or? Situ Xingqian's face was like a frozen mask, and it was awkward and terrible. She didn't expect things to develop to such a stage. Wasn't everything fine before? Why did the Empress and Crown Prince's situation become so precarious after I left the palace? What should I do? I won't follow you, Situ Xingqian said with difficulty. Situ Xingqian forced herself to say this, but it was too late for regrets. If I knew this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have set a marriage agreement with Rongjin. This situation can't be salvaged. This isn't very good, right? Eldest Princess Situ, you just got engaged to the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince is in trouble, isn't it equivalent to running away? Not only the Crown Prince, but many people will be very disappointed, right? Chu Luiyue crossed her arms and lazily said. Situ Xingqian glanced at her, and hatred quickly flashed across her eyes. Chu Luiyue is clearly doing this on purpose. I'd better not. After all, this matter is very serious. Even though I'm engaged to the Crown Prince, I'm still considered an outsider. As country Xing Luo's eldest princess, it's really not appropriate for me to continue being involved in this matter. At this point, Situ Xingqian was still very particular with her words as she easily separated herself from this matter. It was as if she had forgotten that it was because she testified that she once saw Chu Luiyue and Rongjin together that she incited the Empress and Rongjin to criticize Chu Luiyue in front of Emperor Jiuan. Chu Luiyue smiled and nodded. Eldest Princess Situ, you're right. However, I originally thought that you and the Crown Prince must be in love with each other since you got engaged so quickly. When you saw that he was in trouble, you would definitely step forward. It seems like I'm thinking too much. Situ Xingqian's expression became even more awkward. Rongjin, who was walking in front, suddenly reacted as he turned around and rushed to Situ Xingqian, grabbing her hand. Xingqian, you're the only one who can help me now. Go and ask your father to step forward, he'll definitely let you off. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 376. Situ Xingqian flung Rongjin's hand away without hesitation. Rongjin was shocked. Xingqian? Wasn't she smiling at me with gentle eyes previously? Why did she suddenly become so cold in the blink of an eye? He even saw a flash of disgust in her eyes. Situ Xingqian hid her smile and gently said, Prince, don't misunderstand. Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just that this matter is of great importance. His Majesty might not be willing to let others know about it. If I rashly ask for Father's help, it might make His Majesty even angrier. Upon hearing this, Rongjin also hesitated. Situ Xingqian's words made sense. Now, Imperial Father seemed to have determined that this matter was done by Imperial Mother. In the future, it was very likely that they would be held accountable and even the C family might not be spared. This isn't just a family scandal. If this news gets out, the entire country Yao Chen's royal family's reputation will be destroyed completely. But other than this, he really couldn't think of any other solution. Then what should we do? Rongjin had never seen Emperor Jiawen so angry. Xingqian, you must think of a way to help me. We're already engaged now. If anything happens to me and Mother, Situ Xingqian's intestines were about to turn green with regret. If I knew that things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have replied to Rong Jin's letter no matter what. She pretended to think for a while and said, "Prince, don't worry. This matter hasn't been settled yet." This matter had not been settled yet, so there was still room for negotiation. Why don't I go back to Xingluo first and discuss with father before we see how to solve this? I must leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Once I go back, I'll immediately tell father to cancel my engagement with Rong Jin. Rong Jin didn't know what Situ Xingqian was thinking and only thought that she agreed to ask her father for help. Hence, he was very grateful, and even the unhappiness and suspicion he felt when she flung his hand away disappeared completely. "Then you must be quick. I'll wait for your news," said Rong Jin, and his expression changed slightly. "Xingqian, only you're willing to help me." Situ Xingqian suppressed the disgust in her heart and smiled as she urged him. "Rest assured, Your Highness. Her Majesty the Empress is still waiting for you over there. Hurry up and go. What happened today must have had a great impact on her. You must take good care of her." Warmth flooded Rong Jin's heart as he looked at Situ Xingqian gratefully. He had never felt that she was so moving before. He couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart and suddenly pulled Situ Xingqian into his embrace. Situ Xingqian was shocked by his actions and almost wanted to hit him. "Xingqian, I promise you, once this is over, we'll get married." Rong Jin enunciated every word clearly. Situ Xingqian's body froze. If it weren't for the people watching at the side, she would have long pushed Rong Jin away. She closed her eyes and suppressed her anger. "Your Highness, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with the Empress first." Upon hearing this, Rong Jin finally let go of her and looked at her intently. "Then, everything depends on you." Then, Rong Jin turned around and left. Situ Xingqian felt as if ants were crawling all over her body, and she almost screamed out loud. After waiting for those people's figures to disappear with much difficulty, she hurriedly said to Rong Jio, "Third Prince, I'm sorry. I don't want to disturb His Majesty anymore, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he walked out. Rong Jio raised his voice. "Eldest Princess Situ, isn't this a bit too rude? Why don't I send someone to send you back?" Situ Xingqian acted as if she didn't hear anything as she hurriedly left. Very quickly, only Chu Luiwei and Rong Jio were left in the yard. Chu Luiwei bowed to Rong Jio. "Thank you, Your Highness. If it weren't for Rong Jio's interference, Chu Ning definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid punishment, and the heptagon wouldn't have appeared." However, Rong Jio looked at Chu Luiwei in deep thought. "You don't have to thank me. We just have our own needs." Then he lifted his feet and left. Chu Luiwei raised his brows. "Previously, I didn't realize that Rong Jio is quite interesting. At the very least, he's honest enough. But, judging from his previous reaction, he didn't seem to know what was going on here." Her eyes sparkled. "Previously, I didn't hide Rong Jin here, but she appeared here for no reason these 2 days and was coincidentally seen by Rong Jio. The most important thing is that Rong Jin's memory is in a mess. She clearly doesn't remember everything that happened in the forest outside the Imperial City and remembers that the Empress sent her here. Also, Simeng, he clearly died in front of me, but I've completely remembered it wrong. If it weren't for Rong Jin's words, Emperor Zhaowen definitely wouldn't have confirmed the Empress's guilt so easily. In the entire Imperial City, there should only be one person who can do this. Rong Xiu." Chu Luiwei lightly pouted. "Yesterday, I stayed at Rong Xiu's place for quite a long time, but Rong Xiu didn't even mention this matter. Who would have thought that all of this was controlled by Rong Xiu, who never showed himself from the start to the end?" Even Rong Zhen sighed when she recalled the series of developments. Rong Xiu's schemes are really deeper than I thought. However, this feeling of having someone to deal with the aftermath and devising strategies to solve all problems seems pretty good. Chu Liuyue's lips curved up, and she turned around to look at the bronze cauldron as she fell into deep thought. What exactly does the Empress want to do with this thing? Does she really just want to help Rong Jin raise his cultivation level? But even if Rong Jin relies on himself to cultivate, there shouldn't be much of a problem. If more than 100 people died here, it means that the Empress has been doing this since a long time ago. What exactly is she doing? Suddenly, a thought flashed across Chu Liyue's mind. Previously, Rong Jin mentioned a secret about Rong Jin. Could it be related to that? C family. In the martial arts arena, the C family's younger generation was diligently cultivating. C stood below the arena and gave them pointers from time to time. One of the biggest reasons why the C family could become the leader of the four big families was that the C family had plenty of fresh blood. These young men and women in their teens and 20s were all very outstanding. Compared to the other families, the C family was especially outstanding in this aspect. Even though they couldn't compare to Si Ting, Si was already very satisfied. Suddenly, a guard rushed in from outside with a hurried expression. "Family head. His Majesty is urgently summoning you." Si was dazed. "Why would His Majesty suddenly summon me to the palace at this time? Do you know what's going on?" The guard shook his head, but his expression was a little nervous. "Eunuch Min is waiting outside. He seems to be quite anxious." Si Yi knitted his brows. Seeing the guard's reaction, it doesn't seem to be as simple as anxious. He said in a low voice, "Got it? I'll go now." Digression: I slept at 3 p.m., was disturbed by a mosquito for more than an hour in the morning, and my period came to visit. I broke my phone. Please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 377. Si walked out and happened to see Si Ting return. "Greetings, master." Si Ting cupped his fists and bowed. His chiseled face was a little tense. Si saw his expression and found it strange. "Si Ting, shouldn't you be at the academy today? Why are you back now?" Si Ting hesitated for a moment. "I heard that something happened in the palace." "What happened? Why didn't I know?" Si was even more confused. He had been sending people to contact the palace. If something really happened, he should be the first to know. How did Si Ting know that he was at Tianlu Academy? Also, it doesn't look good. Si Ting looked at him and clenched his fists. Chu Liyue didn't go to the academy today. He was summoned to the palace. So what? Si Yi realized something the moment he spoke, and his expression changed. "You're saying that it has something to do with the fourth princess?" Si Ting nodded. "I felt that something was amiss, so I came back to take a look. I saw Eunuch Min standing at the door." Si Ting pursed his lips. Eunuch Min's expression wasn't good. At least, he had never seen such an expression on Eunuch Min's face after meeting him so many times. Also, this was clearly directed at the Si family. Si Ye's heart gradually sank. Since the fourth princess was involved, His Majesty must have found out that they were secretly searching for Rong Jin. Si Meng might have been exposed as well. He hurriedly patted Si Ting's shoulder. "I'll go to the palace to take a look first. You stay at home. If anything happens, you'll be in charge of everything in the Si family." As he spoke, he took out a token and stuffed it into Si Ting's hands. Si Ting frowned. What had happened to make the patriarch so nervous? He even gave me the token that represents the Si family's master? "Master, I can't take this." "You should. Take it." Si Ye's expression was very stern, and he didn't allow any rejection. Si Ting exchanged glances with him and suddenly realized that the current situation might be more troublesome and dangerous than he had imagined. He finally held the token tightly and nodded. "Don't worry. I'll protect the Si family." Only then did Si Yi feel more at ease. He took a long look at Si Ting before turning to leave. Si Ting looked at his back. For some reason, the uneasiness in his heart started to spread. On the other side, Si Yi followed Eunuch Min into the palace in a hurry. Along the way, he had tried several times to find out what was going on, but Eunuch Min was very tight-lipped and refused to divulge any information. This made Si Yi even more certain of his guess. Something must have happened to the Empress. Otherwise, Eunuch Min would not have such an attitude. The two of them were silent the entire way. By the time they reached the imperial study, countless thoughts had already flashed through Si Ye's mind. Si Yi looked around without batting an eyelid. He immediately realized that the guards in the imperial study were much stricter than before. The overall atmosphere was also more solemn and dignified than before. His heart felt like it was hanging in the air, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Eunuch Min stepped forward alone and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Master Si has arrived." Emperor Jiawen's cold voice came from the imperial study. "Let him in." Eunuch Min looked at Si Yi and took a step back. "Master Si, this way please." Si Yi took a deep breath in and tidied his clothes before walking forward and pushing the door open to enter. Once he walked in and saw the scene inside, Si Yi's heart harshly skipped a beat. In the spacious and quiet imperial study, Emperor Jiawen was sitting behind the table. The booklets, brushes, and ink on the table were all swept to the floor, and it was a mess. The Empress, Si Huijing, was kneeling in front of him. Her extravagant palace gown was filled with dirt, and her usually neatly combed hair was also very messy. Her face was tear-stained, and her eyes were red and swollen. She knelt there, and her entire body was filled with despair and pain. Si Yi had never seen her in such a pathetic state. "Her Majesty?" He couldn't help but shout as he hurriedly walked forward. But very quickly, he realized that Emperor Jiawen was still in the study. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Emperor Jiawen. He suppressed the waves in his heart and bowed. "Si Yi greets your Majesty." When the Empress saw him, her dazed eyes moved, and her expression was very strange. It was as if she wanted to cry, but she couldn't cry anymore. She had cried for half her life, and she had almost cried dry today. However, this didn't make Emperor Jiawen's heart soften at all. Emperor Jiawen looked at Si Yi with a heavy gaze. "Si Yi, do you know why I called you over?" Si Yi only felt a strong pressure coming over him. He knelt down almost without thinking. "I don't know. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." "You don't know? Don't you know that the Si family was secretly searching for Rongzhen's whereabouts?" Emperor Jiawen's voice was like a heavy hammer that harshly slammed down. Si Yi clenched his fists tightly. As expected, His Majesty already knows. He immediately placed his hands on the floor and heavily knocked his forehead on the floor. "I know my mistake. Please punish me, Your Majesty." "You know your mistake? To think that I thought you were loyal to me. I didn't expect you to secretly work with the Empress and lie to me for so many years. You already knew about Si Meng's matter, right? See, you're really something." The more Emperor Jiawen spoke, the angrier he got. He actually picked up the remaining teacup beside him and suddenly threw it at Si Yi. Bang! The teacup harshly landed in front of Si Yi. The shards flew everywhere, and two of them quickly scratched Si Yi's face, leaving bloody marks. However, Si didn't dare to move as he knelt even more respectfully. "Your Majesty, I know my mistake, but all of this has nothing to do with Her Majesty. Back then, I was worried that Her Majesty couldn't protect herself in the palace, so I specially arranged for Si Meng. Also, regarding the fourth princess's disappearance, Her Majesty was afraid that you'd be too worried, so she wanted me to help. She didn't hide it on purpose. No matter what, I'm willing to bear all the consequences." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiawen sneered. "Bear all the consequences? Do you have the right? Si Yi, you don't have to act in front of me. Rongzhen didn't even go missing. She was hidden by the Empress." Si Yi was shocked and suddenly looked up. "What?" Upon seeing his reaction, Emperor Jiawen squinted his eyes. "What? Your good sister didn't tell you?" Si Yi's heart was in a mess and he subconsciously looked at the Empress. "Empress, what's going on?" The Empress lowered her head. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. Rongzhen happened to appear at Heptagon Alley at that time, and she even said those words herself. Emperor Jiawen had already confirmed everything. She spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your Majesty, my brother really knows nothing about this. Please let the Si family off." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 378. Si Yi was confused as he listened at the side. Rongzhen didn't go missing. She was hidden by the Empress? But she didn't look like that at all. Besides, if she really wanted to do this, why would Si Meng die for no reason? He endured the pain and couldn't be bothered to wipe the blood off his face as he hurriedly begged. "Your Majesty, even though I don't know who told you all this, it must be fake. Previously, the fourth princess and Si Meng went missing together, and Si Meng died very quickly. The Empress was worried about the fourth princess's safety, so she found me. I secretly sent people to search the entire imperial city, but they didn't find any traces of the fourth princess. Rongjin said all this herself. Could she be lying? Emperor Jiawen's cold words made Si swallow his remaining words. He widened his eyes in shock and couldn't recover his senses for a long time. Rongjin said it herself? Could it be that Rongjin has been found? Looking at Si Ye's expression, Emperor Jiawen thought to himself, he really doesn't seem to know about this. Otherwise, his acting skills are too good. Si had followed him for many years, so he more or less understood him. If Si was really involved in this matter, he definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. Emperor Jiawen's mood finally calmed down a little. As the head of the Si family, the head of the four major families, Si Ye's identity was very important. Unless it was a critical moment, Emperor Jiawen wasn't willing to touch him. If not, the entire imperial city would be shaken. That was also the reason why he chose to deal with such a major matter in such a low-key manner. Si, the Empress has already admitted that she killed Si Meng and sent Rongjin to Heptagon Alley to frame the Chu family. Do you have anything to say about this? Si was dazed. The Empress killed Si Meng? How is this possible? All these years, the Empress trusted and relied on Si Meng a lot. What good does it do to kill him? Besides, why did she send Rongjin to Heptagon Alley? Hasn't that place been abandoned for many years? Faced with Emperor Jiawen's stern questioning, Si Ye's heart thumped, and he couldn't help but look at the Empress at the side. Empress, is what His Majesty said true? The Empress's face didn't change at all. She just nodded stiffly. She only hoped that the Si family wouldn't be implicated, so even if she wasn't the one who did it, she had to admit it. Moreover, with the bronze cauldron in Heptagon Alley, these matters were nothing. I'm afraid that Emperor Jiawen has already cut me into pieces in his heart. Si was shocked. He asked almost subconsciously, why? The Empress lowered her eyes, seemingly not intending to continue speaking. Emperor Jiawen chided her. Why aren't you saying anything? If you can do it, why can't you say it now? Tell Si Ji what good things you did in Heptagon Alley. Si had never seen Emperor Jiawen so angry before, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, when Si Meng and Rongjin were mentioned, Emperor Jiawen had been holding it in. Why did he suddenly have such a huge reaction when Heptagon Alley was mentioned? It seems like the Heptagon Alley incident is more intolerable to Emperor Jiawen than Si Meng's existence and hiding Rongjin. The Empress's pale and cracked lips trembled. Your Majesty, I did all these myself, and it has nothing to do with my brother or the entire Si family. If this matter continues, it will only become more troublesome. Please give me a swift end and end it. Emperor Jiawen chuckled. Now you know how troublesome it is? When you did it back then, did you think that this day would come? It's not impossible for you to end it. You just have to make it clear whether the bronze cauldron was prepared for Rongjin or not. And why are you doing this? Si was confused when he heard this. What bronze cauldron? Why is Rongjin involved in this? The Empress bit her lips tightly. Actually, Emperor Jiawen had asked her this question many times. However, she never admitted it. She knew better than anyone else how much Emperor Jiawen hated the bronze cauldron. Hence, once I admit it, Rongjin will never be able to make a comeback. Thinking of this, her heart was completely drowned in despair. The next moment, she suddenly slammed against the wall at the side. Emperor Jiawen stood up angrily. Stop her! Si had long rushed over when the Empress moved and blocked in front of her. The Empress harshly slammed her head into Si Ye's arms. Don't. Si let out a muffled groan as a sweet and fishy taste surged into his mouth. The Empress actually really wants to kill me. She used all her strength this time. What are you doing? Si was angry and anxious as he directly shouted the Empress's name. The Empress grabbed his hand and anxiously begged. Brother, kill me. Quickly kill me. As long as she died, everything would be over. But how could Si bear to do it? What exactly happened to you? Emperor Jiawen looked on coldly at the side. Empress, do you think I can't do anything to you if you don't say anything? Then he suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Guards! Bring me a brush and ink. He had smashed most of the things on the table and they couldn't be used anymore. However, the imperial study didn't lack these things at all. Eunuch Min hurriedly came in from outside as if he didn't see the disheveled Si Yi and the Empress on the ground. He silently walked to the other side, took out a new brush, and presented it to Emperor Juan. Then he very consciously started to grind the ink. Emperor Juan picked up the brush and nonchalantly glanced at the Empress. I think you can't continue to be the Empress. As for Rongjin, with a mother like you, what kind of son can he teach? He can't take on such a big responsibility. I should have removed him long ago. The Empress suddenly realized that Emperor Jiawen didn't just want to remove the Empress, he also wanted to remove the Crown Prince. In her panic, she couldn't help but scream. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Rongjin just got engaged with Situ Xingqian. If you remove the Crown Prince now, how are you going to explain to country Xing Luo? Emperor Jiawen paused in his actions and sneered. I see. No wonder they're so fearless. They actually thought of how to get away with it right from the start. It turns out that Rongjin successfully fought for the marriage agreement with Situ Xingqian just for this day. Emperor Jiawen hated himself for being blind for so many years. He actually let such a vicious mother and son lie to him for so long. But I do want to see if country Xing Luo will continue to maintain the marriage agreement between Situ Xingqian and Rongjin after knowing about this. Country Xing Luo. Situ Xingqian returned to the palace at the fastest speed possible and recounted everything that had happened in detail. However, country Xing Luo's Emperor Xiankong, Situ Yen, kept quiet for a long time before shaking his head. Xingqian, this marriage agreement can't be cancelled. Digression, I forgot how to address the Emperor of country Xing Luo and his name. Using this chapter as the basis, I'll change the previous chapters together. It was hard to believe that in the early summer when mosquitoes appeared, I used 4 heating pads in one day. Mobile users, please browse and read, a better reading experience from love. Chapter 379. Your Highness, this move is really ingenious. Chu Luiyue looked at the chessboard in front of her, but the black chess piece in her hand didn't move. Almost all my black chess pieces are blocked. Rong Xiu sat opposite her quietly. Upon hearing this, his thin red lips curved up slightly. You clearly have another path to take, right? Chu Luiyue could obviously tell. But even if I take this step and barely break out of my current predicament, Your Highness, didn't you already prepare an inescapable trap? Since I'm going to lose anyway, there's no point in taking this extra step. Chu Luiyue threw the chess piece back into the chess pot and raised her hands. I admit defeat. Looking at her obedient manner, Rong Xiu raised his brows slightly. You're not focused. What are you thinking about? As he spoke, he started to put away the chess pieces. Chu Luiyue looked at his slow movements and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. Actually, even if she was focused, she would barely be able to fight Rong Xiu to a draw. If they really wanted to compare, Rong Xiu was indeed better. Rong Xiu slowly said, This move seems to be very simple. This step may seem meaningless, but there will be people who will take it. Chu Luiyue snorted. It's just a waste of effort. Not only did Situ Yen not cancel Rongjin and Situ Xingqian's marriage agreement, but he even took the initiative to ask for mercy. Even if His Majesty was furious and couldn't wait to punish the Empress and Crown Prince, he had to give Situ Yen some face. Chu Luiyue had long expected that Situ Yen wouldn't cancel the marriage agreement easily, but she didn't expect him to help so decisively. It could be seen that Situ Yen thought highly of Rongjin. Rong Xiu smiled lightly. If the problem could be solved so easily, it wouldn't have dragged until today. Chu Luiyue suddenly leaned forward, placed her hands on the chessboard, and stared at Rong Xiu. Your Highness, did you already know that Situ Yen would help? Rong Xiu raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Chu Luiyue's face with a faint smile. Didn't you already know? Between the two of them, there seemed to be some kind of ambiguous air flowing slowly. Chu Luiyue looked at Rong Xiu thoughtfully. Of course she knew. However, the reason why she made such a guess was purely because she knew something. But what about Rong Xiu? He knew about it too? Chu Luiyue paused. Because of Situ Yan's help, His Majesty hasn't deposed the Crown Prince yet. Even the Empress hasn't been officially deposed. However, many people had already sensed that something wasn't right. Now, all kinds of guesses were running rampant, and people's hearts were shaken. His Majesty ordered a thorough investigation of Heptagon Alley, but there hasn't been any progress. Your Highness, what exactly do you plan to do? Rong Xiu kept all the chess pieces and looked at Chu Liyue's curious face. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her forehead lightly. Even though taking an extra step won't win you, it will make it more exciting. Besides, that way, you'll be able to win more happily. Crown Prince Mansion. As Rong Jin was under house arrest again, the entire Crown Prince Mansion's atmosphere became very solemn. Everyone was dejected and lifeless. They didn't have the smug look that the Crown Prince had when he was in the limelight. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince that everyone envied would end up in such a state? Even though His Majesty hadn't given any orders, rumors were spreading in the imperial city. Everyone said that even the Empress was under house arrest this time, and it was only a matter of time before the Crown Prince was deposed. Chu Xianmin sat in her room. It was already late autumn, and the weather gradually turned cold. Her residence was cold and cheerless, like a cellar in the dead of winter. Her hand slowly touched the veil on her face. Even though she was the only one here, she didn't dare to show her face. This was because even she was afraid of seeing that face. Back then, when had she ever thought that she would end up like this? She thought for a long time and finally stood up. She heard that Situ Xingqian was visiting Crown Prince Mansion today, so she had to go and greet her. When she walked outside, the road was terrifyingly quiet. It wasn't much better than her place. She walked all the way to the front hall. After walking for a distance, she finally saw people on the road. Most of them were servants, but these people only bowed to her hastily when they saw her and hurriedly left. Chu Xianmin couldn't help but mock herself. When these people met her in the past, they would think of ways to tease her. Now, they couldn't even be bothered to do that. She could vaguely hear those people's whispers. I really don't know what eldest Princess Situ wants. Now that the Crown Prince and Her Majesty are under house arrest, they will be deposed sooner or later. She still hasn't cancelled her marriage agreement with the Crown Prince. Isn't she finding trouble for herself? Who knows? Maybe she's infatuated with him and is willing to die for him? I don't think so. You didn't see how eldest princess treated the Crown Prince. I just went in to serve tea, but I didn't see any smile on her face. She said that she's here to visit the Crown Prince, but anyone who saw her would think that she was forced to come. Who can force her? She's the apple of country Xing Luo's emperor's eye. Anyway, with her around, His Majesty won't do anything to the Crown Prince for the time being. But I think we should find another way out. This Crown Prince's palace, it was hard to say when it would completely change. I heard that His Majesty has been treating the third prince very well recently. He seems to be planning to make him a prince. Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth and walked forward. In the front hall, Rong Jin and Situ Xingqian sat opposite each other. After experiencing the past few days, Rong Jin had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. Even his last bit of energy was almost depleted. He was worried about the Empress and himself. He was anxious for a few days and nights, so he naturally became like this. Luckily, he still kept his position as the Crown Prince. Xingqian, I really don't know how to thank you. Rong Jin looked at Situ Xingqian in front of him with a face full of gratitude. I knew you wouldn't sit by and do nothing. In Rong Jin's opinion, Situ Yen must have been willing to help because Situ Xingqian had begged him. Hence, he treasured Situ Xingqian even more in his heart. However, Situ Xingqian didn't think so. Being stared at by Rong Jin with such a gaze, she felt goosebumps all over her body, and she almost couldn't sit still. If it weren't for father's orders, I wouldn't have come no matter what. Your Highness, you don't have to be so polite. This is what I should do. Situ Xingqian almost clenched her teeth and spat out this sentence. However, Rong Jin didn't notice her thoughts at all as he sighed deeply and sighed. It's a pity that father thinks that mother is guilty and won't let me see her. I also don't know what's going on with her. Situ Xingqian was impatient to listen to this. She recalled her former father's instructions and asked softly in a seemingly unintentional manner, Your Highness, His Majesty is doing this because of Heptagon Alley. Do you know what's going on in there? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 380. Rong Jin knitted his brows. I don't know either. Mother didn't mention it to me before. That day, it was my first time at Heptagon Alley. As for the so-called bronze cauldron and the hundreds of skeletons, he had never heard of them before. Situ Xingqian knitted her brows undetectably and continued to ask, unwilling to give up. But if Her Majesty really did it, it should be for you. I said I don't know. Rong Jin retorted in disgust. Besides, Mother is just a woman in the palace. How can she do such a thing? Those skeletons belonged to cultivators, and there were even some outstanding warriors among them. However, Mother's cultivation talent was average, and she stayed in the palace for many years. With her abilities alone, it was impossible for her to complete this series of actions. In Rong Jin's eyes, all of this was Rong Jiao and the rest slander. Let's not talk about this and talk about Rong Zhen. Rong Zhen did go missing back then, and Mother was very worried about it. She even looked for him several times to discuss countermeasures. If Mother really sent Rong Zhen to Heptagon Alley long ago, why did she have to act in front of me? Wasn't that a waste of time and energy? In Rong Jin's impression, Mother had always trusted him. Since he was young, he knew that he was Mother's hope, and he carried her heavy burden. Mother could give up everything for him. Even if Mother hid it from the entire world, she would definitely treat him honestly. Hence, he never believed that Mother did those things from the start to the end. Father, you're just temporarily blinded. When I find out the truth, everything will naturally come to light. Rong Jin clenched his teeth. Upon hearing this, Situ Xingqian sneered in her heart. Blinded? Rong Jin could only say this to himself. The Empress's reaction that day was enough to explain the problem. Other than Rong Zhen's strange appearance, everything else was clearly related to the Empress. Situ Xingqian rubbed the teacup but didn't drink it. She looked down at her reflection in the tea, and her eyes were cold. However, her voice was still as gentle as water. Your Highness, you're right. I don't believe in those things either. If not, you wouldn't have come out to help, right? Given the current situation, you have to think of a solution as soon as possible. If not, Her Majesty's life in the palace won't be good. Rong Jin knitted his brows tightly. Then tell me, what should we do? Father refuses to see me now. Does Your Highness know that Lord Chu Ning and the third prince are investigating Heptagon Alley together? If they really found out something, wouldn't it be easy for His Majesty to convict him? In other words, the future of you and the Empress is now in their hands. How could I not know that? Rong Jin rubbed his face in frustration. Let's not talk about Chu Ning, but Rong Jiao has a deep grudge against me and my son. He will definitely take this opportunity to secretly do something. Your Highness, in my opinion, the crux of this matter lies in Heptagon Alley. I believe that those things were definitely not done by the Empress, but she definitely knows something, don't you think? Rong Jin didn't say anything. If Her Majesty tells you everything she knows, then you'll be able to deal with the current situation better. So, why don't you go and consult the Empress? Rong Jin pondered for a long time and felt that this was indeed a good idea. But the most troublesome thing was, but Imperial Mother and I can't see each other right now, so how can I ask? Situ Xingqian's lips curved up slightly, and she revealed a gentle smile. You forgot that Xingqian can enter the palace. Chu Xianmin, who had walked to the door, suddenly stood still when she heard this. Then, she heard Rong Jin's excited voice. Xingqian, you're indeed the best woman in the world. It's my great fortune to be able to marry you as my crown princess. Chu Xianmin felt as if countless needles were pricking her heart, and it was very painful. She clenched her fists tightly, and many thoughts flashed across her mind. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, her gaze became firm, and she turned to leave. Chu Luiwei came to Mu Qinghe's residence again. Just as he walked to the door, he heard a joyful chirp. Chu Luiwei looked up and saw Hong Yao excitedly flapping its wings and flying over. Even though they had not seen each other for half a month, Chu Luiwei missed Hong Yao quite a bit. Seeing her welcoming him so enthusiastically, he couldn't help but smile. Hong Yao, have you been obedient recently? Hong Yao flew one round around Chu Luiyue and flapped its wings vigorously. Chu Luiyue even saw a faint layer of green fire. This was clearly an affirmative answer. Chu Luiyue smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. Don't worry. I didn't forget to bring you a gift. Hong Yao chirped happily again. Chu Luiyue took out her cosmic bag and was about to take out the item when she suddenly felt a gaze on her. It was almost tangible. She paused in her actions and looked up. Jian Fengqi crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame as he looked at her with interest. How strange. Hong Yao isn't your fiend. Why do you care so much about it? Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. It's been more than 10 days. Why hasn't this fellow left yet? As if he had seen through Chu Luiyue's thoughts, Jian Fengqi smiled flirtatiously and proudly. It's easy to invite me here, but it's not so easy to ask me to leave. Chu Luiyue tried her best to look calm and polite as she curtsied. Greetings, young Master Jian. Jian Fengqi suddenly said, Do you know that Mu Qinghe only allows Hong Yao to accept gifts from one person? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 381. Chu Luiyue put away the Qingkuan bag with a calm expression and smiled faintly. How would Lu Yu know about this kind of thing? Jian Fengqi's gaze fell on her hand. He raised his chin and smiled carelessly. Actually, that's not important. Anyway, it's all in the past. What did you bring for Hong Yao? Can I have a look? Chu Luiyue put the things back into the Qingkuan bag without batting an eyelid. Young Master Jian, you must be joking. It's just some ordinary things. They're not worthy of your attention. Since you said that Vice Admiral Mu only allowed Hong Yao to receive a gift from one person, then I won't embarrass myself here. If I offend you, please forgive me. Hong Yao drooped its head in disappointment and immediately glared at Jian Fengqi. It's all his fault. If this guy hadn't suddenly appeared, it would definitely have gotten the gift. It had been waiting for half a month. Jian Fengqi's lips curled into an evil smile, and his eyebrows were naturally flirtatious. Miss Chu, why are you so nervous? I see that Mu Qinghe thinks quite highly of you. Who knows, maybe he'll make an exception for you. After all, the girl in front of him had a pair of eyes that were so similar to that person's. Chu Luiyue didn't want to continue talking about this with Jian Fengqi, so she quietly changed the topic. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Jian. In fact, I came here today to see if Vice Admiral Mu had come back. I came here once a few days ago, but you weren't here at that time. She guessed that Mu Qinghe must have encountered something at that time, because he always kept his promises. Since he said 10 days, there must be some special reasons why he didn't stay here to see her. Jian Fengqi looked at Chu Luiyue thoughtfully. For some reason, he always felt that Chu Luiyue didn't seem to want to talk to him much. The looming feeling of being despised came back again. How strange. He had always been very popular in front of women. He didn't know how he had offended Chu Luiyue to make her treat him like this. It seems like the women of country Yaochen aren't very friendly to me. He let out a long sigh. Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes and smiled politely. Young Master Jian, please don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that Vice Admiral Mu might have been delayed by something. I'm not displeased with you at all. Perhaps someone else made young Master Jian unhappy? It was obvious that he had suffered a setback somewhere. However, she was also curious. There were not many people who could suppress Jian Fengqi. Jian Fengqi's icy eyes were filled with resentment. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he swallowed the words in his throat and turned to walk inside. Forget it, forget it. This young master has never liked to fuss over such things. As he walked, he dragged out his words and spoke lazily. Mu Qinghe, the little girl is looking for you. Chu Luiyue inexplicably shuddered. Little girl? This guy must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts to call her that. Chu Luiyue secretly gritted her teeth and made a mental note of Jian Fengqi. She suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and followed him. Jian Fengqi casually waved his hand without turning his head. He's in the backyard. You can go by yourself. After saying that, he strode toward the other side, as if he couldn't be bothered to care about this. Chu Luiyue thanked him and walked toward the backyard. Seeing that Jian Fengqi had left, Hong Yao followed again. It circled Chu Luiwei and blinked its eyes, unwilling to give up. Since that guy is no longer here, I can give it the present, right? Chu Luiwei stared at it and shook her head. Hong Yao no. It was obvious that the only person Jian Fengqi mentioned who could give Hong Yao a present was her, the former Shangguan Yu. In the past, she didn't know about this at all, so she said that she would bring a present for Hong Yao without any scruples. But now that she knew, she naturally couldn't do that anymore. Mu Qinghe had a lot of doubts about her, so she had to be cautious. Seeing her determined expression, Hong Yao lowered its wings in disappointment, landed on the ground, and walked forward step by step listlessly. Chu Luiwei pursed her lips, but she still didn't give in. In fact, she said that she would bring a present for Hong Yao at first just to coax it, but it gradually became a habit. But she never knew that Mu Qinghe would only let Hong Yao accept gifts from her alone. I really don't know what Mu Qinghe is thinking. Suddenly, Hong Yao stopped. Chu Luiwei looked up and saw that in the spacious backyard, Mu Qinghe was practicing with a saber. He said that he was practicing with a saber, but in fact, what he was holding in his hand was just an ordinary 3-inch wooden saber. Although it was just an ordinary wooden saber, in Mu Qinghe's hand, it seemed to be filled with murderous intent. Even though there was still a distance between them, Chu Luiwei could still feel the fierce aura that almost cut everything. Vice Admiral Mu. Chu Luiwei saluted. Mu Qinghe didn't stop, and his wooden saber danced smoothly. Chu Luiwei could even see the black cracks in the void wherever the saber passed. It could be seen that Mu Qinghe's strength was indeed stronger than before. Mu Qinghe's movements were so fast that he left several afterimages in the courtyard. Immediately, he raised his hand and stabbed. The wooden saber in his hand flew out in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh. Those afterimages were pierced one after another. They dissipated with a loud bang. Chu Luiwei knitted her brows unnoticeably. Mu Qinghe didn't seem to be in a good mood. To put it nicely, he didn't show his emotions, but to put it bluntly, he had an icy face. In Chu Luiwei's impression, she had almost never seen him reveal his emotions. But from his appearance just now, it seemed that he had encountered something terrible, but she didn't say anything, just stood quietly by the side and waited. Finally, when the last afterimage was pierced, the wooden saber flew back to Mu Qinghe's hand. He slowly exhaled and looked back at Chu Luiwei. At this time, his eyes were as cold and indifferent as ever, without the slightest fluctuation. Vice Admiral Mu, the last time I came, you weren't here, so… I know. Mu Qinghe didn't wait for Chu Luiwei to finish her explanation and interrupted her. Suddenly, he stared at Chu Luiwei and sized her up. Chu Luiwei blinked and smiled faintly. Vice Admiral Mu, why are you looking at me like that? Mu Qinghe was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, It seems that your trip wasn't in vain. Chu Luiwei was slightly stunned. She didn't break through this time, so where did Mu Qinghe's words come from? Without waiting for her to ask, Mu Qinghe suddenly threw the wooden saber in his hand at Chu Luiwei. Swoosh! The wooden saber was wrapped in an astonishing force, and it went straight for Chu Luiwei. Its speed was so fast that Chu Luiwei didn't have time to dodge. Now, she could either be pierced or brace herself to receive it. Chu Luiwei subconsciously turned sideways, and at the same time, reached out with her right hand. Mu Qinghe's eyes suddenly sharpened. This movement, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 382. Chu Luiwei suddenly paused. Almost at the same time, two figures, one green and one red, quickly appeared in front of Chu Luiwei. They were Hong Yao and Dumpling. Dumpling quickly went forward and went straight for the wooden saber. Its fluffy body easily landed on the wooden saber. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and bit down hard. Crack! With this crisp sound, a large piece of the wooden saber's blade was bitten off by Dumpling. On the other side, Hong Yao flapped its wings and a ball of green flame landed on the wooden saber. With a boom, it burst into flames. Dumpling sensed the movement and turned around to take a look. It saw that the green flame was almost burning its tail. It bared its teeth at Hong Yao angrily. Hong Yao threw it a provocative look. In the next moment, the two of them retreated. The wooden saber turned into a pile of ashes an arm's length away from Chu Luiyue. Dumpling returned to Chu Luiyue's shoulder first and showed its tail to Chu Luiyue. Ow ow! That bird was too hateful. It was almost burned to death. Chu Luiyue looked at it coldly. Yes, it burned 3 of its feathers. If you discovered it a little later, it would have grown back on its own. Dumpling was speechless. The red demon let out 2 clear cries and flapped its wings proudly. It deserved it. It was its fault for being so slow. It hadn't improved at all after such a long time. Dumpling was furious, but when it thought of how it had suffered because it was inferior to Hong Yao, it could only turn around angrily and point its butt at Hong Yao to show its anger. Actually, Chu Luiyue really wanted to criticize Hong Yao for abusing her power for personal revenge, but she knew better in front of Mu Qinghe. Besides, Hong Yao had attacked to help her. She slowly lowered her arm, and the tense muscles all over her body also relaxed. Mu Qinghe's eyes flashed with disappointment. When he saw Chu Luiyue's actions just now, he thought, what is Vice Admiral Mu planning to do? Chu Luiyue didn't seem to notice anything wrong and said with a smile, I'm afraid you've overestimated me. I can't take one of your moves now. It's all thanks to Dumpling and Hong Yao. Mu Qinghe's face was a little cold as he gave Hong Yao a warning look. Hong Yao, who was still smug a moment ago, suddenly froze. It was too anxious just now. It rushed out just like that. Chu Luiyue was a little nervous. It was only when she was about to make a move that she realized that Mu Qinghe was probably doing this to test her. People's instincts were very easy to be exposed. She was already halfway. Mu Qinghe would definitely notice that something was amiss if she fully displayed her movement technique. Luckily, Dumpling and Hong Yao attacked in time. Chu Luiyue lightly patted Dumpling. She felt at ease when she felt the soft and furry touch. Follow me out. Chu Luiyue nodded. Chu Luiyue was dazed. Now. Mu Qinghe glanced at her. But, do you have other things to do? Chu Luiyue shook her head. Even if there was, Mu Qinghe probably wouldn't care. After all, nobody dared to offend him here. Even Emperor Zhouwen had to make way for him, let alone others. Mu Qinghe nodded and walked outside. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment but still followed. Vice Admiral Mu, may I ask where we're going? You'll know when we get there. Mu Qinghe's reply was very cold and arbitrary. She clearly didn't give Chu Luiyue any room to bargain. Chu Luiyue knitted her brows. Mu Qinghe has always done things like this, so I'm not surprised. But, if I don't even know where we're going, I'll feel uncomfortable. However, Mu Qinghe clearly didn't intend to explain to me. When they reached the front yard, Jian Fengqi suddenly walked out. Oh, where are you bringing the little girl? He smiled and teased. Mu Qinghe coldly glanced at him. This isn't something you should interfere in. Jian Fengqi raised his hands. This isn't the time for you to invite me over. Mu Qinghe, you're getting better at kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. He was clearly just teasing, but Mu Qinghe's expression suddenly stiffened for a moment. Jian Fengqi also seemed to realize something. He coughed and turned his gaze to Chu Luiyue. Miss Chu, there's something I'd like to ask. Please speak, young Master Jian. Jian Fengqi rubbed his chin with one hand and seemed to be in a dilemma. Is this young master ugly? Chu Luiyue thought she heard wrong and slightly widened her eyes. But when she saw Jian Fengqi's thoughtful expression, she was sure that he really did say that. What's wrong with this guy? Who doesn't know that Jian Fengqi's second best skill is alchemy and his first best skill is narcissism? Jian Fengqi's naturally flirtatious eyes and free and unrestrained style. Even Chu Luiyue, who always disliked him, had to admit that Jian Fengqi's charm and appearance were indeed top-notch. Otherwise, how could he come and go freely among the flowers? Young Master Jian is handsome and elegant. Naturally, you have nothing to do with the word ugly. Jian Fengqi's straight brows knitted even tighter. I think so too, but someone said that this young master is ugly. Chu Luiyue asked curiously. I wonder who that person is. What kind of insight is this? Jian Fengqi's gaze became very subtle and his thin lips spat out a name. Mu Hongyu. Chu Luiyue was speechless. It seems that a lot of interesting things have happened while I was away. Jian Fengqi had always been a person who thought highly of himself and was especially confident in his appearance. He had lived for so many years, but this should be the first time that someone called him ugly. No wonder he was so resentful. Unfortunately, according to Mu Hongyu's personality, this kind of person was the last person she liked. This was also because Jian Fengqi had cured the princess consort of Ping Zhang's illness. Mu Hongyu must have said this because she couldn't bear it anymore. One could imagine how much Mu Hongyu didn't like Jian Fengqi. Chu Luiwei came to a realization and comforted him with a smile. Hongyu has always been outspoken. Don't take it to heart. Jian Fengqi was speechless. She didn't seem to be comforting him. I heard from her that there's someone called Rong Xiu who is dozens of times more charming than me? Chu Luiwei's mouth twitched. If she didn't hear wrongly, Rong Xiu? Oh, by the way, she also said that person is your fiancé? Jian Fengqi stared at Chu Luiwei and asked. Only then did Chu Luiwei realize that Jian Fengqi hadn't seen Rong Xiu since he came here. She coughed. Yes. His Highness Prince Li is indeed my fiancé. Jian Fengqi thought for a moment and suddenly walked outside. I'd like to see what kind of person that Rong Xiu is. Chu Luiwei was about to say something when there was a sudden movement from the side. She turned her head to take a look. A long sword suddenly floated in the air. Mu Qinghe was standing on it with a solemn and cold expression. Come up. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 383. Palace. Imperial Study. Emperor Zhou looked at the book in his hands, and the more he read, the more tightly he knitted his brows. Finally, he threw the book aside without a sound. Chu Ning, I asked you to search Heptagon Alley with all your might, but you only found these useless things? Chu Ning, who was respectfully standing with his hands by his side, immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. I've already used all my connections and methods, but I can only find out this much. Even though there are hundreds of skeletons in Heptagon Alley, other than recognizing that they're all cultivators, I can't find any other information about their identities. Anything that can reveal their identities has been specially taken care of, and I can't find anything at all. Other than the hanging corpse, the other skeletons don't even have a single piece of clothing on them. The person who did this was clearly very careful. Chu Ning didn't sleep or rest these few days and even dug 3 feet into Heptagon Alley. However, other than piles of skeletons, he really didn't find anything else. Emperor Zhou rubbed his glabella in frustration. He knew that this matter wouldn't be so easily investigated, and there was no point in sitting here and being anxious. However, once he thought of the bronze cauldron stained with dried, dark red blood, he would be filled with worry. Chu Ning glanced at Emperor Zhou and continued speaking. Refuse to investigate. Her Majesty goes to Heptagon Alley once every 2 months on average, and she's very secretive. She only stays there for a short while, so nobody discovered her after such a long time. Emperor Zhou's face darkened. In actual fact, he had personally interrogated the Empress a few times, but the Empress was very tight-lipped. From start to end, she only said that she did everything, but she didn't mention if she prepared it for Rong Jin or why she did it. In the middle, with Emperor Zhou's silent approval, his subordinates even tortured the Empress, but they still didn't find any useful clues. Whenever he thought about how the Empress had deceived him for so many years without him noticing, he felt a chill run from the bottom of his feet to his head, causing him to shudder. Knock knock. Your Majesty, the third prince wishes to see you. Eunuch Min carefully said outside. Let him in. Emperor Zhou took a deep breath in and looked at Rongjiu, who pushed the door open and asked, What's the news? Do you have any news? The moment Rongjiu came in and saw Chu Ning kneeling on the floor, he realized that Chu Ning probably didn't find anything. He first bowed respectfully and then slowly said, I'm sorry. Your son has personally interrogated all the servants in the Empress Palace and obtained some information that might be useful. Emperor Zhou finally perked up. Speak. Rongjiu said, According to the Empress' personal maid, the Empress keeps a box for herself and never allows anyone else to touch it. Every once in a while, the Empress would lock herself in her bedroom. At first, the palace servants didn't think much of it. Later, a eunuch accidentally broke in and finally found that the empress was inside and seemed to be looking at the things in the box. Emperor Jiawen pondered for a moment. What kind of box is it? Why does she value it so much? Why didn't I know about it? Rongjio sneered in his heart. Emperor Jiawen and the empress didn't have any feelings for each other, especially Emperor Jiawen. He probably didn't even put 10% of his thoughts on the empress. If he cared about the empress before, he wouldn't let the empress do so many messy things under his nose. The empress frequently went in and out of Heptagon Alley and kept killing cultivators to accumulate strength for the bronze cauldron. Even Emperor Jiawen didn't know, let alone a small box. It was really too easy to hide it from Emperor Jiawen. Thinking of this, Rongjio couldn't help but mock himself. It was also because of this that the empress didn't receive any punishment even after silently killing his mother. Emperor Jiawen didn't treat his mother any better. Rongjio suppressed his emotions and looked calm. I didn't ask about this. After all, the palace servants don't dare to ask about the empress's things. But the eunuch who accidentally discovered this incident fell into the lake and drowned not long after. After that, the empress's palace servants kept their mouths shut about this incident. This time, he had to use some tricks to finally get the answer he wanted. I think that if we can find that box, many problems can be solved. Emperor Jiawen looked solemn. You're saying that the box has something to do with Heptagon Alley? This is only your son's guess. In the current situation where there are no other clues, this is the only feasible path. Emperor Jiawen thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Since this is the case, Rongjio, go find the empress and ask her to hand the item over. Rongjio hesitated. Father, since Her Majesty values that box so much, she probably won't hand it over easily. Tell her that if she honestly hands it over, I might give Rongjin a chance. If she's stubborn, let her decide what to do. An undetectable cold glint flashed across Rongjio's eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, he quickly excused himself. Emperor Jiawen looked at Chu Ning helplessly. Chu Ning, you have to hurry up on your side. If you really can't do it, start from other areas. Go and check all the people who have close contact with the Empress and Rongjin. Yes. After Chu Ning left, Emperor Jiawen then relaxed his body and leaned against the chair. Chu Ning is good at everything, but he doesn't have enough means. In comparison, Rongjio's work efficiency was much higher. After all, he was trained in the Northwest Army. Thinking of this, Emperor Jiawen vaguely felt uncomfortable in his heart. In the past, he never thought of leaving the position for Rongjio because he really didn't like this son of his. Besides, his murderous aura was too strong, and it even made Emperor Jiawen wary sometimes. But now, it seems like Rongjin can't do it. Among the remaining princes, Rongjio actually became the most suitable one. Even if he's cold and murderous, it's better than being weak and useless. What a pity, Emperor Jiawen sighed as if he was instantly 10 years old. If only Rongjio's health was better. In the Empress's bedroom, the once bustling and prosperous place disappeared in the blink of an eye, and it was now cold and lonely. Only heavy guards were left, trapping the Empress here. When Situ Xingshan arrived here, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Emperor Jiawen actually hates the Empress so much that he's so guarded against her. A guard saw Situ Xingshan and immediately went forward. Eldest Princess Situ, please stop. His Majesty has ordered that nobody is allowed to come close. Situ Xingshan took out a token from her sleeves and put on the dignified posture of an eldest princess. I'm here on orders. That guard took a look and recognized that it was indeed His Majesty's token. He hurriedly moved aside. Eldest Princess Situ, please. Situ Xingshan put away the token and calmly walked into the Empress's palace. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iYuan. Chapter 384. The huge palace was cold and cheerless. Situ Xingshan slowly walked in, and her footsteps echoed in the empty room, making it sound eerie. The floor was filled with all sorts of smashed items, and it was a mess. Situ Xingshan walked around expressionlessly and went straight in. Finally, she saw the Empress in the innermost part of the room. The Empress was wearing a messy and dirty palace gown, and it looked like she hadn't changed for a few days. She could even vaguely see some dark red bloodstains. Her face was very pale, her lips were dry, and her eyes were dull. She was curled up into a ball at the corner of the bed, motionless. When one looked over, one would think that the Empress was dead. It was obvious that the Empress had gone through a lot of torture in these few days. Situ Xingchen walked over step by step and finally stood in front of the Empress's bed. Her usual gentle smile surfaced on her face. "Her Majesty, I'm here to see you." The Empress didn't seem to hear her and didn't react at all. Situ Xingchen didn't care as she bent down slightly and went closer. Actually, but the next moment, she smelled the Empress's horrible and suffocating smell. Disgust flashed across her eyes as she took out a letter from her sleeve and handed it over. "Her Majesty, the Crown Prince asked me to come and see you today. This is the letter he wrote for you. Take a look at it." After saying that, he calmly straightened his body. If she could, she really wanted to leave this dirty place immediately, but she didn't forget her purpose for coming today. It wasn't easy to come in, so she had to grab the chance. Hearing the words Crown Prince, the Empress's eyes turned sluggishly before she finally regained some consciousness. She slowly raised her head, and her deeply sunken eyes were filled with blood vessels. They were filled with despair and anger, and there was even a hint of madness vaguely. Situ Xingchen instinctively took half a step back. The Empress's appearance is really too scary. The Empress suddenly let out a vague chuckle as if she was mocking Situ Xingchen, but it also seemed like she was mocking herself. Even without looking in the mirror, she knew what she looked like now. "How did you come in?" asked the Empress with a hoarse voice. It was as if something had been dragged across the sand, and it was so abrasive that it hurt one's eardrums. Situ Xingchen calmed herself down and softly explained. "His Highness lent me his command medallion. As the Crown Prince, Rong Jin had a token that was similar to Emperor Jiawen's. He changed the token a little, and it looked 90% similar. Apart from the people who often saw these two tokens, no one else could tell them apart at a glance. This was why Situ Xingchen could enter so smoothly. Only then did the Empress believe him and pick up the letter. But after reading 2 lines, she suddenly crumpled the letter into a ball and harshly threw it at Situ Xingchen's face. "Bitch! You are indeed insidious." Situ Xingchen did not expect the Empress to suddenly flare up, so she was momentarily stunned. The paper ball didn't hurt when it hit her face, but it was a great humiliation to her. She picked up the ball of paper, and the smile on her face faded. "Your Majesty, what are you doing? I was kind enough to help you and the Crown Prince, but you treat me like this? Bitch! Do you think this consort doesn't know what you're thinking?" The Empress's face flushed red as she pointed at Situ Xingchen's nose and scolded her. "Rong Jin can't tell what you're thinking, but do you think I can't tell? No wonder you haven't cancelled the marriage agreement until now. It's because you want to persuade him to get this information from me. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Even though I'm down and about to be executed anytime, it doesn't mean that I'm dumb. Previously, when I saw Situ Xingchen, I already felt that this woman's thoughts weren't pure and that she wasn't what she looked like on the surface. It seems like this is indeed the case." The smile on Situ Xingchen's face completely disappeared as she tightly clenched the paper ball in her hands. That was Rong Jin's handwritten letter, and he wrote it under her hints. Of course, she knew what was written on it. The general idea was that Rong Jin couldn't go out because he was under house arrest, so he asked Situ Xingchen to visit the Empress on his behalf. He also asked the Empress to tell Situ Xingchen the secret of Heptagon Alley so that she could relay it to him. Rong Jin felt that he could only think of a solution to solve his current predicament if he knew what was going on. When the Empress saw this, how could she not understand? Situ Xingchen originally had nothing to do with this matter, but she was now busy. How could she not have any ulterior motives? "Her Majesty, you must have misunderstood. I don't have such intentions. The Crown Prince is your biological son. If you don't even trust him, won't this situation be unsolvable? Get lost," yelled the Empress hysterically. "If it weren't for the fact that half of my body couldn't move, I would have directly gone forward and hit this B****. Situ Xingchen's gaze landed on the Empress's legs, and she vaguely guessed something as she said with disappointment, I thought you loved the Crown Prince the most. I originally thought that you doted on the Crown Prince the most. I didn't expect that you could bear to watch him fall into such a desperate situation. Since you insist on this, then I have no other choice." As she spoke, she really turned around and left without a care. She had just taken a few steps when she heard the Empress's voice behind her. "What did you just say?" Situ Xingqian's lips curled up slightly, and delight flashed across her eyes. But when she turned around, her expression had already returned to normal. She sighed and said, "You've been trapped in the palace for a long time. You probably don't know that His Majesty has already decided to remove the Crown Prince and appoint the third prince as the Crown Prince." The Empress was stunned. "Impossible. I know that you don't trust me, but there's no other way now that things have come to this. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in your palace if they've all been captured by the third prince for interrogation. Can't you guess why His Majesty wants to hand this matter to the third prince?" Situ Xingqian's voice was as gentle as usual, but it was like a cold, poisonous snake slowly crawling into the Empress's heart. Her lips trembled violently, and her entire body started shaking very quickly. "No. Rongzhen is the Crown Prince. Rongzhen is the only Crown Prince." Seeing the Empress's reaction, confusion flashed across Situ Xingqian's heart. Why does she care so much about this matter? "I'm going to find His Majesty. He can't appoint someone else as the Crown Prince." The Empress screamed and directly fell off the bed. "Only Rongjin. It has to be Rongjin." Situ Xingqian suddenly realized something and purposely said, "The third prince is outstanding. If he's appointed as the Crown Prince, the public will be convinced." "What do you know?" shouted the Empress sharply with a hideous face. "Who does Rongjiu think he is? Rongjin is heaven's chosen son. Other than him, nobody else is fit to be the Crown Prince." Digression. The backstage reaction is really slow. Recently, we've changed to a new comment section, and everyone is still used to it. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 385. Situ Xingqian's eyes lit up. Heaven's chosen son. This is the biggest secret hidden in Rongjin. Once the words left her mouth, the Empress immediately reacted. "I still said this out loud. Furthermore, I said it in front of Situ Xingqian." Bang. Cut. The Empress was furious as she picked up the things beside her and threw them at Situ Xingqian. "You be ****. How dare you scheme against me?" She had kept this secret for many years and didn't even tell anyone about the torture she had suffered these few days. She didn't expect Situ Xingqian to find out in the end. The Empress's hand was cut by the sharp shards, and it was covered in blood. However, she couldn't feel the pain at all as her mind was filled with thoughts of how to kill Situ Xingqian in front of her. But the current her was a useless person. She couldn't even walk on her own, so how could she deal with Situ Xingqian? Situ Xingqian easily avoided her attack, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she took 2 steps forward and squatted down in front of the Empress. "Her Majesty, did you just say? Heaven's chosen son? What does that mean?" The Empress raised her hand and was about to slap her. Situ Xingqian grabbed her wrist with a smile on her face, but the corners of her eyes were filled with iciness and threat. "Since you've already said it, why don't you tell me everything?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely tell His Highness everything without leaving out a single word. I'm guessing that this is the reason why my father wants me to get engaged to His Highness, right?" The blood in the Empress's chest rumbled as she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "I didn't guess wrongly. Situ Xingqian is up to no good. There was also her sinister and cunning imperial father." Who the hell told you?" The Empress tried her best to break free from Situ Xingqian, but it was to no avail. In the end, she could only scream at her. "I've never told anyone about this. Even Rongjin, I only revealed a bit of information. Until now, I still don't know what it means. But how did that old fool Situ Yen find out?" Many things that had happened in the past quickly flashed before his eyes, like pearls that were finally strung together by a string. No wonder Situ Yen interacted and suggested a marriage. No wonder they liked Rongjin from the start. No wonder the engagement hasn't been annulled yet. This treacherous father and daughter pair had come for this very reason. Situ Xingshan's ears buzzed from the Empress's ruckus, and she had completely exhausted her last bit of patience. She shook off the Empress and looked down at her. Your Majesty, there doesn't seem to be any point in talking about this now. Why don't you just say what you need to say? Only then can you protect the Crown Prince, right? Besides, if it weren't for my father and my help, you and the Crown Prince wouldn't have survived until today. Now, we can be considered to be on the same boat. Why must you persist so bitterly? Don't tell me you still want to salvage the situation by yourself, with your half-crippled body? Situ Xingshan wasn't polite with her words. The Empress was filled with hatred. But after thinking about it for a long time, she realized that Situ Xingshan's words made sense. It wasn't a good idea to continue resisting like this. She had worked so hard and put in so much effort to get to where she was today. How could she let all her efforts go to waste? After a long silence, she finally looked up at Situ Xingshan. If you want this consort to tell you, it's not impossible. However, you have to swear on it. If you betray Rongjin and me in the future, may lightning strike you to death. Situ Xingshan was elated. What's so scary about swearing? As long as I know what the so-called Heaven's Chosen Son means, I have ways to solve this problem. Okay. Situ Xingshan, swear here. Greetings, Third Prince. A voice was suddenly heard from outside the palace. Situ Xingshan was shocked and immediately looked outside. Why is Rongjio here at this time? How's Her Majesty today? This is clearly Rongjio's voice. Your Majesty, Her Majesty is still the same as before. She stays in the palace and refuses to come out. I'll go in and take a look. As Rongjio spoke, he walked into the palace. The guards all knew that Rongjio was sent by His Majesty to investigate the Empress, so they directly let him in. The footsteps got closer and closer. Situ Xingshan started to panic. If Rongjio finds out that I'm here, everything will be exposed. She hurriedly leaned in front of the Empress and softly said, Your Majesty, you know what to do. For the Crown Prince, you should know what to do. Then she immediately found a place to hide. The door was pushed open, and Rongjio's figure appeared at the entrance. Rongjio immediately saw the situation in the palace. He squinted his eyes. Her Majesty, what's wrong with you? Mu Qinghe brought Chu Luiwei on her sword and headed north. As they had set up a barrier, the two of them didn't attract anyone's attention as they silently left the imperial city. Seeing that they were out of the city gate, Chu Luiwei found it even stranger. Where exactly is Mu Qinghe bringing me? This direction. Normally, nobody would come here because there are many mountains here, and the terrain is dangerous. More importantly, if we continue forward, we'll reach Country Yao Chen's imperial mausoleum. However, Mu Qinghe had been silent, so she couldn't ask anything. The two of them continued forward like this. When she saw the extremely steep mountain peak, Chu Luiwei finally confirmed her guess. Mu Qinghe brought me to Country Yao Chen's imperial mausoleum. Looking down from midair, one could even clearly see the soldiers in charge of guarding the mountain peak. A faintly discernible barrier enveloped the entire mountain peak within it. Chu Luiwei was secretly shocked. This barrier's strength is much stronger than I expected. It's as if a stage 6 warrior set it up. An idea popped up in Mu Qinghe's mind, and she finally brought Chu Luiwei to the foot of the mountain. After Chu Luiwei stood still, she suppressed the doubts in her heart and looked up. Golden Inheritance Peak. This was the highest and most dangerous mountain peak within 50 kilometers of the imperial city. Country Yao Chen's past emperors were all buried in the imperial mausoleum at the foot of this mountain peak. At first glance, it was like a sword had landed from the sky and harshly pierced into the ground. Sharp, majestic, disdainful. Chu Luiwei had never been here before. The reason why she knew about this place was because the appearance of Golden Inheritance Peak was extremely similar to the iconic sharp sword sculpture outside Tianlu Academy. Back then, she had inadvertently discovered this and had been secretly surprised for a long time. Vice Admiral Mu, why did you bring me here? Chu Luiwei turned to look at Mu Qinghe. However, Mu Qinghe's expression was a little secretive. He stared at Golden Inheritance Peak for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. Enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Digression, I'm going to eat noodles. It's so tiring. Let's talk about losing weight tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 386. Chu Luiyue thought that he had heard wrongly. What? Mu Qinghe lifted his chin. I'll open the barrier later. It won't attract anyone's attention. You can just follow me in. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. After all this time, Mu Qinghe was really going to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Vice Admiral Mu, this isn't very appropriate, right? We're not from country Yao Chen's royal family. How can we casually enter a place like the Imperial Mausoleum? The problem wasn't whether it would attract anyone's attention, but that it wasn't right at all. Mu Qinghe glanced coldly at Chu Luiyue. He didn't show any anger. You don't want to go? Chu Luiyue was speechless. It's not that I don't want to go, but... Vice Admiral Mu, you have to have a reason for doing this, right? Chu Luiyue racked his brains, but he couldn't understand why Mu Qinghe would suddenly do this. Firstly, no one in country Yao Chen had offended Mu Qinghe, so there was no need for him to dig up their ancestral graves. Secondly, even if there were any treasures hidden in the Imperial Mausoleum, Mu Qinghe wouldn't be interested in them. He had a distinguished status in the Tianling dynasty, so what kind of rare items had he not seen before? Why did he have to barge into a mere Imperial Mausoleum in country Yao Chen? Mu Qinghe narrowed his eyes, and the scar on his face revealed a hint of fierceness. Chu Luiyue immediately felt a chill in his heart, so he obediently changed his tone. Please go ahead. With her current status, wouldn't she be looking for trouble if she asked Mu Qinghe for a reason? Since she was already here, she might as well go in with Mu Qinghe and see what he wanted to do. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was finally obedient, Mu Qinghe retracted his gaze. He raised his right hand, and several silver rays quickly gathered, finally condensing into a strange pattern in his palm. Chu Luiyue quickly glanced at it and found that the pattern was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But soon, Mu Qinghe pushed her hand forward, and the silver pattern immediately flew out. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound could be heard. Ripples suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. It was the barrier that enveloped the entire Golden Inheritance Peak. The moment the silver pattern touched the ripples on the barrier, the buzzing sound suddenly disappeared, and even the ripples were instantly frozen. In the next moment, the silver pattern quickly melted and silently seeped into the barrier. A crack immediately appeared in the middle of the frozen enchantment, and then it spread in all directions. Finally, a round entrance with a faint silver glow appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. The Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier was not of a low grade, and its defensive power was also very strong. It was impossible to break through it so smoothly using ordinary methods. Generally speaking, only a specific item that was compatible with the barrier could open it completely without causing any ripples. Mu Qinghe obviously did not possess the key to country Yao Chen's Imperial Mausoleum's barrier, but the scene before her eyes, Chu Luiyue suddenly recalled that when she went to look for Mu Qinghe a few days ago, he was not at home. She did not pay much attention to it at that time, but now that she thought about it, she felt that it was a little strange. It was obviously not Mu Qinghe's first time here. It could be seen that he had put in a lot of effort in order to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Luiyue's mind raced, but her face was calm. Mu Qinghe turned around and glanced at her with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. After a moment, he turned around and walked forward. Follow me. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and looked up at the steep mountain peak again, as well as the faintly discernible barrier. There were at least 100 guards guarding Golden Inheritance Peak, and there were definitely experts overseeing it. But now that the barrier had been opened, they probably did not notice anything. She suppressed her thoughts and stepped over the barrier. Palace, Empress's bedroom. Faced with Rongjio's question, the Empress lowered her head and did not say a word. Rongjio was not surprised by her reaction. In actual fact, even though he did not personally interrogate the Empress during these few days, it did not mean that he did not know anything. Ever since they returned from Heptagon Alley, the Empress had been like this. It seemed like she had gone crazy again. Rongjio was too lazy to waste time and directly asked her. Her Majesty, I heard that you have an extremely precious box? Once this was said, the Empress seemed to be greatly agitated as she suddenly looked up. What box? I don't have it. I don't know. Rongjio lightly said. The people around you have already spilled the beans, yet you're still unwilling to admit it? The Empress was stunned and instantly guessed a little. She had always kept that item very carefully. After so many years, it was only broken by a eunuch once. Even though that eunuch only glanced at it unintentionally and did not know anything, the Empress still killed him. She originally thought that it was foolproof, but she did not expect there to be a loophole. That eunuch must have told the others before he died. Rongjio had captured all the people in the palace and interrogated them these few days. I don't know what ruthless methods he used, but he actually managed to get this out. Seeing the Empress's resistance and that she still wanted to deny it, Rongjio straightforwardly said, Father already knows. He told me to tell you this. He told me to tell you that if you hand over the box obediently, everything will be fine. But if you're unwilling, I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences. The Empress was filled with hatred. I should have gotten someone to kill you in the Northwest Army back then. Back then, she killed Rongjio's birth mother and originally wanted to kill Rongjio. However, she coincidentally met with Consort Wan's death, and Emperor Joan was in deep sorrow. Hence, she could not do anything, so she did not do anything. Who knew that Rongjio would rather go to the Northwest Army and train himself thousands of miles away? She thought that it was tough at the borders and that it was hard to predict life and death on the battlefield. Perhaps Rongjio would die there very quickly, so she gradually let go of this matter. Later on, when Rongjio had outstanding military achievements and rose up the ranks, it was very difficult for her to take action. Now, Rongjio was clearly here to take revenge on her. Rongjio did not care about the Empress's complaints. It seems like you're unwilling to hand over the item. I'll report to Father now. Then he really turned around and left. The Empress was dazed. She originally thought that Rongjio would interrogate her strictly, but she did not expect him to let her off so easily. Actually, Rongjio had other thoughts in his heart. The Empress had held on for so long, but she did not say anything. It was obvious that she was prepared to die. Even if he interrogated the Empress here for an entire day and tortured her until she was half dead, it would be very difficult for him to get anything out of her. The Empress only had one weakness, Rongjin. All right. After I go back, I'll ask Father to give you a way out and let Brother come and see you. We're mother and son, so I believe Father won't be so heartless. Let them see each other's current appearance. That scene would definitely be very exciting. Before the Empress could react, a soft sound came from behind the screen at the side. Rongjio paused in his footsteps and turned around with a knife-like gaze. Who's there? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 387. Nobody responded. Rongjio knitted his brows and stared at that spot for quite a while before suddenly turning around and walking toward the screen. The Empress has been locked up here alone for the past few days, and the outside is heavily guarded. It's impossible for anyone else to enter. The sound of footsteps resounded in the empty and deathly silent hall, almost suffocating everyone. Just as Rongjio was about to walk over, a macaw suddenly flew out. Rongjio immediately took action. A force turned into a sharp arrow, and it directly pierced through the macaw's stomach. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. That macaw immediately landed on the floor, and its body suddenly twitched twice before it stopped moving. Rongjio knitted his brows. He recognized this macaw as the Empress's pet. He didn't expect such a thing to be left in this palace. Suddenly, Rongjio focused his gaze and saw something hidden in the macaw's broken stomach. He immediately bent over and took a closer look. Then, he took out the item hidden inside. It was a black ball. This item was only the size of a fingernail and looked very normal. However, Rongjio's expression became increasingly stern. This was because he recognized this black ball. This item was also known as an ink pearl. It looked like a normal black ball, but it could actually be used to transmit information. As long as one used a special method to decode it, one could obtain the information hidden inside. When he was in the military previously, he had also used such a method. However, this item was very rare, and each ink pearl could only be used once, so he didn't use it many times. He didn't expect this to be hidden in the Empress's macaw's stomach. It was obvious what she wanted. He looked at the Empress and indeed saw her pale face as if she was in complete despair. I didn't expect Her Majesty to have such methods. Don't worry, I'll pass this ink pearl to Father for him to take a closer look. Then, Rong Jiao didn't stay any longer and quickly left the palace. After a long while, the Empress slowly covered her face. She had no more tears, only excruciating pain. After an unknown period of time, a gentle voice whispered into his ear. Her Majesty, Xing Qin is willing to help you. If you have any requests, just let me know. Princely Mansion. Rong Xiao looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. In the past few days, Yu would come to Prince Li's residence at this time every time. But today, for some unknown reason, she was late. Yuemo, who was serving at the side, seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Master, Miss Lu Yu went to Vice Admiral Mu's place today. She must have been delayed by something. What can he have? Rong Xiao said indifferently, then suddenly paused. Is Mu Qinghe in the residence today? Yuemo was stunned. I don't know either. Mu Qinghe was not an ordinary person. It was very difficult to monitor him. In the past few days he seemed to be more alert than before. Yuemo was worried that he would alert the enemy, so he withdrew most of the people who were secretly monitoring him. Rong Xiao's expression turned cold. He suddenly stood up. Find out where Mu Qinghe is right now. Yes. When Yuemo heard Rong Xiao's words, he suddenly reacted. Could it be that Master suspected that Mu Qinghe took Miss Lu Yu away? Master, we have people at the Imperial City Gate. If there is any movement, they should send a message. If Mu Qinghe doesn't want them to know, he naturally has a way. Rong Xiao's voice was cold, and there seemed to be a trace of coldness between his eyebrows. Yumo's heart trembled. I know I was wrong. Before he could finish his words, Rong Xiao, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Yuemo looked up in puzzlement, but he saw a tall figure approaching quickly. He was flying in the sky. His movements seemed slow and relaxed, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already above Prince Li's residence. Yuemo was about to go forward, but he saw Rong Xiao pressing his hand down. Only then did he restrain himself, but his eyes were still fixed on the approaching person. Almost at the same time, the approaching person also stopped. Jian Fengqi raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly and looked down with surprise. He originally thought that Prince Li's residence was just an ordinary house, but after coming here he found that the internal and external defense here was much stronger than expected. Ordinary people would not be able to see anything from the outside. But with his eyesight he had just approached and felt an unusual aura. So he simply gave up on visiting from the front door and chose another more direct way. After looking in the sky for a while, he finally confirmed his guess. In this huge Prince Li's residence, in addition to the tight defense, there was actually an extremely powerful Shen formation. He was very clear that if he continued to move forward, there would be a lot of trouble waiting for him. Jian Fengqi had always hated trouble, so he very consciously stopped. Anyway, he came today just to see what the rumored Rong Xiao looked like. So he stood in the air, one hand behind his back, and said with a smile, "This one is Jian Fengqi, and I'm here to pay a visit to Prince Li." Yumo's whole body tensed up. Jian Fengqi? Wasn't that the celestial physician that Mu Qinghe invited from the Tianling dynasty? The news that he had cured the princess consort of Pingjiang some time ago had spread like wildfire in the imperial capital. Many people tried to find ways to meet him, but this Jian Fengqi was very arrogant and refused all of them, not even meeting a single one. After all, it was normal for a celestial physician with such a background to be arrogant. But what was even more amazing was that he could be said to be elusive. Many people waited day and night, but still could not catch a glimpse of him. Why did such a person suddenly come to Prince Li's residence today? And he even said that he wanted to meet the master? Jian Fengqi's eyes suddenly focused as soon as he finished speaking. A young man in white stood in the middle of the courtyard. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and his snow-white clothes seemed to be even whiter than the snow in the mountains. Just by standing there, he seemed to have gathered all the light, making people involuntarily focus their attention on him. His appearance was noble and unparalleled, and his charm was unparalleled. Jian Fengqi believed that his appearance and temperament were top-notch, but when he saw the appearance of this young man in white, he instantly understood what it meant to feel inferior. In an instant, he understood Mu Hongyu's words. Not to mention country Yaochen, even in the Tianling dynasty, this young man's charm was almost unparalleled. Even Jiang Yuqing's thing was instantly at a disadvantage. Rong Xiu's voice was cold as he said indifferently, "May I know why young Master Jian is looking for me?" Jian Fengqi suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Your Highness, have we met somewhere before?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 388. Jian Fengqi didn't know why he had this thought. He was sure that he had never seen Rong Xiu's face before, but when Rong Xiu spoke, that noble, calm, and somewhat languid appearance suddenly felt somewhat familiar. That was why he blurted out that question. A warm and distant smile appeared on Rong Xiu's face. "Why do you say that, young Master Jian?" "I've been recuperating at Mingyue Tianshan and have only returned to the imperial capital in the past few months. I've been living in seclusion. I don't remember seeing young Master Jian before." Hearing this, Jian Fengqi was a little hesitant. Was it really just an illusion? But he had never had such a feeling before. No matter who it was, he had a photographic memory and clearly remembered all the details of the other party. No, there was another person who made him have a similar feeling before. Chu Luiwei. However, Chu Luiwei at least had eyes that were extremely similar to that person's, so it was normal for him to feel familiar. Didn't even Mu Qinghe think so? Even Hong Yao treated Chu Luiwei differently. But Rong Xiu wasn't. This face was clearly unfamiliar to him. But that aura, it seems that I remembered wrongly. But it seems that I have quite the affinity with Prince Li. As Jian Fengqi spoke, he secretly sighed in his heart. There was such a person in the imperial capital, but he didn't notice it at all before. It wasn't just him. Obviously, even the people in country Yaochen thought that Rong Xiu was just a sickly person who couldn't even leave the residence. His Highness Prince Li was really good at hiding his strength. I came here today for no other reason than to hear Mu Hongyu mention it unintentionally. I was curious, so I specially came to meet him. Also, I want to see what kind of person Chu Liyue's fiancé is. Jian Fengqi's words were too straightforward and even seemed a bit provocative. But according to his status, there seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said. After all, even Emperor Zhouwen had to be polite to him. When Rong Xiu heard him mention Chu Luiwei, his eyes flickered. "You went to Vice Admiral Mu's place today. If young Master Jian wishes to see this prince, you can just inform him. This prince will specially invite young Master Jian to be a distinguished guest." Now that they were here, Prince Li's mansion might not be able to entertain them well. Jian Fengqi laughed. This young master has never liked to trouble others. I'll just take care of this small matter myself. Besides, she might not have the time today. Rong Xiu had a thought. Jian Fengqi suddenly realized something and looked at Rong Xiu with a serious expression. Shortly after, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened and was tainted with a trace of evil. "So Prince Li is trying to get information from me?" Rong Xiu's expression didn't change. Jian Fengqi was a smart person, and some superficial skills couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Hence, there was no need for him to pretend. "Young Master Jian, please tell me where you is now." Rong Jiu returned to the imperial study and presented the ink pearl to Emperor Zhouwen. Emperor Zhouwen held the ink pearl and looked at it for a while before he knitted his brows. "Do you know how to break this thing?" Rong Jiu paused and said, "There are two types of ink pearls. There are two ways to break the ink pearl. However, I've already tried it before, and it didn't work." It was obvious that the Empress's shocking secret was hidden inside. Once it was broken, the Empress's side would most likely collapse. However, he quickly realized that this ink pearl was different from normal ink pearls. With his own abilities, he couldn't break the contents at all. There seems to be a special seal on this ink pearl, but I'm useless and can't recognize it. Emperor Zhaowen stared at the ink pearl and fell into deep thought. If even you can't do it? I'm afraid it's a little troublesome. Rongjio had many years of experience in the military, so he should be the best at dealing with such things. However, even he couldn't do anything about it, let alone the others. Looking at Emperor Zhaowen's troubled look, Rongjio thought for a while and said, Tian Lu is an expert from the Imperial Study Academy. Tian Lu Academy's dean, Elder Yi, is very knowledgeable. Emperor Zhaowen paused and shook his head. This is a serious matter, so it's better to be careful. You also have to be careful on your side and not leak any information. Doubts flashed across Rongjio's heart. This matter involves the Empress and the Crown Prince, so it's right for father to be careful. But isn't he being too careful? What kind of person is Elder Yi? Yet, father doesn't even want to tell him. It's as if he's afraid of something. However, Rongjio was a smart person. Since he could tell what Emperor Zhaowen was thinking, he would naturally go along with it. You can leave first. Emperor Zhaowen put away the ink pearl, leaned against the chair, and waved his hands tiredly. Rongjio wanted to say something but stopped himself. He wanted to take the ink pearl back and study it in detail, but he swallowed his words in the end. I'll take my leave. After leaving the palace, Rongjio was still thinking about the ink pearl. Father seems to value that item a lot, but if he can't crack it himself, isn't it useless? Father have other thoughts? The more Rongjio thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Ever since Heptagon Alley, father's reaction has been very strange. He seemed to know something, but he kept it a secret and only told them to investigate the Empress. Now that the ink pearl incident was out, it was even more obvious. Rongjio was walking when he suddenly felt that someone was walking toward him. He couldn't help but look up. The person was a slender woman, but most of her face was covered by a white veil. Rongjio secretly knitted his brows. It's actually Chu Xianmin? She's here to find me? As expected, Chu Xianmin stopped when she was 3 steps away from him and curtsied. Greetings, third prince. Chu Xianmin? What are you doing here? Even though Rongjio wasn't very familiar with Chu Xianmin, he had heard quite a bit of news about her when he returned to the imperial city. She was Rong Jin's concubine. Xianmin has something to discuss with the third prince. Rongjio knitted his brows. What can Chu Xianmin say to me? Could it be, if you're here to plead for the crown prince, you can go back now? Chu Xianmin lightly shook her head. Third prince, you're mistaken. Even though I'm the crown prince's subordinate, I know the severity of the situation. I'm here today because I have something to tell you. I've been conflicted about this for a long time, but after thinking about it, I still think it's better to tell you. The feeling in Rongjio's heart grew stronger. But I have a request. Please don't let anyone know that I'm the one who told you this. Chu Xianmin tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hands as if she was very nervous and worried. Rongjio said, Okay. Just say it. Chu Xianmin hesitated for a moment before she lowered her voice and said, Previously, I heard the crown prince discussing with eldest princess Situ. He said that he wanted her help to find a way to enter the palace and meet the empress. It should be within these 2 days. Rongjio's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the strange sound he heard in the empress's palace. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iYuan. Chapter 389. Golden Inheritance Peak. Chu Luiyue followed Mu Qinghe forward. The surrounding forest was verdant and lush, perfectly concealing the two of them. Other than the occasional sound of the wind blowing the leaves, the surroundings were silent. Soon, a flight of stairs appeared in front of the two of them. Chu Luiyue looked up. Layers of stairs were stacked on top of each other, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top. At a glance, it was almost impossible to see the end. It was said that there were a total of 999 steps on this flight of stairs. Golden Inheritance Peak was steep, and it was imaginable how much manpower and resources were needed to build such a flight of stairs. At the top of the mountain was the place where country Yao Chen's emperor worshipped his ancestors every year. Other than the emperor, even the empress didn't have the qualifications to climb to the top of the stairs. She could only stay at the bottom and wait quietly. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but glance at Mu Qinghe in front of him. Don't tell me he wants to go to the top. Furthermore, he previously said that he wanted to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Chu Luiyue only thought of a problem now. Where is the entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum? Golden Inheritance Peak was surrounded by strict guards, and there was only one flight of stairs on the way up. The Imperial Mausoleum was buried under Golden Inheritance Peak. After walking for such a distance, she didn't find any suspicious places that could be used as an entrance. Other than the trees, there were only rocks. Mu Qinghe continued to walk up, and Chu Luiyue could only continue to follow. The two of them weren't slow, and it didn't take long for them to reach the middle of the mountain. At this point, Mu Qinghe finally turned back to look at Chu Luiyue. Other than her slightly flushed cheeks and some fine beads of sweat on her forehead, she didn't look tired at all. This was absolutely impossible for an ordinary rank 2 warrior to do. But to Chu Luiyue, it didn't seem to be a difficult task. Vice Admiral Mu, what's the matter? Chu Luiyue saw that she had stopped and couldn't help but ask curiously. Mu Qinghe said ambiguously, "The strength of your physical body is even stronger than I had expected." Chu Luiyue coughed. Actually, she had also noticed this. Not to mention martial artists of the same level, even cultivators of a higher level than her might not be able to match her in this aspect. And this was not something that could be explained by talent. If he wanted to obtain a stronger physical body, he would have to cultivate diligently. Sometimes, he would also need some natural treasures to assist him. Mu Qinghe knew this very well. Perhaps she was starting to have doubts in her heart. Just as Chu Luiyue was thinking about how to deal with him, he saw that he didn't say anything and continued to walk up. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything and just followed behind him at a leisurely pace. She vaguely felt that Mu Qinghe seemed to be a little anxious. Why was he in such a hurry? Time passed by bit. Chu Luiyue and Mu Qinghe finally finished half of the stairs. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled as she looked up at the mountain peak in front of her. There was actually an extremely powerful Xian formation at the top of the mountain. She didn't feel it earlier, but when she reached the last few steps, she could clearly feel that the pressure was rapidly increasing with every step she took. A trace of uneasiness faintly surfaced in her heart. However, Mu Qinghe didn't hesitate at all and stepped onto the last step. He reached the top of the mountain. The moment his foot landed, several rays of silver light instantly rose into the air. They swept towards Mu Qinghe. A cold light flashed in Mu Qinghe's hand and a long sword appeared. He quickly raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. Boom! A dull sound suddenly exploded at the top of the mountain. Bang! 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 The numerous streaks of silver light that had rushed to his body instantly dissipated. They transformed into countless rays of light. They scattered in all directions. He actually intended to forcefully break the Xian formation. The commotion at the top of the mountain immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. Someone has trespassed on Golden Inheritance Peak. How is this possible? The barrier outside Golden Inheritance Peak didn't move at all, but the fluctuation just now did indeed come from the top of the mountain. As they spoke, numerous figures instantly rushed up into the air. At the same time, someone finally saw Mu Qinghe and Chu Luiyue's figures. There are 2 people at the top of the mountain. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Golden Inheritance Peak was heavily guarded. Who exactly was it that dared to silently barge in and even reach the top of the mountain? A black-robed elder shouted in a deep voice. Everyone listen up. Seal off Golden Inheritance Peak immediately. Don't let those 2 people escape. His deep and powerful voice reverberated mightily. Yes. The black-robed elder frowned and rushed forward, wanting to see who exactly those 2 people were. There weren't many people with such strength in country Yaochen, so he didn't know who was so audacious. Unfortunately, due to the cover of the forest on the mountain peak, he couldn't see the 2 people's faces. He could only vaguely recognize that they seemed to be a man and a woman. Boom, 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 boom. Right at this moment, a series of booming sounds came from the top of the mountain. The black-robed elder was shocked. The Xian formation on the mountain peak had actually been broken by the other party. That was a Xian formation that had been passed down for thousands of years in country Yaochen. How could it be broken so easily? The other party's strength was probably stronger than what he had imagined. Without hesitation, he took out a bamboo tube and injected some force into it. Then he suddenly threw it into the air. Boom! Bright and dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. At the same time, a deafening sound was heard. Chu Luiwei watched as Mu Qinghe raised her sword and slashed open a path. Frenzied energy fluctuations spread in all directions, almost suffocating her. Mu Qinghe stood in the middle of the turbulence, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Right at this moment, Chu Luiwei heard the shocking sound. When she looked up, she saw the huge fireworks. The other party had discovered them and was already requesting for reinforcements. Chu Luiwei gritted her teeth. Then she finally took the last step and reached the top of the mountain. Just as she was about to follow Mu Qinghe, the transparent water droplet in her dantian suddenly started to spin. An indescribable summoning suddenly came from beneath her feet. Chu Luiwei was shocked and immediately looked down. This power came from below the mountain. Before she could figure out what was going on, the ground beneath her feet suddenly moved. Chu Luiwei looked over and realized that she had unknowingly stepped on a huge circular plate. This circular plate was embedded on the top of the mountain. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to distinguish it from the ground beside it. It was only at this moment that it started to spin slowly that it became especially obvious. In the next moment, Chu Luiwei's body instantly fell. Mu Qinghe sensed the movement behind her and finally turned around to take a look. She happened to see Chu Luiwei's figure disappear into the circular plate. A strange light flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, she jumped without hesitation. When the black-robed elder rushed over, he realized that there was a huge circular plate on the top of the mountain that was slowly rotating. He was shocked. The Imperial Mausoleum had actually been activated. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 390. Chu Luiwei's body kept falling. Her surroundings were dark, and she couldn't see anything. She could only hear the whistling of the wind. She tried to circulate her force, but she realized that the force in her body seemed to be suppressed, and it flowed very slowly. The surrounding air became more and more viscous, as if she had fallen into a swamp. Her falling speed also gradually slowed down. After an unknown amount of time, she finally landed on the solid ground. She looked around and groped her way up. The ground under her feet was cold and very smooth, as if it was paved with jade. She pursed her lips. There was no light source here, so she had no idea what was going on here. She had to think of something. She suddenly thought of something and raised her hand. A cluster of crimson-red smoke suddenly appeared in his palm. However, before Chu Luiwei could smile, the flames were quickly extinguished. The surroundings fell into darkness again. Chu Luiwei frowned. She had almost forgotten that she couldn't use her force here, so she naturally couldn't summon her force to transform into flames. She stood on the spot for a while without moving. She only pricked up her ears and listened carefully to the movements around her. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping could be heard. Chu Luiwei subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Although she still couldn't see anything, the sound of water inexplicably made her feel more at ease. But the next moment, her heart suddenly hung in the air. It had been a while since she fell, so why hadn't she seen Mu Qinghe yet? She remembered that when she fell, Mu Qinghe was following her closely. But now, where was he? Moreover, what was even stranger was that below Golden Inheritance Peak was Country Yao Chen's Imperial Mausoleum. Why would there be the sound of water in the Imperial Mausoleum? Just as Chu Luiwei was deep in thought, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Dumpling came over. Unlike before, Dumpling seemed to be a little nervous as it nestled on her shoulder motionlessly. Chu Luiwei sensed its emotions and felt strange. Dumpling had always been bold. Even when facing the level 7 black-winged sky-swallowing python, she did not shrink back. She even dared to curse at the legendary three-eyed eagle. She had always been fearless. What happened this time? Chu Luiwei patted its head to comfort it. Dumpling grabbed her clothes and snuggled up to her tightly. Suddenly, Chu Luiwei had an idea. With a thought, something suddenly appeared in her palm. Heavenly Square Cauldron. This thing was small and exquisite, so it fit perfectly in her palm. And inside, the transparent karmic fire was burning. There was only a black shadow in the middle. That was the soul of the legendary three-eyed eagle. The surroundings were instantly illuminated by the flames. Chu Liuyue's lips curved up. It really works. Since this heavenly square sacred cauldron could suppress a divine beast, it must be extremely powerful. Chu Liyue thought that perhaps the hellfire inside could resist the suppression here. The result was as expected. After a moment, the legendary three-eyed eagle's incredulous voice was heard. Why you actually used the heavenly square sacred cauldron to light up the place? Because of the shock, its voice was trembling slightly. It never expected that the first time it officially left Chu Liyue's dantian would be in such a situation. Does Chu Liyue know what the heavenly square sacred cauldron is? Make the best use of it. Chu Liyue did not care at all, and her voice was light. The legendary three-eyed eagle was speechless. Chu Liyue ignored it and looked around. The surroundings were empty. There was actually nothing. But the ground was actually paved with green and white jade. Chu Liyue was slightly shocked. Green and white jade was very precious, but it was actually used to pave the ground here. And it seemed that it was not only used in this small area. Just this alone was worth more than a city. Country Yaochen actually used so much money to build the imperial mausoleum. It was really generous. I really don't know what it will be like inside. Chu Liyue carefully felt the subtle calling and finally chose a direction and walked forward. In the silent space, Chu Liyue's footsteps were exceptionally clear. Gradually, the sound of water dripping seemed to become louder. Chu Liyue held the heavenly square sacred cauldron tightly in his hand and continued walking forward. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision, the mace in the black-robed elder's hand finally could not withstand it and cracked. He anxiously threw the broken mace to the side and looked at the disc that was still spinning in front of him. It was not damaged at all. His face was filled with sorrow. Elder Zhongqi, this disc was personally forged by the ancestor. Ordinary items can't open it at all. That's right. Let's find another way. If it really doesn't work, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for His Majesty to come personally. The few people standing at the side finally could not help but speak. Zhongqi shouted in annoyance. Of course I know this. He had been guarding this place for decades. How could he not know this? But if they did not think of a solution as soon as possible, how were they going to explain it to His Majesty? Under heavy guard, someone actually trespassed into Golden Inheritance Peak and even climbed to the top to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. It would not be enough even if all of them died 100 times. Wait. If we really wait for His Majesty to come, everyone here will have to bear the consequences. The few of them looked at each other and fell silent. Zhongqi stared at the disc hatefully. Did anyone see the appearance of those two people just now? No one answered. Zhongqi closed his eyes. He was the fastest to rush over at that time. Even he did not see them, let alone the others. Everyone stay here and guard it. I don't believe that they won't come out. Huge fireworks bloomed in the sky above the imperial city. Rong Xiu's eyes narrowed as an extremely cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Mu Qinghe actually brought you to the imperial mausoleum. He immediately said, Young Master Jian, I still have something to deal with. I'll take my leave first today. After saying that, he lifted his feet and left. Jian Fengqi was stunned for a moment before he raised his head to look at the sky. What kind of signal was that just now? From the looks of it, the commotion caused was not small. He thought of something and the corners of his mouth curled up into an impudent smile. Prince Li, are you going to the place where the fireworks are released? It just so happens that I have nothing to do. How about I go with you? Rong Xiu suddenly looked back and quietly glanced at Jian Fengqi. In an instant, a biting cold and terrifying murderous intent swept toward Jian Fengqi. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 391. Jian Fengqi's body tensed up instinctively. Force quickly gathered in his palm. But in the next moment, the murderous intent disappeared inexplicably, as if it had never appeared. Rong Xiu smiled faintly. Please help yourself, young Master Jian. Then he turned around and left without hesitation. Jian Fengqi stood rooted to the ground for a while. What happened just now? At that moment he only felt a strong murderous intent erupt from Rong Xiu, but it disappeared so quickly that he almost thought that he had seen wrongly. How could he make a mistake on such a matter? Looking at Rong Xiu's disappearing figure, Jian Fengqi raised his eyebrows slightly. This princely seems to be more unfathomable than I imagined. He turned around and looked at the fireworks in the sky. There was only one last trace of fireworks left. Everyone in the imperial capital could see it clearly. No matter who sent this signal, something big must have happened. Jian Fengqi touched his chin. Could it really be that Mu Qinghe caused the commotion? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little interested. Previously, when Mu Qinghe wanted to come to country Yaochen, he felt that it was a little strange. Even if the higher-ups ordered to find a genius with an Earth-class Yuan Meridian, with Mu Qinghe's status, there was no need for her to do it personally. She could just send someone to do it. But Mu Qinghe still came. And these few days, Mu Qinghe had been leaving early and returning late. He had no idea what she was doing. Thinking of this, he simply turned around and headed in that direction. Chu Luiwei held the heavenly square cauldron in her hand and slowly moved forward in the darkness. After walking for some time, she finally saw a wall. Chu Luiwei looked up to take a closer look and realized that it was really a dead end. The greenish-black stone wall completely blocked the path ahead. Chu Luiwei frowned slightly. Could it be that she had walked into a dead end? However, she soon realized that the sound of water droplets was coming from the stone wall in front of her. She moved closer and saw that there was a small semicircular hole above the stone wall. A metal cylinder poked out at an angle. Water droplets were flowing out from it, dripping down drop by drop. Patter, patter. In the quiet space, the sound of water droplets was particularly clear. Chu Luiwei looked down and saw a shallow groove at the bottom of the stone wall. A bay of water quietly flowed within. Chu Luiwei looked to both sides and found that the groove extended all the way into the darkness, with no end in sight. She raised the heavenly square cauldron again. This time, she finally saw clearly that there seemed to be some kind of pattern drawn around the metal cylinder. Perhaps it was because of the passage of time, but the content on it could no longer be seen clearly. Only a vague outline was left. Chu Luiwei stared at it for a while, but he was still unable to determine what it was. He could only put it aside for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was to find a way to leave this place. Chu Luiwei knocked on the stone wall and found that it was indeed solid and extraordinarily thick. It was definitely not something that she could break open by force alone. Then she carefully checked it again, but did not find any mechanism. Could it be that she could only go back the way she came? Chu Luiwei frowned. She clearly felt that there was something behind the stone wall that was attracting her. She was unwilling to give up just like that. Besides, even if she went back, how was she going to return to the top of the mountain? Not to mention that she could not fly now. Even if she could, this strange space suppression would prevent her from using it. Patter, patter. The water droplets fell at a very uniform speed. Chu Luiwei looked at the metal cylinder again. If the water was flowing out from inside, then what kind of scene was it inside? All of a sudden, Tuanzi jumped onto the metal cylinder. Chu Luiwei's eyes twitched. Dumpling, you can't bite this casually. Who knew what was going on in the Imperial Mausoleum? If they rashly destroyed the stone wall, it might cause trouble. There had always been many things to pay attention to in the mausoleum, especially in the Imperial Mausoleum. It could be said that it was filled with traps. Chu Luiwei did not want to lose her life here. Dumpling shook its head, a look of disdain in its eyes. I have a lot of requirements, okay? Why would I just bite anything I see? Then, Dumpling pointed at the metal cylinder under its feet and hugged it with its claws. Chu Luiwei suddenly understood. You want me to turn this thing? Dumpling immediately nodded excitedly. Chu Luiwei hesitated. This thing shouldn't be moved, right? Although she said that, she still stretched out her hand. The metal cylinder was cold to the touch, and a chill instantly spread to the bottom of her heart. Chu Luiwei held her breath and focused, gently turning it. Crack. The metal cylinder actually moved. Chu Liwei suppressed the shock in her heart and slowly turned it along with the force. When the metal cylinder turned 180 degrees, Chu Liwei finally heard a crisp sound. It seemed to be the sound of the built-in buckle fitting. Chu Liwei let go of her hand, and in the next moment, on the stone wall in front of her, golden starlight suddenly appeared. Those starlight were like stars in the dark night, bright and dazzling. Chu Liwei raised her hand to cover her eyes, but from the corner of her eye, she saw that the golden starlight gradually connected into a line. Then, a huge and strange pattern was drawn. Chu Liwei was shocked. This was clearly the blurry pattern she saw earlier. At this moment, the light lit up and the outline gradually became clear. Chu Liwei's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something, and she stared at it without blinking. That was boom. Before she could see it clearly, the stone wall suddenly split from the middle of the metal cylinder. A dazzling white light shot out from it. Chu Liwei's eyes instantly turned white. Dumpling jumped back onto her shoulder and grabbed her clothes tightly. After a while, the surrounding movements gradually quieted down. Chu Liwei also gradually adapted to the white light, and she focused her eyes to look inside. When she saw the scene in front of her, she finally couldn't help but gasp. He saw a wide river flickering with silver light flowing through the sky. The starlight in the river shone brightly, illuminating the entire space. Just now, when Chu Liwei opened the stone wall, the white light she felt came from here. Chu Liwei opened her eyes wide in shock. That river floated in the air, clear and clean, but also shining brightly. At a glance, it looked like the Milky Way in the dark night. Dazzling and magnificent. At the bottom of the river, there was a spacious square. A lonely golden throne was quietly placed in the center. However, that wasn't what shocked Chu Liwei the most. That was because a man was sitting on that golden throne. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 392. There was actually someone in the Imperial Mausoleum that had been sealed for thousands of years? Chu Liwei was shocked. At the same time, she quickly sized up the man. After seeing him clearly, she realized that something was wrong. This man did not seem to be a living person. He was tall and wore a black robe with golden dragon patterns embroidered on his chest and cuffs. He looked noble and dignified. At a glance, this man was about 40 years old, but he was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. It could still be seen that when he was young, he must have been a rare handsome man. It was just that his eye sockets were actually pure black. Chu Liwei could not help but stare at those eyes. They were two dark vortexes. On the surface, they looked calm and peaceful, but in the depths, one could see the changes of life and death and the disappearance of stars. "Who are you?" The man looked at Chu Liwei and slowly asked in a deep voice. Chu Liwei's mind suddenly became drowsy. Waves of fatigue surged up, and her entire mind seemed to relax. "Chu Liwei," she replied in a low voice. The large space suddenly quieted down. After a moment, the man asked again. "No, you are not Chu Liwei." His voice seemed to carry some kind of indescribable power. It fell heavily in her ears and reached the bottom of her heart. Chu Liwei shook her head. Her voice was firm. "I am Chu Liwei." This body, this appearance, if she was not Chu Liwei, who was she? The man suddenly laughed as if he had heard a joke. "Look up." Chu Liwei looked up and saw the slowly flowing river across the sky. Countless stars were reflected in her eyes, making her look resplendent. Suddenly, those lights dissipated. The river swayed, and a scene seemed to appear in front of her. Chu Liwei's brows furrowed. It was a cliff. On the cliff that extended from the cliff, there was an octagonal pavilion. The white mountain mist drifted here and there, adding a bit of spiritual energy to this precipitous land. In the octagonal pavilion, a black-clothed man stood with his hands behind his back. The mountain wind blew, lifting up the corners of his clothes. He looked like an immortal who was about to fly away with the wind. Chu Liwei looked at his back and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She seemed to have seen this person before. When she saw the cliff and the octagonal pavilion, she didn't feel any sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if she had already been there. There seemed to be something surging at the bottom of her heart, as if it was about to break out, but she couldn't make it clear. This made her feel like her heart was in a mess, adding to her anxiety for no reason. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to call out the black-clothed man's name. But she seemed to have become a mute, unable to make a sound. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning in the bottom of her heart, making her extremely anxious. Chu Lue anxiously wanted to speak, but just as he managed to spit out a word, he saw the black-clothed man suddenly turn sideways. Chu Lue suddenly paused and stared intently. However, just as she was about to see the man's face, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. Chu Lue was jolted awake. Looking down, she realized that Dumpling had bitten her hand hard. Dark red blood gradually seeped out of the wound, waking her up completely. What happened to her just now? She actually fell into the other party's dangerous situation so easily. Dumpling, thank you. Just now I almost, Chu Lue said softly, but suddenly stopped. Almost what? Why was she rejoicing in the depths of her heart? This feeling rarely appeared to her. Usually, she would only feel this way when she was trying to avoid making a big mistake. But, in that situation just now, although her mental defenses were almost broken, it didn't seem to have anything to do with her biggest secret. Why did she have the illusion that she had survived a disaster? Chu Lue looked up again. The suspended river had returned to its original state, and the scene on it had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Including that cliff, that octagonal pavilion, and that man. Chu Lue pursed her lips. She was so eager to see the man's appearance. This had never happened before. She suppressed the waves in her heart, clenched her fists, and looked at the man on the throne. Do you think that you can trap me with such an illusion? The black-clothed man's face revealed a meaningful smile. Do you think that was an illusion? Chu Lue's heart sank. All the scenes that appeared in the weak water came from your memory. Whatever you are thinking, it will naturally reflect what you are thinking. A low and slow voice sounded, and every word was like a clap of thunder. Chu Lue's body tensed up. If that was the case, the scene she saw just now was real? But in her past life and present life, there was no such scene in the memory of her two lives. I don't even know your identity, how can I believe what you say? Chu Lue sneered. I can be sure that I have never seen that scene. Your method of lying is a little too clumsy. Are you really sure? The man seemed unmoved, and calmly continued to ask. Chu Lue's heart jumped, and she secretly gritted her teeth. Rationally, she believed that every word she said was correct, because she really did not remember that scene. However, in the depths of her heart, there was a faint uncertainty. Because everything she saw just now had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Especially the man standing with his hands behind his back. She only saw a back view, but had the urge to call his name. If she really had not seen it before, how could this be? You don't know my identity, but I know who you are. The black-clothed man raised his eyes, staring at Chu Lue with a confident smile. It was as if everything was under his control. Who exactly are you? Chu Lue shouted in a deep voice. You will naturally know when you find me. The man said, and suddenly stood up. I'll wait for you. Then, without waiting for Chu Lue to react, his figure instantly turned into countless silver stars and flew into the river in midair. Without a trace. Chu Lue came back to her senses after a while. That black-clothed man, left just like that? He said that he would find him. Where could she find him? She couldn't possibly enter that river too, right? On one hand, she couldn't go up at all. On the other hand, who knew what would happen if she entered? Chu Lue pondered for a moment, and finally decided to continue forward, heading towards the throne in the middle. Other than the throne, there was nothing else here. If she couldn't find any clues on it, then she would really have a headache. Chu Lue walked step by step, and finally stood in front of the throne. Suddenly, her eyes focused, and she carefully stared at the back of the throne. In the middle position, there was a line of words, East of the weak water, gold. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 393. In the Palace. Rongjio took big strides toward the imperial study. All the palace maids he met on the way greeted him respectfully. Now that the crown prince and empress were under house arrest, His Majesty had handed many things to the third prince. Everyone could tell that the imperial city was about to change. But seeing Rongjio's tense face, the palace maids didn't dare to say anything as if something important had happened. Rongjio walked quickly, and he was frustrated. No matter how much I calculated, I didn't realize that Situ Xingshan was also in the Empress's palace back then. If I was more careful back then, I would have definitely noticed something amiss. Perhaps, I could have walked forward and pulled the screen aside to discover Situ Xingshan. I didn't. Things had been going too smoothly these few days, so I was so careless that I forgot about this person's existence. At first, I didn't care about it, but thinking about it now, I feel that there's something fishy going on. Situ Xingshan and Rongjin had a marriage agreement, but she didn't ask to cancel it even after Rongjin got into trouble. What else could it be if she didn't have a motive? Situ Xingshan must know something, so she's willing to help the Empress and Rongjin. I actually didn't think of checking on Situ Xingshan before this. Before he reached the imperial study, Rongjio heard hurried footsteps in front of him. He looked up and saw Emperor Jiuan, who was walking at the very front. Emperor Jiuan's expression was dark and vicious, which he had never seen before, and it had an intense murderous aura. Rongjio was shocked. What's going on now? Greetings, father. Rongjio quickly walked forward and bowed. Emperor Jiuan saw Rongjio and knitted his brows. Why are you still in the palace? At this time, Rongjio should have left the palace. Rongjio immediately said, Father, I'm sorry. Imperial father, I have returned because I have something important to tell you immediately. Emperor Jiuan didn't stop and continued walking forward. Wait for me to come back. As he spoke, he had already walked past Rongjio. Rongjio was dazed. What's going on? Father, I really have something urgent. Third prince, you should wait first. Eunuch Min walked to Rongjio's side, waved his horsetail whisk and persuaded him. Can't you see how anxious His Majesty is right now? In short, His Majesty is definitely not in the mood to listen to what you have to say. Please wait patiently for now. Rongjio asked suspiciously. Eunuch Min, please give me some pointers. Imperial father seems to be in a hurry. What exactly is he going to do? You still don't know? Eunuch Min blurted out in shock. He quickly looked around, pointed to the sky, and said in a low voice, That's right. You didn't see the commotion just now? Rongjio was dazed for a moment before he understood. That's news from the Imperial Mausoleum. How could His Majesty not be anxious? Eunuch Min slapped his thigh. This old servant has to leave now. Your Highness, you should do as you see fit. Eunuch Min then immediately chased after Emperor Jiuan. Rongjio stood rooted to the ground as his heart stirred. After his conversation with Chu Xianmin, he was filled with shock, anger, and regret. He didn't have time to think before he returned to the palace. When he walked on the road, he also noticed the gigantic firework. Of course, he knew that it was used to send messages, but he didn't realize that it was a warning from the Imperial Mausoleum because all his attention was on Situ Xingshan. This meant that something had happened to the Imperial Mausoleum. Even though Rongjio wasn't in the Imperial City most of the time, he knew that Golden Inheritance Peak, where the Imperial Mausoleum was, had always been heavily guarded. Now that they suddenly received this news, they must have met with big trouble. It would be strange if Emperor Jiuan wasn't anxious. Just as Rongjio was thinking about whether he should go back to the Empress's palace to take a look and confirm if Situ Xingshan had gone there, Emperor Jiuan, who had just left, was stopped by someone again. This time, the person who came was a guard in armor. He rushed all the way here with a panicked expression as he directly knelt in front of Emperor Jiuan and miserably shouted, Your Highness! Your Majesty! Bad news! Emperor Jiuan felt that his head was heavily hammered and his head hurt. Bad news? Something has happened to the Imperial Mausoleum. What could be worse than this? Speak! Hollered Emperor Jiuan as he was forced to stand still. That guard knelt on the floor, and his body shivered. Your Majesty, Her Majesty? Her Majesty has passed away. The surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence. Emperor Jiawen's expression froze. Upon hearing this, Rongjio looked up and saw that the guard was indeed the person in charge of guarding the Empress's palace. Did he just say that the Empress has passed away? An ominous feeling surged in Rongjio's heart. He hurriedly walked to that guard's side. What did you just say? Say it again. That guard was shocked by his sudden questioning as he shivered and said with a trembling voice, Her Majesty, Her Majesty, Her Majesty killed herself. Useless. Emperor Jiawen finally reacted as he harshly kicked that guard's heart. Didn't I say that no matter what, I have to take good care of the Empress? It wouldn't be enough even if the Empress died 1,000 times for what she did. However, he still had many things that he hadn't asked clearly. Now that she suddenly died, what should he do next? What exactly did you do? That guard endured the pain as he fearfully said, Your Majesty, we've been guarding outside the palace. Your Majesty, we've been standing guard outside, and we'll go in to check every hour. But Her Majesty actually hit the wall for some reason. When we heard the commotion, Her Majesty was already. Actually, we're also very wronged. The Empress has been in the same state for the past few days. Even if she's going through excruciating torture, she's still holding on. Who would have thought that she would suddenly kill herself? She was determined, and she hit the wall very harshly. Her face and head were all covered in blood, and her skull was about to split open. How could we have predicted this? Emperor Jiawen was already anxious because of what happened to the imperial mausoleum. Now that he heard this news, he felt the blood in his chest rumble as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! Father! Eunuch Min and Rongjio immediately gasped. Eunuch Min was originally standing beside Emperor Jiawen, and he hurriedly supported his shaky body. Your Majesty! You must take care of your body. Under the contrast of the blood at the corner of his lips, Emperor Jiawen's face looked even paler. He stared at that guard with a deadly gaze and enunciated every word clearly. Who went to the Empress's palace today? I'm certain that the Empress didn't suddenly commit suicide. There must be a deeper reason behind this. A thought suddenly flashed across Rongjio's mind. Could it be Situ Xingqian? That guard's voice trembled. Why, Your Majesty, today, only the third prince went to the Empress's palace alone. Rongjio was shocked. He suddenly turned to look at that guard. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 394. That guard didn't dare to look up at Rongjio as he quickly continued speaking. The third prince entered the palace and seemed to have an argument with the Empress. However, we didn't dare to barge in, so we waited outside. Not long after the third prince left, the Empress. Emperor Jiawen looked at Rongjio coldly. Rongjio went to see the Empress today and found the ink pearl. It's normal for him to fight with the Empress. But why would the Empress suddenly want to die? Could it really be related to Rongjio? Rongjio's heart sank. Emperor Jiawen is indeed suspecting me. That guard's words just now were too persuasive. He clearly did it on purpose. Rongjio boomed. Imperial Father, I can swear that this matter has nothing to do with me. Other than me, there's another person who went to the Empress's palace today. Emperor Jiawen immediately asked, Who? Rongjio took a deep breath in. Situ Xingqian. Surprise flashed across Emperor Jiawen's eyes. Situ Xingqian? Why is she here? Emperor Jiawen immediately looked at that guard. Did Situ Xingqian go to the Empress's palace today? The guard shook his head. Nope. His expression was sincere, and he didn't look like he was lying. The uneasiness in Rongjio's heart intensified. He raised his voice, and his tone became much harsher as he shouted at that guard, Do you know that lying to His Majesty is a capital offense? The guard seemed to be startled and shrank back a little. I don't dare to lie to Your Majesty. Everything I said before is true. Rongjio felt suffocated. When he entered the Empress's palace, he didn't ask if anyone else came. Back then, he didn't discover Situ Xingqian in time. Now that the Empress is dead, Situ Xingqian must have left. If this guard insists, no, that group of guards all say the same thing, then I can't find any evidence to prove that Situ Xingqian was there. Suddenly he thought of something. Father, you can send someone to check the palace entrance records. Situ Shingshan must have come to the palace today. Emperor Joan looked at Eunuch Min. Immediately send someone to check. Then, Emperor Joan took a deep breath. Lock down the Empress's palace immediately. No one is allowed to come near except for me. Also, seal off the news. This gets out. He didn't finish his words, but the threat in his eyes was clear. Then, Emperor Joan turned around and planned to head to the imperial mausoleum. After taking 2 steps, his body swayed and he almost fell. Eunuch Min quickly caught her and couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, why don't you rest in the palace for a while? Your current body?" Emperor Joan shook his head, clenched his teeth, and walked forward. What kind of place was the imperial mausoleum? That was the burial ground of country Yao Chen's ancestors. If something really happened that could not be salvaged, then he would become a sinner for all eternity. For so many years, the imperial mausoleum had never had any abnormalities. That was why the warning fireworks had frightened him so much. The death of the Empress was also a big deal, especially when there were still many unsolved mysteries. But that still couldn't be compared to the imperial mausoleum. Rongjio took 2 steps forward. "Father, why don't I go with you?" Emperor Joan rejected him without even turning his head. "No need. Go back and stay there. Put down the things in your hands first. When I come back, I'll settle it." "Father," Rongjio still wanted to defend himself, but Emperor Joan clearly didn't want to hear it. Eunuch Min shot Rongjio a look, telling him not to anger his majesty at this time. Helpless, Rongjio could only stop in his tracks and watch as Emperor Joan's figure disappeared in front of him. He could still vaguely hear Emperor Joan and Eunuch Min's conversation. "Have you informed Elder Yi?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Elder Yi has already received the news, and I believe he's already heading to the Imperial Mausoleum. With Elder Yi around, you don't have to be too worried." The voice gradually became softer until it couldn't be heard. Rongjio slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves as he turned to look at that guard. A murderous intent that was filled with a thick blood aura enveloped the guard. Third Prince, please calm down." That guard clearly sensed the danger as he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Calm down?" Rongjio's lips curved up into a mocking smile. "You framed me to this extent, and you still dare to ask I to calm down? Speak. Who told you to say this?" That guard didn't admit it. "Third Prince, I didn't lie, and I didn't frame you. You've really misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Then, Situ Shingshan going to the Empress's palace today was also a misunderstanding? Seeing that Rongjio's aura was getting scarier, that guard guiltily shifted his gaze away and said very softly, "Third Prince, I've already said it several times. Your Highness, this humble one has already said it many times. Today, other than you, no one else has entered the Empress Palace. Why don't you believe me? His Majesty has already ordered for a thorough investigation. If you don't believe me, you can personally ask around and see if anyone in the palace saw eldest Princess Situ enter the palace today. Won't everything be clear then?" Hearing this, Rongjio suddenly reacted. Since he dared to deny it in front of everyone and even dared to take the initiative to ask someone to investigate, it must be because he made sufficient preparations. Or perhaps, the other party dug a hole for me to jump into. Rongjio's heart was filled with deep hatred and hatred. I didn't expect Situ Shingshan's methods to be so terrifying. Perhaps, even the Empress's death has something to do with her. Rongjio originally wanted to go to the Empress's palace to personally see what was going on, but Emperor Joan had already ordered him to go back, so he naturally couldn't do anything. He bent down, grabbed that guard's collar, and said word by word, "Today, I'll pay you back. I will remember today's score." Princely Mansion. After Rongjio got rid of Jian Fengqi, he planned to quickly rush to the Imperial Mausoleum. Yu Mo followed closely behind. Seeing that he was planning to leave like this, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you going to leave? Master, are you going just like this?" Rongjio paused. Since something happened in the Imperial Mausoleum, many people would definitely head there. Especially Emperor Joan. If they saw that Prince Li, who should be resting in his residence, also appeared in the imperial mausoleum, I wonder how they would react. Rong Xiu closed his eyes. I was too anxious, so I actually forgot such a simple thing. Once he thought of you being in the imperial mausoleum, his heart seemed to be suspended in midair. He was filled with anxiety and torment, and he couldn't wait to run over immediately. He turned around and glanced at Yuan. Go and inform Yengu. He naturally knows what to do. Master, your side, I know what I'm doing. I understand. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 395. Along with this loud noise, the ground around the throne actually cracked open. With the throne as the center, the cracks spread out in all directions. Then, something gushed out from the cracks. Chu Luiyue looked over and realized that it was actually golden sand. Countless grains of sand that glowed with a faint golden light gushed out from the ground like spring water. However, these grains of sand didn't spread out in all directions. Instead, they gradually accumulated upwards. Chu Luiyue realized that those weren't real grains of sand, but crystal fragments. Those tiny crystal fragments gradually gathered together and formed a strange pentagonal crystal that was the size of a fingernail. And these pentagonal crystals were connected to each other and accumulated layer by layer. The thin crystals weren't all tightly connected. On the contrary, most of them were spaced apart, as if they were formed according to some strange law. Soon, a golden fence-like crystal wall appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. Not only this one. The same scene was playing out in the cracks at the side. Chu Luiyue knew that she couldn't continue to sit and wait for death. Otherwise, when the golden crystal wall accumulated, it would be several times more difficult for her to get out. She immediately stood up, intending to leave the throne. However, the moment she stood up, all the movements around her suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had pressed the button to stop time, stopping everything. Chu Luiyue paused and her expression turned serious. Then, she cautiously took a step forward. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound was suddenly heard. The void in front of her suddenly rippled. Streaks of golden lines spread out like water ripples before disappearing completely. However, Chu Luiyue was greatly shocked. There was actually an additional barrier here. Moreover, from the probing just now, this barrier was absolutely not something that she could break through at her current level. She looked to the side and tried twice. Sure enough, the entire throne was shrouded in a sealed enchantment. Chu Luiyue sat back on the throne. Everything around her immediately returned to normal. The sound of fine sand flowing could be heard. The bright golden light illuminated the entire space as if it was 100 suns. However, Chu Luiyue's heart gradually sank to the bottom. Looking around, the walls made of thin golden crystals were already taller than a person. Overall, it looked like a zigzagging maze. And she was trapped in the middle of this maze. Bang! Tuanzi suddenly jumped out and rushed straight to the bounded domain. With a muffled sound, Dumpling was bounced back. Chu Luiyue caught it with her sharp eyes. Dumpling rubbed her head. It hurts. Dumpling, are you all right? Chu Luiyue asked worriedly. Tuanzi didn't give up. She got up and flew towards the boundary again. At the same time, she opened her mouth and fiercely cracked. The corner of Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. Why does it sound a little wrong? Seeing that Dumpling seemed to be stuck to the barrier and didn't move at all, Chu Luiyue couldn't help but shout, Dumpling? Dumpling still didn't react, but Chu Luiyue saw that its tail trembled slightly. She became more and more worried. She reached out and grabbed Dumpling. Dumpling immediately covered its face with its claws. Chu Luiyue pushed its claws away. What's wrong, you? Her voice stopped abruptly. The human and the beast looked at each other. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, Dumpling bared its teeth and smiled. Looking at Dumpling's little white teeth that were dyed red, Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment. Did you break your teeth? Dumpling hurriedly covered its mouth and shook its head desperately. Oh no. It was just that I bit too hard, my teeth were a little loose and I bled a little. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She sighed helplessly and patted Dumpling's head gently. Then she looked at the faint golden barrier in front of her. She knew how powerful Dumpling's teeth were, But now, even Dumpling couldn't do anything about this barrier. With her current strength, how could she get out? Chu Luiwei frowned and pondered for a long time. She subconsciously leaned back. Her back suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Oh right, she almost forgot that there were words on the back of the backrest. Wait. Chu Luiwei's eyes suddenly lit up. What was written on it just now? East of the weak water, metal. Metal, heaven and earth were chaotic, and the 5 elements were born. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Could it be that this metal referred to the 5 elements? The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Among them, fire could restrain metal. She placed Dumpling on her shoulder and took out the heavenly square cauldron again. The transparent karmic fire burned quietly inside. Then, Chu Luiwei held her breath and focused all her attention and energy on the heavenly square cauldron. The fire moved according to his heart. With a hong sound, the transparent karmic fire instantly rose up. It pounced toward the barrier. The two met and let out an ear-piercing sound. That faintly golden barrier actually started to burn. While Chu Luiwei was dealing with all kinds of situations in the Imperial Mausoleum, it was peaceful outside Golden Inheritance Peak. Zhongqi and the rest stood at the top of the mountain and stared at the slowly rotating circular plate with gloomy expressions. Ever since the two of them disappeared, there were no more movements. They couldn't enter the Imperial Mausoleum from this circular plate and could only watch it rotate from the side. There was nothing they could do. No one knew what the situation in the Imperial Mausoleum was like. The quieter it was, the more uneasy they felt. Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air was heard. Zhongqi immediately looked up. When he saw who it was, he immediately went forward happily. Old man Yi. It was Yi Zhiding. He was originally repairing Jiuyo Tower in the academy when he suddenly saw the warning fireworks. He knew that something had happened in the Imperial Mausoleum, so he rushed over. Yi Zhiding was about to speak when he saw the circular plate slowly rotating at the top of the mountain. He couldn't help but be shocked. The Imperial Mausoleum has been activated? Zhongqi's lips moved and he lowered his head. Old man Yi, please forgive us. It's all because of our incompetence. That's why those two people took advantage of the loophole. Yi Zhiding's expression was solemn. 2 people? Have you confirmed their identities? Zhongqi looked ashamed. We couldn't. They moved too quickly. By the time we discovered them, they were already at the top of the mountain and had directly activated the Imperial Mausoleum. We didn't have time. Yi Zhiding was even more confused. How is this possible? Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier can't be opened without the key. How did they enter silently? Zhongqi and the rest fell silent. Yi Zhiding suddenly paused. Could it be that those 2 people have the key to Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier? But there's only one key, and it's always been in His Majesty's hands. Someone stole His Majesty's key. Digression. The chapter number is wrong. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI. Chapter 396. In the palace. Rongjio strode quickly towards the imperial study. Along the way, the palace servants greeted him respectfully. Now that the crown prince and the empress were under house arrest, His Majesty had delegated many tasks to His Royal Highness. Everyone could see that the situation in the capital was about to change. However, when they saw Rongjio's tense expression, they did not dare to say anything. Rongjio walked quickly, his heart full of regret. Despite all his calculations, he did not notice that Situ Xingqian was also in the Empress's palace at that time. If he had been more careful at that time, he would definitely have noticed that something was wrong. Or, if he had taken a step forward and pulled open the screen, he would have found Situ Xingqian. However, he did not. Things had been progressing too smoothly in the past few days, so much so that he had forgotten about the existence of this person. At first, he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that there was a mystery everywhere. Situ Xingqian and Rong Jin were engaged, and even after Rong Jin's accident, he did not ask to cancel the engagement. If this was not a conspiracy, then what was it? Situ Xingqian must know something, and that was why he was willing to help the Empress and Rong Jin. Before this, he had not thought of investigating Situ Xingqian. Before he reached the imperial study, Rong Jiao suddenly heard a sudden rush of footsteps in front of him. He looked up and saw Emperor Zhouwen walking at the front. Emperor Zhouwen's expression was gloomy and fierce like he had never seen before, with a strong murderous aura. Rong Jiao was shocked. What had happened this time? "Greetings, father." Rong Jiao quickly stepped forward and bowed. When Emperor Zhouwen saw Rong Jiao, he frowned. "Why are you still in the palace?" At this time, Rong Jiao should have already left the palace. Rong Jiao immediately said, "Father, I have returned because I have something important to tell you immediately." Emperor Zhouwen did not stop and continued to walk forward. "Whatever it is, wait for me to come back." As he spoke, he had already passed by Rong Jiao. Rong Jiao was stunned. What was going on? "Father, I really have an urgent matter. Oh, Your Highness, please wait for a while." Eunuch Min walked to Rong Jiao and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, trying to persuade her. "Don't you see how anxious His Majesty is? Anyway, His Majesty is definitely not in the mood to listen to what you have to say. Please wait patiently for the time being." Rong Jiao asked suspiciously, "Eunuch Min, please enlighten me. Father seems to be in a hurry. What is he going to do? You still don't know?" Eunuch Min blurted out in shock. He quickly looked around, pointed to the sky, and said in a low voice, "That's right." He lowered his voice and said, "Didn't you see that movement just now?" Rong Jiao was stunned for a moment and then understood. That news came from the mausoleum. How could His Majesty not be anxious? Eunuch Min slapped his thigh. "This old servant has to leave quickly. Your Third Highness, you should do as you see fit." After that, Eunuch Min immediately chased after Emperor Zhouwen. Rong Jiao stood on the spot, his heart pounding. After talking to Chu Xianmin, he was filled with shock, anger, and regret. He had returned to the palace before he could think of anything else. While walking on the road, he also noticed the huge firework. Of course, he knew that it was used to send a message, but because he was so focused on Situ Xingqian, he did not realize that it was a warning from the direction of the mausoleum. It meant that something had happened to the mausoleum. Although Rong Jiao was not in the capital, he knew that the gold pillar peak where the mausoleum was located had always been heavily guarded. Now that this news had come, it must be a big problem. It would be strange if Emperor Zhouwen was not anxious. Just as Rong Jiao was pondering whether he should go back to the Empress Palace to check if Situ Xingqian had been there, Emperor Zhouwen, who had just left, was intercepted again. This time, the person who came was an armored guard. He had rushed all the way here, and his expression was one of panic. He directly knelt in front of Emperor Zhouwen and cried out in panic. "Your Majesty!" Bad news. Emperor Zhouwen felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. His head was hurting. Bad news? Something had happened to the mausoleum. What could be worse than this? "Speak." Zenith Emperor was forced to stand still and shouted in a deep voice. The guard knelt on the ground, his body shivering. "Your Majesty, the Empress is dead." Suddenly, there was a dead silence. Emperor Zhouwen's expression suddenly froze. Rong Jiao heard the voice and looked up. He saw that the guard was indeed the one in charge of guarding the Empress Palace. Did he just say, the Empress was dead? An ominous premonition surged in Rong Jiao's heart. He strode quickly to the side of the guard. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." The guard was startled by his sudden question. He shrank back a little before replying in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. The Empress killed herself. Useless." Emperor Zhouwen finally reacted and viciously kicked the guard in the chest. "Didn't I say that no matter what, we must keep an eye on the Empress? The Empress deserved to die 1,000 times for what she had done." However, there were still many things that he had not clarified. She had suddenly died. What should he do next? "What the hell did you do?" The guard endured the pain and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, we've been standing guard outside, and we'll go in every hour to check it out. But, the Empress actually hit her head against the wall. When we heard the noise, the Empress was already. They were actually very wronged." The Empress had been in the same state for the past few days. Even though she had suffered a lot of pain, she still endured it. Who would have thought that she would suddenly change her mind? She had steeled her heart. That collision was especially hard. Her face and head were covered in blood, and her skull was almost cracked open. How could they have predicted this? Emperor Joan was already anxious because of what happened to the mausoleum. Now that he heard the news, he felt the blood in his chest churning. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty!" Eunuch Min and Rong Jiao immediately cried out. Eunuch Min was standing beside Emperor Joan. He quickly held his father's swaying body. Eunuch Min, who was standing next to Emperor Joan, quickly supported his tottering body. "You must take care of yourself. You must take care of your dragon body." Emperor Joan's face looked even paler with the blood at the corner of his lips. He stared at the guard and asked, enunciating each word clearly and clearly, "Who went to the Empress's palace today?" He was sure that the Empress did not commit suicide all of a sudden. There must be a deeper reason behind it. A thought flashed across Rong Jiao's mind. Could it be Situ Xingqian? The guard's voice trembled. "Your Majesty, today, only the third prince went to the Empress's palace." Rong Jiao was shocked. She turned to look at the guard. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit IAI. Chapter 397. The clear and distant cry of a crane was suddenly heard from afar. Elder Yi and the rest turned around and saw a white crane with a black neck and red head flying toward them. It was a 5th-grade fiend, a black-necked red-crowned crane. This was a fiend reared by country Yao Chen's royal family. Emperor Joan was sitting on its back. Under normal circumstances, the royal family rarely summoned the black-necked red-crowned crane. However, something happened in the imperial mausoleum, so Emperor Joan couldn't care less. This allowed him to rush over quickly, and he was only slightly slower than Elder Yi. Emperor Joan already had a few guesses along the way, but his heart still sank when he saw a few figures standing at the top of Golden Inheritance Peak. Other than him, no one else had the right to come up to the top of Golden Inheritance Peak. However, so many people were gathered here, and things were clearly worse than expected. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Elder Zhongqi and the rest bowed anxiously. Elder Yi was of high status, so he naturally didn't have to do this. Hence, the moment the black-necked red-crowned crane landed, Elder Yi immediately went forward and asked, "Is there any problem?" "Your Majesty, was the key to Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier stolen by someone?" Emperor Jiawen jumped down from the black-necked red-crowned crane's back and was shocked. "I've been keeping it well, and it's with me now." Elder Yi and the rest looked at each other. "Your Majesty, are you sure?" asked Elder Yi again. Emperor Jiawen raised his hand, and a strange pattern appeared on his palm. That key is indeed still with Emperor Jiawen. What exactly happened? Elder Yi, why do you ask? Emperor Jiawen was also confused. Elder Yi said solemnly, 2 secret doors were opened. 2 people secretly opened the barrier of Golden Inheritance Peak and opened the Imperial Mausoleum. They have already entered. The entire process was very secretive, and Zhongqi and the rest only realized that something was amiss when they reached the peak. Hence, we suspect that they stole His Majesty's key. However, that doesn't seem to be the case now. There was too much information in this sentence, and Emperor Joan was dazed as his voice trembled. "What? The Imperial Mausoleum has been opened." Before he could finish his sentence, he glanced from the corner of his eye and finally saw the slowly spinning circular plate not far away. Just now, he had rushed over in a hurry and didn't see it. Emperor Jiawen's chest seemed to be blocked by something, and he felt so stifled that he couldn't breathe. Country Yao Chen's Imperial Mausoleum had existed for thousands of years and would only open when the previous emperor passed away. But now, it had been opened all of a sudden? Who is it? Emperor Jiawen's face turned green, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Elder Zhongqi and the others immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down. You didn't see the appearance of those 2 people? Your subordinates are incompetent. Please punish us, Your Majesty." Emperor Joan took a deep breath in and suppressed the anger in his heart with much difficulty. Since it had already happened, what was the point of punishing him now? Go and find him immediately. We must find these two people. Elder Zhongqi and the others broke out in cold sweat. Mr. Yi sighed and helped to explain. Your Majesty, the Imperial Mausoleum has been opened. Ordinary people are unable to enter. I'm afraid you'll have to do it yourself before we can enter. Emperor Zhaowen rubbed his glabella. I forgot about this. Wait, if that's the case, how did those two people enter? The crowd fell silent. They can even open Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier. What else can't they do? The other party clearly came prepared. Emperor Zhaowen also thought of this and couldn't help but feel even more frustrated. He had always sent soldiers to guard Golden Inheritance Peak, but he didn't expect someone to find a loophole so easily. This is like slapping my face harshly. He walked to the circular plate and tightly knitted his brows. Other than when the previous emperor was buried, he had never seen this circular plate move. I didn't expect this to happen. Emperor Zhaowen took a deep breath in and slowly raised his hand. The strange pattern appeared in his palm again. A silver light suddenly flashed on the circular plate. But very quickly, the light suddenly disappeared. Emperor Zhaowen's expression changed. I can't open the Imperial Mausoleum anymore. In the forest outside Golden Inheritance Peak, someone was quickly moving forward. It was Situ Xingchen and Rong Jin. Rong Jin looked up and took a deep breath before he said, I'm sorry. Golden Inheritance Peak is in front. Situ Xingchen followed his gaze and looked over. Golden Inheritance Peak was still the most eye-catching one in this undulating mountain range. It was steep and had a majestic aura. Even though they were still a distance away, they could already feel the frightening suppression. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. It turns out that the barrier outside Golden Inheritance Peak is actually this strong. This is going to be troublesome. Just as she was about to continue forward, Rong Jin suddenly called out to her. Xingchen, hold on. Situ Xingchen turned around and saw Rong Jin staring at Golden Inheritance Peak with a stern face. If you continue forward, you'll reach the periphery of Golden Inheritance Peak. You can't go any further. Situ Xingchen didn't understand what he meant, and her eyes were filled with confusion. Rong Jin explained, there's a lot of guards there. There are usually many guards guarding that place. Now that something has happened to the Imperial Mausoleum, they must have sent more people. Perhaps, Imperial Father had already arrived. Under such circumstances, you'll definitely be discovered if you go. For your safety, just wait for me here. Situ Xingchen was stunned by his words. I tried my best to help Rong Jin escape from Crown Prince Mansion and covered him all the way here. In the end, he actually wants me to stop here and wait for him? How can this be? Situ Xingchen forced a smile. Your Highness, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. The situation in front is unknown, and it might be dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you. Rong Jin looked hesitant. Situ Xingchen teased him softly. Your Highness, are you worried that I'll harm you when we reach there? Of course not. Rong Jin immediately retorted, but his gaze wavered as if he was guilty. I'm just worried that we'll cause unnecessary trouble if we go together. After all, I'm still the Crown Prince. It's normal for me to come here when something happened to the Imperial Mausoleum. But you, Xingchen, we haven't gotten married yet. If you're discovered, I'm afraid it won't be good, Situ Xingchen sneered in her heart. Rong Jin's words are so dignified. He couldn't have forgotten that he was still under house arrest in the Crown Prince's residence, right? If he's discovered, he won't be any better than me. I just want to go there alone. Rong Jin felt that Situ Xingchen's gaze seemed to see through everything, which made him uncomfortable. But the next moment, Situ Xingchen still said, Then, I'll wait here for you, Your Highness. Rong Jin looked up and saw that Situ Xingchen still had a light smile on her face as if she didn't notice anything. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I'll be back soon. Then he left in big strides. Situ Xingchen looked at his back view and chuckled softly. Does he want to burn the bridge after crossing it and take everything for himself? How can there be such a good thing? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 398. You can come out, he's already left, said Situ Xingchen softly. Not far behind her, A ripple appeared in the air, and an elder walked out. It was Elder Lian Ning. I really don't know how Rong Jin managed to sit on the crown prince's seat for so many years. Elder Lian Ning's tone was sarcastic. Does he really think that he can enter the imperial mausoleum with his own abilities and get what he wants? After all, he's heaven's chosen son, so he must be different from others, said Situ Xingqian lightly. Elder Lian Ning glanced at her and smiled. It seems like you don't think much of Rong Jin's identity, Your Highness. Of course not. I just don't think much of Rong Jin. So what if he's heaven's chosen son? Rong Jin might not have the luck to succeed. Elder Lian Ning turned around and looked in the direction that Rong Jin disappeared in as he said in deep thought, You're right. I really don't know how someone like Rong Jin is heaven's chosen son. Situ Xingqian's lips curved up coldly. If she didn't personally hear the Empress's words and see the scene in Heptagon Alley, she wouldn't believe it either. Even though Rong Jin is useless, am I not already here? Situ Xingqian lifted the strands of hair by her ear, and coldness flashed across her watery eyes. With my help, he naturally doesn't have to worry. Elder Lian Ning bowed. Your Highness, what do you plan to do now? Do you want to stay here and watch, or go to the Imperial Mausoleum? Said Situ Xingqian. Elder Lian Ning nodded. Elder Lian Ning understood his intention and waved his sleeves, causing a white mist to appear and encapsulate the figures of the two cultivators. The next moment, the duo's figures disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Rong Jin had already walked toward Golden Inheritance Peak alone. When he got closer, he quickly realized that the guards here were stricter than usual. I wonder what happened in the Imperial Mausoleum. Rong Jin carefully walked forward as he thought to himself. The surroundings were silent, and the further he walked, the clearer he could hear his own heartbeat. Situ Xingqian's words kept replaying in his mind. In the Imperial Tomb, there is a supreme treasure that has been passed down for thousands of years. It was said that the treasure was accidentally obtained by the ancestor of country Yao Chen back then. However, because he was unable to completely unravel the secret of the treasure, no one else knew that he had such a treasure in his possession. In the end, he brought it into the Imperial Mausoleum. Only the Emperor of country Yao Chen has the right to know about this matter. Her Majesty the Empress didn't know about it at first. It was only until a certain year when a miracle appeared on the Golden Inheritance Peak's heavenly worship ceremony did she learn of this matter. Furthermore, she confirmed that Your Highness the Crown Prince is the chosen one and that you are destined to enter the Imperial Mausoleum one day, obtain that treasure, and become its new owner. Once you obtain that treasure and decipher its secrets, you will be able to obtain heaven-defying powers. Rong Jin swallowed his saliva and looked at Golden Inheritance Peak with unconcealed desire and excitement. The ability to reach the heavens. Just these 4 words were enough to excite anyone. Even though it had been a while since he heard this, Rong Jin still couldn't suppress his elation every time he thought about it. He had lived for more than 20 years, but he never knew that he had such a great opportunity. Mother is too much. She actually hid it from me for so long. If I knew about this earlier, I would have come long ago. Previously, he had suffered consecutive blows, and he almost thought that he had no hope of turning things around. Who would have thought that he had such a trump card? Thinking of this, Rong Jin actually felt dissatisfied with the Empress. Since I'm the chosen one, why didn't Mother tell me earlier? Why did she have to wait until today to tell me when I'm in such a desperate situation? Coincidentally, something happened to the Imperial Mausoleum, so it was even more inconvenient for me to enter the Imperial Mausoleum silently. Go over there and take a look. The rest of you, follow me. Suddenly, a group of people walked over. Rong Jin immediately hid his figure carefully, and he even hid his aura. At this point, a crane's cry came from the sky. Rong Jin knitted his brows. Father is already here? This is even more troublesome. If Situ Xingqian came with me, she might have been able to lure these people away. However, this was just a thought. If he did it again, he would still leave Situ Xingqian there. He had always been suspicious, and the matters involved were so important. No matter what, he wouldn't be at ease with her following him. After waiting at the same spot for a while and confirming that the patrolling guards had left, he then carefully moved forward. Just like this, even though it was a dangerous journey, Rong Jin still successfully reached the foot of Golden Inheritance Peak. Looking at the barrier in front of him and feeling the strong suppression, Rong Jin's mouth turned dry, and he couldn't help but nervously lick his lips. Then he took out a box and softly muttered, "Mother, I'm sorry. Mother, you must help me this time." After saying that, he carefully opened the box. An engraved jade seal lay quietly inside. He picked up the item and slowly injected a stream of force into it. Stars gradually lit up on the seal. In the end, it formed a strange pattern. If Emperor Joan was here, he would know that the pattern on it was exactly the same as the key to Golden Inheritance Peak's barrier in his hands. This was the only thing in the box that the Empress carefully hid. She had painstakingly copied this from Emperor Joan secretly and found someone to carve it for her in private. She hid it for so many years just for this day. Buzz. Ripples suddenly appeared on the barrier. Then, an entrance appeared in front of Rong Jin. His heart crazily beat, and it was about to jump out of his mouth. Then, his figure flashed, and he entered the barrier. He didn't see that the barrier didn't close immediately after he entered. Instead, a strange pattern appeared on it. It was as if a gust of wind passed by. After a while, a faint light appeared on the barrier, and it finally closed again. Everything returned to normal. At this point, a group of people happened to pass by. Seeing that the barrier was perfectly fine, they didn't stop and continued forward. In the imperial mausoleum, Chu Liwei sat on the throne. The golden walls in all directions had been stacked up high. Finally, they stopped when they were about to touch the river. The entire space seemed to have frozen, and only the barrier around Chu Liwei was crazily burning. Chu Liwei estimated that 15 minutes had passed, but the barrier was too strong, so the progress was very slow. After some time, a crack finally appeared on the barrier in front of her. Gotcha! The barrier broke. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 399. After making the first breakthrough, the rest of the matters progressed much more smoothly. The surrounding barrier that was suffused with a faint golden color was like ice. Under the burning of the transparent hellfire, it quickly melted. A flame fell and instantly ignited the golden barrier. With a crackling sound, the transparent flame instantly spread out along the ground. In an instant, the entire golden barrier was enveloped by the transparent flame. Chu Liwei could clearly see that the countless pentagonal crystals accumulated on the barrier were gradually scattering into sand. Gradually, the same thing happened to the other golden barriers. Chu Liwei was almost as if she was surrounded by endless hellfire. Fortunately, perhaps because the heavenly square cauldron had already recognized her as its master, she did not feel any burning sensation. On the other hand, Dumpling could not take it anymore and hid back again. When the first golden barrier completely disappeared and turned into scattered sand again, Chu Liwei suddenly felt a strange force flowing into her body along the transparent hellfire. She blinked her eyes in surprise. The golden crystal contains abundant energy. When you use the hellfire to burn it, it is almost equivalent to extracting all the energy from it. The legendary three-eyed eagle suddenly spoke, its tone as cold as ever. But if one listened carefully, one could feel a slight fluctuation of unfairness. It had only followed Chu Liwei for a short period of time, but it had already seen with its own eyes that she had encountered so many opportunities. It was not an exaggeration to say that such luck was heaven-defying. Even it could not help but feel waves of emotions. It had lived for so long, but it had never seen anyone with better luck than Chu Liwei. Most people felt that cultivation depended on talent first and hard work second. But in reality, the most important thing was luck. Chu Liwei, on the other hand, had all three of these qualities. Now, it seemed to understand why the heavenly square cauldron was willing to recognize Chu Liwei as its master. It even began to feel that Chu Liui's promise to help it recover its physical body was not as ridiculous as it seemed at the beginning. If it continued to develop like this, Chu Liwei might really become one of the people standing at the peak in the future. Chu Liwei did not know that the legendary three-eyed eagle had thought so much in this short period of time. After a while, she asked with uncertainty, "You mean, I am also cultivating like this?" The legendary three-eyed eagle sneered. When you cultivate, are you so efficient? Chu Luiwei. Was it praising her luck or saying that her cultivation was slow? But this was not important. What was important was that there were hundreds of golden barriers here. If she burned all of these, wouldn't her strength increase greatly? Ever since she entered the mausoleum, she had been tense. Chu Luiwei clenched her fists and felt the rich force flowing in her body. She couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that he would stumble upon such a good thing? If she could absorb all these powers, she would definitely, in that case, she should be grateful of the Hellfire Rite. Where is he? Chu Luiwei's expression turned serious. The two of them fell from the round plate together, but she did not see Muqing his figure until now. Could he be in trouble now? This thought flashed through Chu Luiwei's mind, but she quickly threw it to the back of her mind. Even if Mu Qinghe was in trouble, it was not her place to worry. With his strength, it should be more than enough to deal with the troubles in the mausoleum. Chu Luiwei shook her head and threw these distracting thoughts away. She sat cross-legged on the throne, held her breath, and began to cultivate. She closed her eyes and placed her hands on her knees. The heavenly square cauldron returned to her dantian. With a thought, she suddenly raised her hand. A transparent karmic fire flew out. Vigorous power surged from the surroundings and entered Chu Luiwei's body. Her entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and comfortable. The power flowed through her limbs and bones into her dantian, and finally gathered in the water droplet. It looked like a small droplet, but it was like a black hole, silently swallowing all the power that flowed in. Gradually, a pattern appeared on the water droplet. Chu Luiwei's heart skipped a beat, and she increased her power. On one hand, she urged the karmic fire to burn, and on the other hand, she absorbed the power contained in it. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she vaguely felt that the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron seemed to be burning more vigorously than before. This feeling was very subtle, but soon, Chu Luiwei confirmed her thoughts. The heavenly square cauldron had indeed absorbed the power in the golden fortress. Its overall aura was clearly stronger than before. Even the legendary three-eyed eagle was shocked. How could this be? The heavenly square cauldron is actually absorbing the power here? Chu Luiwei did not know, but it knew. The heavenly square cauldron was a supreme sacred object, and it would not touch ordinary heaven and earth force at all. Therefore, although it had been suppressed for 1,000 years and had been severely damaged, the heavenly square cauldron had never moved. Except for one kind of power. But how could there be one here? Chu Luiwei did not know what the legendary three-eyed eagle was thinking, and she thought it was just surprised by this scene. There was a strange connection between her and the heavenly square cauldron, so she knew very well that the heavenly square cauldron looked intact, but in reality, it was not. Now, it seemed to be repairing itself on its own accord. This was naturally a good thing for Chu Luiwei. After confirming this, Chu Luiwei quickly withdrew her thoughts and continued to concentrate on her cultivation. The surrounding golden fortress was constantly melting under the burning of the transparent karmic fire. Piles of scattered golden sand appeared on the ground. The aura on Chu Luiwei's body was also constantly strengthening. After an unknown period of time, Chu Luiwei suddenly felt as if she had touched an invisible barrier. Her heart skipped a beat. That was the sign of breaking through to a stage 3 warrior. At this moment, a second pattern appeared on the water droplet in her dantian. The more it was like this, the calmer Chu Luiwei became. She methodically continued to absorb the power. She knew that she was not the same as ordinary cultivators. With the suppression of the water droplet, it would be more difficult for her to break through to a stage 3 warrior than others. But gradually, Chu Luiwei discovered another problem. The Yuan meridian in her body seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of so much power and began to ache faintly. At first, it was only a slight tingling, but it quickly developed into an intense pain all over her body. That frightening power continuously washed over her Yuan meridian, almost tearing it apart. Chu Luiwei tried to reduce the influx of power, but to her horror, she found that she could not stop it at all. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 400. She tried again, but it was to no avail. It was as if a huge sluice gate had been opened, and the flood was pouring down. It was not that easy to close the sluice gate again. That terrifying power was still washing Chu Liyue's Yuan meridian. Following this process, the pain all over her body became more and more intense. Chu Liyue clenched her teeth, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She finally felt a little worried. If this continued, her Yuan meridian would not be able to withstand it. It would be injured at best and destroyed at worst. Chu Liyue did not want her Yuan meridian to be damaged again. Legendary three-eyed eagle, do you have any ideas? In a moment of desperation, Chu Liyue did not care about anything else. The legendary three-eyed eagle also realized that something was wrong, but when it heard Chu Liyue's words, its reply was even colder. You are the owner of the heavenly square cauldron. If even you can't control it, how can I? It was trapped inside. Although it did not want to admit it, in this aspect, it was indeed incomparable to Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue's heart slowly sank. Was she really going to sit here and wait for death? The heavenly square cauldron is not the only thing you can't control, right? The legendary three-eyed eagle's words immediately woke Chu Liyue up. She carefully sensed it and shockingly realized that she could not stop the process. On one hand, it was because of the heavenly square cauldron. On the other hand, it was because of the water droplet in her body. Whether it was the heavenly square cauldron or the water droplet, they both seemed to desire the power of the golden fortress. Hence, they were constantly absorbing it. She wanted to stop, but she was being attacked from both inside and outside. Chu Liyue clenched her fists, and her body tensed up. This was not the first time she could not control the water droplet. No, it should be said that from the beginning until now, she had never been able to take the initiative. She finally could not hold it in anymore. She clenched her teeth and shouted at the water droplet in her heart. Hey, you should at least consider my life. Although she wanted to break through, she did not want her body to explode and die. The two lines on the water droplet swayed slightly. For some reason, Chu Liyue actually felt a trace of disdain. In the next moment, a tiny water droplet flew out from it. With a bang, it transformed into a myriad of splashes and flew towards Chu Liyue's limbs and bones. Chu Liyue suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Wait a minute. Didn't she experience the same thing when she repaired her Yuan meridian? At that time, it was because of this extra step that she was able to obtain the Daijing Yuan meridian. Chu Liyue's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Immediately after, she could clearly feel those tiny water droplets fusing into Chu Liyue's Yuan meridian. Faint starlight appeared clearly. As expected, the pain in that area instantly disappeared. Chu Liyue subconsciously held his breath. This water droplet was indeed able to temper the Yuan meridian. Very quickly, the Yuan meridian in her entire body had been thoroughly nourished. It became even more lustrous and tough. The pain from before had completely disappeared, and the energy from the outside had begun to surge into Chu Liyue's body at an even faster speed. Chu Liyue felt the Yuan meridian in her body, and her heart was beating wildly. In fact, the Daijing Yuan meridian was also divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Although she also had the Daijing Yuan meridian before, it could only be considered as lower and barely reached the threshold of the Daijing Yuan meridian. But now, she could clearly feel that her Yuan meridian had become stronger than before. If she continued to temper it, perhaps she would one day possess the Tianjing Yuan meridian again. Suddenly, Chu Liyue had an idea. She controlled the force that had just surged in and struck towards her danton. A soft sound rang in her mind. On the round and clear water droplet, the 3rd line slowly appeared. Rank 3 warrior. Digression, there will be a small supper later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 401. When the 3rd line appeared, Chu Liyue suddenly felt her entire body's Yuan meridian brighten up. She had really broken through to the medium level of the Daijing Yuan meridian. Everything happened too quickly. Chu Liyue did not even have time to react. She only felt her body fill with power. Something was surging in her chest, causing her to unconsciously look up to the sky and roar. A ferocious and crazy power spread out from her body. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of energy surged in all directions. The transparent karmic fire exploded one after another, instantly destroying the remaining golden barrier. Golden sand flew. There was a sudden movement above her head. Chu Luiwe looked up and saw the floating river above her head suddenly flow faster. Gradually, a vortex actually appeared in the centermost position. Chu Luiwe suddenly had a premonition. The next moment, her body flew up uncontrollably. She disappeared into the whirlpool. After Chu Luiwe's figure completely disappeared, the entire space fell silent again. Moments later, the golden sand on the ground began to slide back along the cracks. The lonely throne suddenly shattered. It turned into countless fragments and was completely annihilated. On the other side, although Chu Luiwe was forced into the whirlpool, she did not feel any discomfort. The water flow was slow and gentle, as if it did not have any offensive power. However, the heavy power contained in it made Chu Luiwe not dare to let down her guard. She looked around and realized that she was in the middle of the river. However, there seemed to be a transparent barrier around her that blocked everything. After looking for a while, she only had one word in her heart to describe the current scene: dazzling. At this moment, she could clearly see that the bright silver spots in the river were actually pentagonal sequins. They mixed together and emitted a dazzling light. They reflected on each other, making the entire river appear incomparably brilliant, like the Milky Way in the dark night. Chu Luiwe felt that she was being swept forward by the water flow, but she did not know where she was going. She curiously moved closer and looked at the sequins. Suddenly, her gaze focused as if she saw a scene flash past one of the sequins. However, the sequins quickly floated away, and Chu Luiwe could not see it clearly. Her heart skipped a beat as she looked at the other sequins. After a while, she saw a figure appear on one of the sequins. Unfortunately, the sequins seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, and the figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. Chu Luiwe stared at it for a while, but still could not see it clearly. She suddenly recalled the previous scene. When the man in the black robe appeared and told her to look up, she saw that strange yet familiar scene. Could it be related to these things? Just as Chu Luiwe was thinking about this, her eyes lit up. A surge of power came from behind her and lifted her up. Her body finally jumped out of the river. He landed on a piece of land. When she stabilized herself, she was shocked. This was actually a lake. The water was clear and calm. The water at the edge of the lake in front of her, there was a huge golden dragon's head. At this moment, silver river water flowed out of it quietly and poured into the lake. She seemed to have come in from there just now. Chu Luiwe looked back and her pupils constricted. At this moment, she was actually standing on a square platform built in the middle of the lake. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 402. This platform was made of black jade. Chu Luiwe lowered her head and could see her reflection clearly. In the middle, there was a small pyramid-shaped silver crystal floating. Chu Luiwe stared at it. She could feel that the inexplicable calling from before was coming from this silver pyramid. At this moment, she was only dozens of steps away from the silver pyramid. Chu Luiwe took a deep breath and walked forward. Her footsteps echoed in the entire space. Chu Luiwe could even hear the sound of water flowing slowly into the lake behind her. No, not just behind her. There were also other directions. Chu Luiwe suddenly realized something and turned her head to look around. As expected, other than the golden dragon head, there were similar existences in the other three directions. On the left was a red dragon head, and on the right was a green one. Beyond the silver pyramid floating in front of her was a brownish-yellow dragon head. Chu Luiwe suddenly understood something. Everything here was indeed arranged according to the 5 elements. Metal, wood, fire, and earth had all gathered here. And the remaining water was undoubtedly the endless stream of water that was pouring in. The 5 elements were complete, and they reinforced and restrained each other, forming a perfect sealed space. Chu Luiwe frowned slightly. If she had fallen to the gold position just now, then where was Mu Qinghe? She looked around carefully again, but did not find Mu Qinghe. Strange, based on Mu Qinghe's strength, there should be no problem for her to deal with these situations. He should have arrived here before her. Chu Luiyue thought for a moment, then put this thought aside and continued walking forward. When she was only 3 steps away from the silver pyramid, she finally felt a strong pressure. She immediately stopped, her eyes still fixed on the floating pyramid in front of her. It was only the size of a palm, but Chu Luiyue had an inexplicable feeling when she looked at it. It seemed like it could contain everything. She did not know where this feeling came from, but it became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed. On one side of the silver pyramid, she actually saw a familiar figure. It was Mu Qinghe. At this moment, he was standing in a strange space, surrounded by intertwining green vines. Chu Luiyue suddenly realized something. Mu Qinghe had entered the wood position. He stood in the middle, holding a long sword in his right hand. Countless broken branches and leaves were scattered around his feet. It seemed that he had just experienced a difficult battle. His body was stained with blood, and he looked quite miserable. With his head lowered, Chu Luiyue couldn't see his face clearly, let alone his expression. However, his body was trembling slightly. Although it was very small, Chu Luiyue, who was most familiar with him, could easily detect it. Chu Luiyue frowned. What's wrong with him? Mu Qinghe had always been decisive. Even in the face of death, he would not feel the slightest bit of fear. When he appeared like this, it usually meant that he was close to collapse. But this was just a strange space. It might not even be a threat to his life. Why was he like this? Your Highness, Mu Qinghe muttered and spat out 2 vague syllables. Chu Luiyue finally recognized what he was saying, but the doubts in her heart deepened. Your Highness? Who is Mu Qinghe calling? With his status, there weren't many people who could be called by him in this way. Jiang Yuqing or Shengguanwan? Chu Luiyue held her breath, wanting to listen more carefully. However, Mu Qinghe did not speak again, but suddenly raised the hand holding the sword. Chu Luiyue suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She widened her eyes in horror. She saw that Mu Qinghe's wrist had been pierced by a green vine that was as thick as a thumb. The green vine was tightly wrapped around his wrist, spreading all the way to his shoulder. Chu Luiyue could even see that his palm had become red and swollen because of the lack of blood. Fresh blood gushed out from the wound on his wrist, but it was quickly absorbed by the green vine. A tender green leaf quickly turned yellow and fell to the ground. Then a second leaf, a third leaf. Chu Luiyue was slightly shocked. Is there something wrong with Mu Qinghe's blood? Why did these green vines wither so quickly? Before she could figure it out, something even more surprising happened. At the place where the withered leaf had fallen, a small piece of green and yellow leaf grew out again. And the green vine seemed to be wrapped even tighter. Only then did Chu Luiyue know that the broken branches and withered leaves on the ground came from this. An intense pain came from his right arm, almost causing Mu Qinghe's mind to go blank. But in reality, the thing that caused him the most pain was not the green vine that was chasing after him. He used the last of his strength, waved the long sword in his hand, and slashed it forward. Crash! The ferocious sword aura caused all the withered branches and withered leaves on the ground to fly up. It even completely split the green vine on the wall in front of him from the middle. But the green vine was spreading very quickly. After it broke, it immediately wrapped around again, and even grew new branches and leaves. The lush branches and leaves swayed with the wind, as if nothing had happened. But on Mu Qinghe's side, because he had forcefully waved the sword, it caused the wound on his wrist to be torn open again. Suddenly, Mu Qinghe let out a roar filled with despair and grief. Ah! Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. What was Mu Qinghe doing? Was he trying to break out of the green vine? But if that was the case, why did his emotions become like this? It was as if there was something buried in his heart for too long. Plop. Mu Qinghe's voice gradually became softer, and finally he knelt on the ground. And the sword in his hand also fell to the ground powerlessly. The space fell into a terrifying silence. The green vines around them were full of vitality, but Mu Qinghe, who was in the center, was shrouded in a strong aura of loneliness and madness. Chu Luiwei had never seen him like this. After a while, Mu Qinghe finally raised his face. Chu Luiwei covered her mouth. Mu Qinghe's face was actually full of tears. Despair, loneliness, anger, sadness, regret. Chu Luiwei did not know how to describe Mu Qinghe at this moment. He was like a trapped beast in a desperate situation. He had followed her around for so many years, but she had never seen him cry. It was as if a giant hammer had smashed heavily into Chu Luiwei's heart. Perhaps it was because of the silver pyramid, but Chu Luiwei could clearly see his face and even his eyes. For a moment, Chu Luiwei almost thought that Mu Qinghe was looking at her. "Your Highness." Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he muttered softly with undisguised nostalgia and dependence. Chu Luiwei's heart skipped a beat. He was actually calling her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 403. Chu Luiwei could not be mistaken. Mu Qinghe was definitely calling her. In an instant, Chu Luiwei's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Surprise, relief, doubt, expectation, apprehension. She did not know how to describe her feelings at this moment, because she had never thought that Mu Qinghe would call her in such a tone. It was just like when she had just brought back that shabbily dressed young man. He did not know anything and could only beg her in embarrassment. "Your Highness, what is this? Your Highness, why? Your Highness, will I really not cause you trouble? Your Highness." Chu Luiwei still remembered how he looked when he said those words. At that time, she actually liked to see him embarrassed and distressed. Those people in the palace were all very shrewd. When they treated her, they were always eager to please her, but also cold and indifferent. At that time, she thought that Mu Qinghe was different from others. She always thought that he truly and completely trusted and relied on her. Mu Qinghe also once said that he would be loyal to her forever and give her everything, not just his life. It was also because of this that Chu Luiwei treated him with more patience and tolerance than others. But later, Chu Luiwei clenched her fist and unconsciously bit down. The sharp pain made her sober. Chu Luiwei shook her head violently, trying to clear those memories. However, the more she tried to clear them, the clearer the images in her mind. Compared to Mu Qinghe's tear-stained and sorrowful face, Chu Luiwei only felt that it was extremely ironic. Her lips curved into a self-mocking smile. "Mu Qinghe, when you knew that Sheng Guanyu died, did you feel as sad as now? Or did you already know what was going to happen?" Chu Luiwei closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes had regained their calmness. Looking at Mu Qinghe's current appearance, he should have seen something like her and been greatly agitated. This made Chu Luiwei even more curious about his motive for coming here. He definitely didn't come all the way here to be tortured or even repent. Chu Luiwei looked at the silver pyramid in front of her. Could it be because of this thing? What Chu Luiwei didn't know was that when she left the previous space and stood in the middle of the lake, a quarter of the slowly spinning circular plate on Golden Inheritance Peaks suddenly lit up. When Emperor Juan, who was thinking of ways to enter but still couldn't figure out what was going on, saw this scene, his eyebrows harshly twitched. It was already shameful enough to be rejected by his ancestors' mausoleum. Now, he had to watch someone else enter and break through one of the checkpoints. How could he accept this? Besides, others, he clearly knew the Imperial Mausoleum's secret. Once the plate lit up completely, the Imperial tomb. Thinking of this, a few more wrinkles appeared on Emperor Jiawen's brows. Sensing his aura, Elder Zhongqi and the rest trembled in fear and didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Yi stood at the side and saw this scene, and his gaze changed. "Your Majesty, we can't wait any longer. We must immediately think of a way to enter. If not, of course I know. But I tried many times just now, and I couldn't enter." Emperor Jiawen was frustrated, and he almost couldn't control his tone when facing Elder Yi. Elder Yi knew that he was agitated, so he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he frowned and said, "If we can't enter from here, then what about other places?" Emperor Jiawen was dazed. Suddenly, he had an idea. Right? There's a second entrance to the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum has existed for thousands of years, and it usually won't open. But as time passes, it needs to be repaired occasionally. Hence, The Imperial Mausoleum has a small entrance that's specially for people to enter and exit. Even though there's a chance to enter from there, how can I care so much now? Emperor Joan immediately said, Elder Yi, please come with me. Now that the Imperial Mausoleum has been broken into, and the other party's abilities are unpredictable, I feel more at ease with Elder Yi accompanying me. Elder Zhongqi was about to ask to go together when Emperor Joan coldly and quickly ordered, You guys continue to guard here. If there are any abnormalities, immediately inform me. If those two people come out from here, you have to catch them no matter what. Elder Zhongqi and the rest could only hurriedly agree. Emperor Joan jumped onto the black-necked red-crowned crane's back again, and with a thought, they flew to the middle of the mountain. Elder Yi turned around and stared at the circular plate. For some reason, he felt slightly uneasy. But then, he turned around and followed Emperor Joan. The duo's figures quickly disappeared from the top of the mountain. At the same time, Rong Jin had already silently climbed to the middle of the mountain. Emperor Joan and the rest were at the top of the mountain, but he didn't dare to walk up the stairs as he was worried that he would expose himself. Hence, he chose to find his way up through the lush forest. Even though it was much slower this way and he would be scratched by the sharp rocks from time to time, it was still safer. Besides, he didn't plan on going to the top of the mountain. From what he knew, there was a small entrance at the middle of Golden Inheritance Peak. He was prepared to enter from there. The surroundings were silent, and Rong Jin could hear his own breathing and heartbeat. The climb up was very dangerous, and it used up quite a bit of his energy. However, his heart was still filled with excitement and anticipation, and he didn't feel tired at all. As long as I can get the treasure in the Imperial Mausoleum, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Even Imperial Father would not be able to stop him. Relying on this belief, Rong Jin actually climbed up the steep mountain. When he counted half of the total number of steps, he finally stopped and started to walk horizontally to search for the small entrance. However, he couldn't find it even after searching around the middle of the mountain for half a day. He couldn't even see anything strange. Other than rocks and trees, there was nothing else. Rong Jin gradually became anxious. If I can't find it, shoo! Suddenly, a distant cry was heard. Rong Jin's heart suddenly rose. He looked up. The black-necked red-crowned crane was flying over. Who else could it be but Imperial Father sitting on its back? Elder Yi was following behind it not far away. Rong Jin was very anxious as he hurriedly found a huge rock and carefully hid his figure. Then, Emperor Joan and Elder Yi landed on a small piece of empty land not far away from him. Emperor Joan sighed. It's here. Elder Yi lightly nodded, but he suddenly noticed something as he looked in Rong Jin's direction. At that moment, Rong Jin's heart almost stopped beating. He didn't notice a slight ripple covering him. Emperor Joan saw that Elder Yi's expression was amiss, and he couldn't help but ask, Elder Yi, why are you here? Elder Yi, what's wrong? Suspicion flashed across Elder Yi's eyes as he shook his head. Nothing. I saw wrongly. Emperor Joan nodded in understanding and didn't take it to heart. He looked serious as he raised his hands. Buzz. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network.